A complete rout. If you go by exit polls, AAP's Delhi dream run is over. After almost 3 decades, BJP is expected to come to power in the national capital. Yes, the voting, which concluded just hours ago, with voting percentage last we checked at around 57%, Delhi's voters seem to have voted for a double-engine sarkar in Delhi. And the BJP might just finally manage to do what it has been trying, especially since coming to power in the centre in 2014.
But there are 2 exceptions, so I will mention those right at the top. Except We Preside and Mindbrink, all other better-known exit polls have given a clear mandate to the BJP.
And what made the difference? I spoke with Pradeep Gupta of Access My India, who believes BJP's decision to pit Prime Minister Modi against Arvind Kejriwal, something which the BJP generally avoids to do in state elections, might have done the trick. I'm Abhishek Singh and you're watching the Hindustan Times. Now, before I tell you about what exit polls are saying, listen in about the biggest factor which it seems did the trick for the BJP.
This is the first time 2 tall personality likes of Arvind Kejriwal when it comes to assembly election of Delhi, particularly. And this time Narendra Modi is also being referred as straightway, in the contest in that sense,
And why has that happened? Because generally that happens at the national level.
Yeah. But this is the first time that BJP, earlier, last time it was Manoj Tiwari. Before that, it was Satish Upadhyay ji. They were in the forefront.
Now, without wasting any more time, let's quickly take a look at what the various exit polls are saying. First exit poll, People's Pulse. If you look at the numbers which the exit poll has given to the BJP, 51 to 60. AAP 10 to 19. Congress 0. Now, the last time a party in Delhi got such massive numbers wasn't very long ago. It was in 2020 when Arvind Kejriwal's AAP won 62 seats. People's Pulse is predicting that BJP might be in a position to do what AAP did in 2020 this time around. Now, the next exit poll is by People's Insight. The difference in numbers is very clear, very apparent, but even in this case, the BJP is winning a clear majority with 40 to 44 seats. Now remember, the majority mark for Delhi is 36 seats. AAP in this case has done a little better and is expected to win anywhere between 25 to 29 seats. Congress has managed to open its account with anywhere between 0 to 2 seats. Now the next exit poll is by PMark. And even as per PMark, BJP is all set to form the government. Look at the lower number of the range. It's 39 and 249. That's the upper number of the range. And even in this case, BJP is all set to form the government all on its own. AAP is expected to win anywhere between 21 to 31. Now, things might get a little bit tricky if situation turns out to be something along these lines with a little bit of a variation. Why? Because the halfway mark is not very far away from 31, which is, of course, what PMark is predicting that AAP might end up winning in the best case scenario for the party in Delhi. And PMark, in the best case scenario, is giving Congress 1 seat. In the worst case scenario, yet again, 0. Now let's take a look at the next exit poll. It's by JVC. Even in this case, BJP is all set to win a clear majority once again, anywhere between 39 to 45 seats. Halfway mark, remember, is 36. AAP 22 to 31. Congress 0 to 2. So Congress may or may not open its account, which is pretty much a number which every single exit poll has given to the Congress, anywhere between 0 to 1, 0 to 2. But as far as Congress is concerned, most exit polls are convinced that it will remain under 5. Now, AAP, in case of JVC, is expected to win anywhere between 22 to 31 seats. Let's quickly take a look at the next exit poll. This is by Matrice. BJP in this case is expected to win anywhere between 35 to 40 seats. Now look at this number. This is the halfway mark. To be able to form the government in Delhi, BJP will need 36. Interestingly, look at how many seats Matrice has given to AAP. Best case scenario, 37 seats. Worst case scenario for AAP in Delhi as per Matrice, 32 seats. Now, if this happens, the best case scenario, AAP might be able to retain power. Congress, once again, 0 to 1. Now, the next exit poll is by Poll Diary. BJP, a clear thumping majority, 42 to 50 seats. AAP anywhere between 18 to 25, and Congress 0 to 2. Let's move to the next exit poll now, which is by Chanakya Strategies. Again, a clear majority to the BJP, anywhere between 39 to 44 seats, AAP 25 to 28 seats, and Congress 2 to 3. This, by the way, is the best case scenario for Congress as far as the number of seats are concerned, because in this case, Chanakya Strategies have given Congress the maximum number of seats in the best case scenario for the party in the national capital, that is 3.
Now let's move on to the exceptions. Mindbrink has given 21 to 25 seats to the BJP and 44 to 49 to the Aam Aadmi Party led by Arvind Kejriwal. Congress between 0 and 1, worst case scenario 0, best case scenario for the Congress 1 seat. The other exit poll, which apart from every other exit poll has given a majority, a clear thumping majority to AAP, is of course We Preside. It has given 46 to 52 seats to Arvind Kejriwal's AAP and 18 to 23 seats to BJP. Congress between 0 and 1. In total, we have covered 9 exit polls. If you look at the average, at the lower range, BJP is expected to get 36 seats, which is, of course, the majority mark as far as formation of government in Delhi is concerned. And at the upper range, the number is 42. If you look at AAP, on an average, AAP is likely to get anywhere between 27 to 33 seats, short of the majority mark. The 2 exceptions which have given a clear majority to AAP are We Preside and Mindbrink, just to let you know that again. Congress, on an average, is going to score anywhere between 0 to 2 seats.
Now, the national capital, in terms of constituencies, is divided in certain key battle zones. It is time for us to take a look at some of these key battle zones. And of course, the first one is Jangpura, which is where Manish Sisodia, who in the last election fought from Patparganj seat, is fighting from. He's up against Tarvinder Singh Marwa of the BJP and Farhad Suri of the Congress. Let's take a look at the next key battleground, which is of course Kalkaji, which is where AAP's Atishi is fighting from. She is up against Ramesh Piduri and of course Alka Lamba of Congress. Next battleground is New Delhi, where the leader of Aam Aadmi Party, the face of Aam Aadmi Party, is fighting against Parvesh Verma of BJP, and Sandeep Dixit is also in the fray. Now, during the elections, you must have seen the kind of effort, the kind of hard work that Sandeep Dixit, despite Congress's reticent attitude towards the Delhi elections, ensured that he puts in, and he did. So he's up against Arvind Kejriwal, and of course, it's a 3-pronged contest, and both of them are up against Parvesh Verma. Let's quickly take a look at the next battleground, and it is of course Okhla, which is where AAP Samanatullah Khan is up against Manish Chaudhary and Ariba Khan of Congress. Next key battleground is Patparganj. This was Manish Sisodia's seat where he won from in 2020, and now AAP has decided to replace Manish Sisodia with Avadoja, the former UPSC teacher, educator, influencer, who is up against Ravinder Singh Negi of the BJP and Anil Chaudhary of the Congress. Now, as it happens before every election, especially as we have seen in the recent times, a lot of people, a lot of candidates end up changing sides, switching sides from one party to another. Now, let's take a look at some of those turncoats, as you call them. Arvinder Singh Lovely, who was, of course, former Delhi Congress chief, he joined the BJP in May 2024. He's one of those gentlemen who could play a key role after joining the BJP, as we discuss, especially in the analysis after the results come out. The kind of people who played key role, he might be one of those gentlemen. Now, it's not just AAP candidates and AAP members who've been switching sides and joining BJP. Here we have Jitendra Singh Shanti, who won Shahadra seat as BJP candidate back in 2013. He was awarded Padma Shri in 2021 for his services during COVID-19. Joined AAP in December 2024. This is, of course, months before Delhi elections. Now, last but not the least, we have Kailash Gehlot, former top leader of Aam Aadmi Party, a known face, a 2-time MLA from Najafgarh seat. He has served as cabinet minister in AAP's Delhi government, resigned from AAP in 2024 and joined the BJP. In fact, I think we have one more candidate, and that is, yes, Tarvinder Singh Marwa, a 4-time MLA from Jangpura, from 1998 all the way to 2013. During that phase, he represented Congress. switched to the BJP in 2022. Now he is a BJP candidate from the Jangpura seat. Now before we leave you, a quick comparison with what is likely to happen, what is being predicted to happen by exit polls this time around versus what actually happened last time in 2020 when the assembly elections in Delhi were held. BJP, NDA got 8 seats. AAP got a thumping majority, 62 seats with a voting percentage in the neighborhood of 54%. Congress could not open its account. We have here, of course, the voting percentage in 2020. As I was saying, AAP's voting percentage was in the neighborhood of 54%, 53.7% to be precise. NDA won 38.5%, Congress 4.2%. Now, last but not the least, the Lok Sabha performance. Of course, BJP, NDA, it was a rout. BJP won all 7 seats. AAP scored a 0. Congress, of course, also scored a 0. That is as far as our presentation on exit polls is concerned. I'm Abhishek Singh. You are watching the Hindustan Times. A complete rout. If you go by exit polls, AAP's Delhi dream run is over. After almost 3 decades, BJP is expected to come to power in the national capital. Yes, the voting, which concluded just hours ago, with voting percentage last we checked at around 57%, Delhi's voters seem to have voted for a double-engine Sarkar in Delhi. And the BJP might just finally manage to do what it has been trying, especially since coming to power in the centre in 2014.
But there are 2 exceptions, so I will mention those right at the top. Except We Preside and Mindbrink, all other better known exit polls have given a clear mandate to the BJP.
And what made the difference? I spoke with Pradeep Gupta of Access My India, who believes BJP's decision to pit Prime Minister Modi against Arvind Kejriwal, something which the BJP generally avoids to do in state elections, might have done the trick. I'm Abhishek Singh and you're watching the Hindustan Times. Now before I tell you about what exit polls are saying, listen in about the biggest factor which it seems did the trick for the BJP.
This is the first time 2 tall personality likes of Arvind Kejriwal when it comes to assembly election of Delhi, particularly. And this time Narendra Modi is also being referred as straightway, in the contest in that sense,
And why has that happened? Because generally that happens at the national level.
Yeah. But this is the first time that BJP, earlier, last time it was Manoj Tiwari. Before that, it was Satish Upadhyay ji. They were in the forefront.
Now, without wasting any more time, let's quickly take a look at what the various exit polls are saying. First exit poll, People's Pulse. If you look at the numbers which the exit poll has given to the BJP, 51 to 60. AAP 10 to 19. Congress 0. Now, the last time a party in Delhi got such massive numbers wasn't very long ago. It was in 2020 when Arvind Kejriwal's AAP won 62 seats. People's Pulse is predicting that BJP might be in a position to do what AAP did in 2020 this time around. Now, the next exit poll is by People's Insight. The difference in numbers is very clear, very apparent, but even in this case, the BJP is winning a clear majority with 40 to 44 seats. Now remember, the majority mark for Delhi is 36 seats. AAP in this case has done a little better and is expected to win anywhere between 25 to 29 seats. Congress has managed to open its account with anywhere between 0 to 2 seats. Now the next exit poll is by PMark. And even as per PMark, BJP is all set to form the government. Look at the lower number of the range. It's 39 and 249. That's the upper number of the range. And even in this case, BJP is all set to form the government all on its own. AAP is expected to win anywhere between 21 to 31. Now, things might get a little bit tricky if situation turns out to be something along these lines with a little bit of a variation. Why? Because the halfway mark is not very far away from 31, which is, of course, what PMark is predicting that AAP might end up winning in the best case scenario for the party in Delhi. And PMark, in the best case scenario, is giving Congress 1 seat. In the worst case scenario, yet again, 0. Now let's take a look at the next exit poll. It's by JVC. even in this case, BJP is all set to win a clear majority once again, anywhere between 39 to 45 seats. Halfway mark, remember, is 36. AAP 22 to 31. Congress 0 to 2. So Congress may or may not open its account, which is pretty much the number which every single exit poll has given to the Congress, anywhere between 0 to 1, 0 to 2. But as far as Congress is concerned, most exit polls are convinced that it will remain under 5. Now, AAP, in case of JVC, is expected to win anywhere between 22 to 31 seats. Let's quickly take a look at the next exit poll. This is by Matrice. BJP in this case is expected to win anywhere between 35 to 40 seats. Now look at this number. This is the halfway mark. To be able to form the government in Delhi, BJP will need 36. Interestingly, look at how many seats Matrice has given to AAP. Best case scenario, 37 seats. Worst case scenario for AAP in Delhi as per Matrice, 32 seats. Now, if this happens, the best case scenario, AAP might be able to retain power. Congress, once again, 0 to 1. Now, the next exit poll is by Poll Diary. BJP, a clear thumping majority, 42 to 50 seats. AAP, anywhere between 18 to 25. And Congress, 0 to 2. Let's move to the next exit poll now, which is by Chanakya Strategies. Again, a clear majority to the BJP, anywhere between 39 to 44 seats. AAP, 25 to 28 seats. And Congress, 2 to 3. This, by the way, is a best case scenario for Congress as far as the number of seats are concerned, because in this case, Chanakya Strategies have given Congress the maximum number of seats in the best case scenario for the party in the national capital, that is 3.
Now let's move on to the exceptions. Mindbrink has given 21 to 25 seats to the BJP and 44 to 49 to the Aam Aadmi Party led by Arvind Kejriwal. Congress between 0 and 1. Worst case scenario 0. Best case scenario for the Congress, 1 seat. The other exit poll, which apart from every other exit poll has given a majority, a clear thumping majority to AAP, is of course V Preside. It has given 46 to 52 seats to Arvind Kejriwal's AAP and 18 to 23 seats to BJP. Congress between 0 and 1. In total, we have covered 9 exit polls. If you look at the average, at the lower range, BJP is expected to get 36 seats, which is, of course, the majority mark as far as formation of government in Delhi is concerned. And at the upper range, the number is 42. If you look at AAP, on an average, AAP is likely to get anywhere between 27 to 33 seats, short of the majority mark. The 2 exceptions which have given a clear majority to AAP are V Preside and Mindbrink, just to let you know that again. Congress, on an average, is going to score anywhere between 0 to 2 seats.
Now, the national capital, in terms of constituencies, is divided in certain key battle zones. It is time for us to take a look at some of these key battle zones. And of course, the first one is Jangpura, which is where Manish Sisodia, who in the last election fought from Patparganj seat, is fighting from. He's up against Tarvinder Singh Marwa of the BJP and Farhad Suri of the Congress. Let's take a look at the next key battleground, which is of course Kalkaji, which is where AAP's Atishi is fighting from. She is up against Ramesh Biduri and of course Alka Lamba of Congress. Next battleground is New Delhi, where the leader of Aam Aadmi Party, the face of Aam Aadmi Party, is fighting against Parvesh Verma of BJP, and Sandeep Dixit is also in the fray. Now, during the elections, you must have seen the kind of effort, the kind of hard work that Sandeep Dixit, despite Congress's reticent attitude towards the Delhi elections, ensured that he puts in, and he did. So he's up against Arvind Kejriwal, and of course, it's a 3-pronged contest, and both of them are up against Parvesh Verma. Let's quickly take a look at the next battleground, and it is of course Okhla, which is where AAP's Amanatullah Khan is up against Manish Chaudhary and Ariba Khan of Congress. Next key battleground is Patparganj. This was Manish Sisodia's seat where he won from in 2020, and now AAP has decided to replace Manish Sisodia with Avadoja, the former UPSC teacher, educator, influencer, who is up against Ravinder Singh Negi of the BJP and Anil Chaudhary of the Congress. Now, as it happens before every election, especially as we have seen in the recent times, a lot of people, a lot of candidates end up changing sides, switching sides from one party to another. Now, let's take a look at some of those turncoats, as you call them. Arvinder Singh Lovely, who was, of course, former Delhi Congress chief, he joined the BJP in May 2024. He is one of those gentlemen who could play a key role after joining the BJP, as we discuss, especially in the analysis after the results come out. The kind of people who played key role, he might be one of those gentlemen. Now, it's not just AAP candidates and AAP members who've been switching sides and joining BJP. Here we have Jitendra Singh Shanti, who won Shahadra seat as BJP candidate back in 2013. He was awarded Padma Shri in 2021 for his services during COVID-19. Joined AAP in December 2024. This is, of course, months before Delhi elections. Now, last but not the least, we have Kailash Gehlot, former top leader of Aam Aadmi Party, a known face, a two-time MLA from Najafgarh seat. He has served as cabinet minister in AAP's Delhi government, resigned from AAP in 2024 and joined the BJP. In fact, I think we have one more candidate, and that is, yes, Tarvinder Singh Marwa, a four-time MLA from Jangpura from 1998 all the way to 2013. During that phase, he represented Congress, switched to the BJP in 2022. Now, he is a BJP candidate from the Jangpura seat. Now, before we leave you, a quick comparison with what is likely to happen, what is being predicted to happen by exit polls this time around versus what actually happened last time in 2020 when the assembly elections in Delhi were held. BJP, NDA got 8 seats. AAP got a thumping majority, 62 seats with a voting percentage in the neighborhood of 54%. Congress could not open its account. We have here, of course, the voting percentage in 2020. As I was saying, AAP's voting percentage was in the neighborhood of 54%, 53.7% to be precise. NDA won 38.5%, Congress 4.2%. Now, last but not the least, the Lok Sabha performance. Of course, BJP, NDA, it was a rout. BJP won all 7 seats. AAP scored a 0. Congress, of course, also scored a 0. That is as far as our presentation on exit polls is concerned. I'm Abhishek Singh. You are watching the Hindustan Times. A complete rout. If you go by exit polls, AAP's Delhi dream run is over. After almost 3 decades, BJP is expected to come to power in the national capital. Yes, the voting, which concluded just hours ago, with voting percentage last we checked at around 57%, Delhi's voters seem to have voted for a double-engine Sarkar in Delhi. And the BJP might just finally manage to do what it has been trying, especially since coming to power in the centre in 2014.
But there are 2 exceptions, so I will mention those right at the top. Except VP side and Mindbrink, all other better known exit polls have given a clear mandate to the BJP.
And what made the difference? I spoke with Pradeep Gupta of Access My India, who believes BJP's decision to pit Prime Minister Modi against Arvind Kejriwal, something which the BJP generally avoids to do in state elections, might have done the trick. I'm Abhishek Singh and you're watching the Hindustan Times. Now, before I tell you about what exit polls are saying, listen in about the biggest factor which it seems did the trick for the BJP.
This is the first time 2 tall personality likes of Arvind Kejriwal when it comes to assembly election of Delhi, particularly. And this time Narendra Modi is also being referred as straightway, in the contest in that sense,
And why has that happened? Because generally that happens at the national level.
Yeah. But this is the first time that BJP, earlier, last time it was Manoj Tiwari. Before that, it was Satish Upadhyay ji. They were in the forefront.
Now, without wasting any more time, let's quickly take a look at what the various exit polls are saying. First exit
Good morning and a warm welcome to Hindustan Times. I'm Paulami Saha, and today we're going to bring you the results for all the 70 assembly constituencies that voted across the Union Territory of Delhi on February 5th. You've seen the exact exit polls, and it's time now for the exact polls, because now it's not about post-poll predictions, because the people of Delhi have cast their vote already. Those voting machines will be opened and those votes will be counted starting now. It's been 5 minutes since when counting has already begun at counting centers across Delhi. You know that it is a high stakes election. Arvind Kejriwal, will he get a record fourth consecutive term in Delhi? He came to power off the back of some support with the Congress party in 2013 and then won the 2015 election with a landslide of 67 out of 70 assembly constituencies. The tally came down a little bit in 2020 to 62 out of 70, but again, a huge victory. Can he repeat that performance of the Aam Aadmi Party? Remember, the party has been saddled with a lot of trouble, if you may, for the party, especially with many of their top leaders serving jail time while, of course, awaiting trial in various cases, but especially the infamous excise policy case. Arvind Kejriwal also was in jail before, of course, he was let out on bail briefly earlier for Lok Sabha campaigning, and now he has, of course, been campaigning aggressively across all 70 assembly constituencies of Delhi, several rallies, road shows as well, and the Aam Aadmi Party has spread itself thin across the constituencies of Delhi as well. But the BJP this time is hoping to stop that tide of the Aam Aadmi Party in the state, in the Union Territory of Delhi. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, of course, led that campaign in Delhi. Amit Shah, JP Nadda, top leaders of the Bharatiya Janata Party, including, of course, from other states as well. UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath also campaigned quite vigorously here in Delhi, because अब जो है बीजेपी के लिए नाक की बात हो गई थी. That's what many BJP people said as well, that it couldn't be that they swept year on year since, of course, Prime Minister Modi came to power, over the back of a landslide victory in 2014 first, that year on year they were sweeping up Sabha constituencies of Delhi. But when it came to the assembly elections, it was Aam Aadmi Party. It almost seemed like the people, the electorate of Delhi had decided कि center में BJP and Delhi mein Aam Aadmi Party. But will that change today? Because the exit polls, most of them at least, except for two, barring two, have predicted that the BJP definitely has the edge in this election. That, of course, is something which has already been decided upon. Like I said, the exit polls have predicted something, but all those predictions will be put to the test today, because the exact poll will be out today. So we're expecting to see, of course, some of those results start trickling in as well in a bit from now, because the postal ballots will be counted first, and then, of course, all the voting machines will be opened, and the results will be counted across 70 assembly constituencies. And there's tight security across all of these constituencies. There have been several allegations that have been made between counting day and today as well, concerning, of course, the transparency of the whole process. Vinod Sharma, senior journalist, political analyst, is also joining us this morning. Shubrashta is also joining us. We'll have several guests, of course, across the day who will be joining us, to give us a sense of their analysis as well as to what they believe the results indicate, because the implications of these elections are massive for Delhi. Good morning to both of you. Vinodji, I'll come across to you first. Like I've been telling our viewers since the past 5 minutes that we've started out on this broadcast, The exit polls have predicted a clear edge for the BJP. In some cases, of course, giving them numbers even up to 60 in some cases. Access My India, of course, one of the reputed pollsters in the poll that came out on the 6th of February, they put it out a day later, not on voting day. They have said the BJP will get anywhere between 45 to 55, and the Aam Aadmi Party, of course, that its great run in BJP, I beg your pardon, in Delhi will come to a halt in 2025. What is your sense, sir?
Well, I mean, it's futile to be predicting the outcome so close to the final count, you know.
Right, of course.
And exit poll is an exit poll. It's a very good point to discuss. I mean, it gives a very nice background to discuss the issue in Delhi. But I think that let's wait a while. In my view, if the Aam Aadmi Party loses this election, then it is going to be catastrophic for this party, which was a phenomenon that rose in 2013 partly, but grew to full bloom in 2015. This was an amazing experiment in voluntary work, in campaign before becoming a party. India Against Corruption was the one that gave birth to this party. And somewhere along the way, ever since it became a government from a party, it has maybe lost its way. But then we'll have to wait for the people's judgment to decide. But I think that if the outcome is as predicted by some of the exit polls, then it's obvious that the people have decided to put an end to the parallel centers of power in Delhi. Delhi has been the seat of two governments. The fact is that the central government is also existing in Delhi, while Delhi government is existing in Delhi. And Arvind Kejriwal made use of this dual power center to position himself directly against the Prime Minister. He emerged as the biggest challenger to Prime Minister despite being the Chief Minister of a small state, a quasi state, not a full state, a quasi state. And I think that it paid him dividends initially, that in 2015, he won 67 seats, 2020, 63 seats, stupendous numerical achievement. But I think that this election will decide the fate of not just Arvind Kejriwal, but the Aam Aadmi Party, not just in Delhi, but also in Punjab. If the results are not to the liking of Aam Aadmi Party, it will have a ripple effect in Punjab, and it may not be very easy for the party leadership to sustain its government in Punjab also. So let's wait and watch. And I think that if the prediction of some of the exit polls comes true, there'll be a tectonic shift in the national politics, not just Delhi politics. Because Aam Aadmi Party was also a big challenger to the Congress Party, which was the second option before the people.
Right.
It grew mostly on the
Okay, we seem to have some trouble with Vinodji's link. So I'll go across to our other guests who are joining us this morning. Shubhrashta, political analyst, also joining us this morning. Zainab Sikandar, also political analyst, joining us this morning. Good morning to both of you. Thank you so much for making time this early in the morning. Obviously, we are still going to wait for the results. Probably the picture will become clearer towards 10, 11 a.m. itself. But of course, you cannot predict anything, because if anything, you can remember what happened in Haryana. You can remember what happened in Maharashtra. We're not trying to predict anything over here, because like Vinodji said at the start of his answer itself, let's not try and predict anything, because this is too close to the results. Now the results will tell the true story and the real story. Already the leads pointing towards the BJP having an edge, with the BJP on 7, AAP on 2 and Congress on one. Shubhrashta, I'll come across to you right now because too early to discuss these leads per se. But, I'll take off from one of the points that Vinodji mentioned, that this is going to have huge ramifications and implications. If the AAP were to be voted out of power in Delhi today, this would mean a tectonic shift in national politics as well, not just Delhi politics.
Yes, and I partly agree with Vinodji on that. Look, Aam Aadmi Party came with a promise of an alternative kind of a setup in the Indian political system, and it was given good 10 years to govern Delhi, and I think it has really shifted the narrative in terms of how politics should be discussed. We've been talking about education and healthcare and even liquor policy. When it was discussed at the behest of education. So clearly, the issues which really should affect the voters of Delhi were at the forefront. So let's give credit where it's due. However, if BJP is able to make a turnaround in this election and really emerge victorious, then I agree that there is going to be a tectonic shift in the sense that again Delhi will become a bipolar contest between the Congress and the BJP eventually. Because if Aam Aadmi Party loses this time, then clearly it's about losing a very carefully curated constituency that it had nursed, eating away from the already cultivated vote bank of the BJP and the Congress. And why would it lose? Let's also look at why would it lose. Run up to Delhi elections, we see 8 MLAs from Aam Aadmi Party really leaving the party. So you may argue that, well, they were not given tickets or whatever,
Yeah.
but every MLA came with 2,000 to 3,000 votes. So overall, it had a huge potential. It has a huge potential to impact the Delhi elections. Also, Kailash Gehlot, one of the most trusted lieutenants of Aam Aadmi Party, also left in half. So these are indications why these are reasons why one would want to look at Delhi elections in a more granular sense. East Delhi has always been a stronghold of the BJP, and Purvanchali voters, for all reasons, would really matter a lot. And so it would be interesting to see how they vote. Also, let us remember, how did Aam Aadmi Party actually come about? So you see the middle class, which has traditionally been known to have, traditionally been known to influence BJP be under the influence of BJP, was really the class that Aam Aadmi Party really centered its politics on. And in this election, perhaps the middle class is going to drift away and not show trust in the Aam Aadmi Party. I'm not going to make a prediction and say it's going to trust the Congress or the BJP at this point, but it is definitely going to punish the Aam Aadmi Party, as the poll predictions show, and as the conversations in Delhi
But
also.
why do you say that? Why do you say that it's like, again, we're discussing something probably which we'll know the answer to in a short while from now. But why do you say that it's likely that the middle class, en masse, you're saying, is going to punish the Aam Aadmi Party?
One of the reasons being that look, if I were to look at the narrative and how BJP also shifted its narrative in the heat of the elections, so from going on and on about Sheesh Mahal, it really shifted its gear and started talking about actual governance issues in Delhi, which affect the general public. So it was about water, it was about Yamuna, it was about electricity bill, and also there comes the 8th pay commission. And in my opinion, the 8th pay commission really is the key to looking at how, and maybe it all just came organically, but BJP supporters, as I said, seem to be middle class people. And who are the middle class people in Delhi? The service class, people who reside in the RK Puram area. So in that sense, I really see the middle class really taking a stand this time and punishing the Aam Aadmi. When I say punishing the Aam Aadmi Party, I don't necessarily mean that they are going to be ousted out of power. Perhaps they will be kept in check. The kind of majority that Aam Aadmi Party got in the previous election, it might just plummet down to a huge, considerable margin, and see Aam Aadmi Party being really held accountable for the policies or the lack of thereof, which really impacted these polls.
Right.
Those are my
Zainab,
initial
I'll come across to you
opinions.
right now. Zainab Sikandar is also joining us this morning. What is your sense of how things stand? Do you think that this would, how would this, if the Aam Aadmi Party were to lose Delhi today, how would this impact the party? And of course, the relations within the India bloc itself, it's been acrimonious. They all contested together in the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. And then, of course, subsequently, a few months down the line, we've seen that AAP and Congress went their separate ways in Delhi, of course, in other states as well. We know the example in Haryana as well. And it's been very acrimonious, the campaign, what Rahul Gandhi said about Arvind Kejriwal, for instance, that he used to, move around in a humble Wagoner. And then, of course, he moved into a 45 crore Sheesh Mahal. What does this mean for the bloc itself?
Firstly, I'd like to start by saying that this is perhaps one of the weakest elections that Aam Aadmi Party has fought. But it's too soon again to say that the Bharatiya Janata Party will win or the Aam Aadmi Party has an edge. It can go 50-50. Okay.
Right. Absolutely.
Now, when it comes to how the India bloc attacks each other, it's a very common thing that we've seen, checkered in all state elections. It's not something new. And we've been seeing it since 2019. They may be forming the Mahagathbandhan in 2019 or the India bloc, but the shortcomings of this alliance, these alliances have been the same, and that is that there is a lot of infighting and bickering. And when it's Lok Sabha election, they're all hunky dory with each other and the thickest of friends. But come state elections, and they are bickering, infighting, insulting each other. So this is the signature style of the opposition bloc, and whatever they name themselves, this is the reality of this alliance. Now, when it comes to Rahul Gandhi making these remarks on Kejriwal ji, fact of the matter is, it is true. Arvind Kejriwal came, like Vinod ji said very rightly, he came on the India Against Corruption plank. He came as the Aam Aadmi, who wanted to, make a change in governance. He was the Nayak of Indian politics and the alternative, to all the corrupt politicians. But what happens is his image takes a hit again, and he has become just like any other politician, living the good life. And there's nothing wrong in it. There's nothing wrong in taking the perks of, being in power. But he had said that he will not do that, and he did it. And in 10 years, maybe people have gotten used to him moving from a Wagoner to a more luxurious car. But the liquor policy scam has really affected the way the Aam Aadmi Party is viewed within also the party, because the problem is that now people within the Aam Aadmi Party think the party is not what it used to be, which is why we see exits. Maybe they're not very significant exits, but the reality of the matter is that implosion within the party, which happens in every party, has begun. So Aam Aadmi Party in itself is very weak. When it comes to people, see, one fact that I'd like to point out is that this election saw the maximum female turnout. Now, Aam Aadmi Party was a pioneer in, starting freebies for women, be it the free bus rides, okay? And women turnout being a little more, this was the highest one in the Delhi election. I don't know whether it spells good luck to the Aam Aadmi Party, I don't know. But the freebie system, the welfareism of Aam Aadmi Party definitely has, got the pulse of Delhi, and they enjoy what Aam Aadmi Party brings to them. This time, what BJP has done, instead of making, either communal points, the rhetoric of the campaign, they have also taken the welfareism plank, and everything that the Aam Aadmi offered in the campaign.
So has the Congress. It seems that it was raining, welfare schemes or freebies or revdi, as the BJP has called it in the past, of course, following in the same path as well. It seems that everyone was just offering freebies. Of course, everyone in the electorate likes freebies, but there are segments of the people, certain classes of people, certain sections of society that say that, well, it's how good does this how much of good does this do? Does it actually reach the people, and how much of it is going out of our pockets, in terms of these political parties making these promises?
See, you may call them freebies or you may call them revdi. Fact of the matter again is that when these things are offered to people, they do help them. You can't deny that a free bus ride didn't help the women of Delhi. You can't deny that a certain units of electricity, a certain units of free water didn't help the people. It did affect on ground, which is why I feel the Bharatiya Janata Party this time, whatever the Aam Aadmi offered, they said, okay, we'll do an extra bit more and offer this to Delhi. So I feel, this way the BJP now has an advantage even on the welfare schemes, and probably they figured out the math just the way Aam Aadmi Party had done it before. The difference between what the Congress offers is that because Congress has governed India for so long in so many states, the people don't trust the fact that they will implement what they say. I think there is a huge trust deficit which comes with Congress, which is why people are not giving their vote to Congress. But with Aam Aadmi Party in these 10 years, if they have not fulfilled all their promises, but they have fulfilled some of their promises, which is why they got the vote. And Bharatiya Janata Party is also now pretty on a good, sort of image with people that they will implement. Modi ji will implement what he says. So I feel again, this election is a freebie versus freebie sort of a campaign that's been run, and perhaps we just have to see which one sticks with people. I think this can go any which way. It can be Aam Aadmi Party or the Bharatiya Janata Party.
Okay. Vinod Sharma, political editor of the Hindustan Times, is also joining us this morning. We'd lost the connection with you earlier, sir. So, some of the discussion, as you heard probably towards the end, as Zainab was saying as well, is about this election turned out to be about freebies versus freebies. Who's offering a better freebie to the people or promise? Of course, Aam Aadmi Party rode on the wave of these promises in 2015, in 2020, has made these promises in 2025 as well. Some people will tell you, we would trust the Aam Aadmi Party more because, well, these are ongoing schemes. So, chalta rahega in that sense. Who can say if the BJP, the promise that they make, will they implement it or not? But then there are others who believe that given the kind of trouble the Aam Aadmi Party is, the BJP is in a better position to make those promises and fulfill them as well. How much do you think it boils down to all these freebie promises that have been made in this election campaign?
Panovi, I don't like this lexicon, freebie. We are a welfare state. And if the money is being generated, if wealth is being generated, this is one way of distributing that wealth to the least common denominator. We are a country which is where housing is not universal. Attempts are being made, but it's not universal. Where education is not universal the way it should be. So there, you see, the development has been uneven in our country. So there is a logic. There is a governance logic to extending this kind of relief, not a freebie, but relief to the people of the country who are on the lowest rung of development. Leave that apart. What may have changed the atmosphere in favor of BJP, may have, I'd say, I'm underscoring the word may have, is the tax concessions that were extended to the salaried class. Despite the Election Commission's very pointed directive that no such relief will be given in the budget, which is a targeted relief. But it was given. Before that, there was this wage commission, the wage board, the 8th pay commission, I think, where I think, which is legitimate, people needed an increase in their salaries. And there is an economic logic to it, that if you put more money in the hands of the people, they spend that money. And people spending the money, kickstarts the manufacturing sector. So there is an economic logic to that. And these are not freebies, Palomi, for a simple reason that the money is people's money, which is being plowed back to them. No government, no political party is spending from their pocket. So I think that if the BJP is able to score better than the Aam Aadmi Party in these upcoming results, two major factors would be the wage commission and also the tax concessions that have been extended in the budget, that is recently announced budget. I think that if BJP comes to power, people would have accepted the BJP's argument that, to have a government of the same party in this city-state is more logical than having two parties working at cross purposes with each other. We have seen the center having rolled back the Supreme Court order with regard to separation of power within the governance architecture of Delhi. But this has happened. So those things can be argued and against the BJP. But you see, at the end of the day, jo jeeta wahi Sikandar.
Right.
That is the logic of politics. I
Yeah.
think that in some ways, the play field should have been kept level. And also, I think in some ways, the Aam Aadmi Party should have found a way to work together with the center in Delhi. You can't have two governance structures pitted against each other in the national capital, which is visited
Absolutely.
by...
And a lot of people seemed frustrated about that as well. It was not about so much about, making a political choice as such, whether, which way you're leaning in terms of the spectrum, but it was more about Delhi ka kaam ruka hua hai because, the government at the center and the government in Delhi are constantly at loggerheads, pointing fingers, aapki zimmedari hai, ye aapki zimmedari hai, ye aapki zimmedari hai. But then, for many reasons, for instance, the Aam Aadmi Party came to power in the MCD, the unified MCD in 2022. So who are they pointing the finger at regarding many things concerning, for instance, water, garbage disposal, all of that today? So there are many factors, of course. Vinodji, I'll come back to just quickly going through some of the leads. Remember, these are just numbers that are indicative of which way it could be headed, but it could all turn on its head, later in the day. So this is just at the time that the postal ballots are being counted. So if you go to the Hindustan Times website right now, it will tell you that the BJP currently is leading on 31 of the assembly constituencies, Aam Aadmi Party 12, and the Congress 1. The Election Commission website, of course, the most authentic source, is yet not giving out any data because it's too early. Of course, there will be several rounds of counting as well. Remember, we're looking at some of some of the other websites as well. For instance, if you go to India Today, it will tell you that it's quite neck and neck at the moment. BJP on 18, Aam Aadmi Party on 17, and the Congress on 1 at the moment. On CNN News 18, it says the BJP is on 15 and AAP on 8 seats, the Congress 1 at the moment. Shubhrashta, I'll come across to you. The Aam Aadmi Party has already raised a lot of doubts about the independence of the Election Commission in having conducted these elections. They've raised certain questions concerning transparency. Yesterday itself, Arvind Kejriwal said, where is Form 17C? Where is the voter data, the voter footfall for per booth in every assembly constituency? Election Commission says it has been uploaded. Aam Aadmi said, humne upload kar diya. We've got a website going and we've uploaded it. He's raised questions, of course, the more serious one about poaching. 16 of his MLAs, he claims, have received calls from the Bharatiya Janata Party offering them ministerial positions if the BJP were to form government, 15 crores each as well. So several question marks, being raised by the Aam Aadmi Party about the whole transparency of the process.
Polomi raising questions about the independence and democratic institution is not new. I mean, we've been seeing it for the past 1 decade in India now. The problem, Polomi, is the baselessness of some of these allegations. Now, when you say that you have 16, 17, first of all, there is a conflict of numbers even within the Aam Aadmi Party. Manish Sisodia says 6 or 7. Arvind Kejriwal says 16 or 17. Some of the others say some members. So, when you raise questions, if you don't have your own house narrative in order, then it is going to raise questions regarding the efficacy and the integrity of that claim as well. And please tell me, in today's day and age, who is going to make the colossal mistake of actually calling from a non-private number to make an offer as as grave as this? And so I wouldn't look too seriously into the allegations of MLAs being pushed, also because it really reflects badly on the political culture of the Aam Aadmi Party. Is the party trying to say that the winning MLAs are out for sale by any political party, whether BJP or anyone? So I think I would not. I think they've taken the whole call of Mr. Modi to introduce humor in politics far too seriously, and we keep hearing these humorous claims time and again. But more importantly, I think the idea that prior to post elections, immediately post elections, you start talking about non-independence of institutions like the Election Commission, and trying to come down heavily on Supreme Courts also, the other courts also, the judicial process, so as to say. I think it just goes on to show that somewhere down the line, one is convinced that it's not coming back to power. So let's figure out on the other narrative. Keep the pitch ready for an alternate narrative. Otherwise, it really, as a voter, I don't really understand, when the results are going to be out in a couple of hours, why would you go on and make these claims? What well does it serve? If you are really comfortable with the majority of the numbers that Aam Aadmi Party has been predicting, then should it really
the Aam
matter
Aadmi
that
Party
it's
makes the counter argument. It says the
Sure.
BJP, which is being predicted to win with a landslide, possibly sometimes some of the exit posters giving it 55 to 60. If they're so comfortably positioned, why are they reaching out to our MLA candidates, offering them money? Clearly, they're not as comfortably positioned as is being indicated by these exit polls.
Right, Paulumi, exit polls over the past few elections, we've seen that the credibility of exit polls is really in question. I didn't want to go down that route because it's a completely different profession, and I wouldn't want to comment on that. However, my question is, if as an incumbent, you are really sure about your victory, why would you try and make these claims, whether false or true, couple of hours prior to the election results being announced? If you're really confident that you are going to win, why would you say that? And regarding poaching of MLAs, since I've been in the business of doing some kind of election management, and I run my own consultancy firm there, let me tell you, it's not as easy and as picking up the phone without really a strategy behind it, and some random person calling some MLA who has not even won. And you don't even have the names of those MLAs. Who are those MLAs? Are they from New Delhi constituency? Some of the constituencies from New Delhi or East Delhi or West Delhi. So these, I don't see too much into these claims. I just see this as an attempt to maybe take away the media narrative from BJP is going to win. So, we are also in the race, and perhaps we might be poached tomorrow. So I just see it as that. But
Okay.
I think fundamentally what Zainab was talking about, and what Vinod ji have been talking about, I think really this has been the crux of this election. Governance issues are back in the conversation. I think Aam Aadmi Party should be given credit for that. These questions of poaching and independence of institutions, they're always there. They'll always be there, whichever political party is in power, because democracy is about contesting voices. And sometimes when you're not able to make a mark numerically, you go down this route to prove that you are either in relevance, or to prove that there is something fundamentally wrong with the system, that you are not being in relevance. So I see it as a part of the whole cantankerous democracy that we are. And I'm not using the word cantankerous with a with a snigger. I think it's nice that we are in a chaotic place, and we find order in this chaos.
Okay. On your screens, of course, viewers, you can see Saurabh Bhardwaj, Delhi minister who's contested from the Greater Kailash seat, also speaking with the media, expressing confidence that Arvind Kejriwal will be sworn in for a fourth consecutive term in Delhi, and that the exit polls will be proven wrong. We listen into him and some of the other voices as well. I believe that the incumbent Chief Minister Atishi has also reached one of the counting centers. Remember, it's a high-stakes battle from where she's contesting in Kalka. She's up against Congress's Alka Lamba and the BJP's Ramesh Biduri. So let's listen in fact to Saurabh Bhardwaj.
जो हमारा एजेंट बैठा था उसने फॉर्म 17C की कॉपी ली, वो कॉपियां इकट्ठी हुई, कोलेट हुई और उनको हमने अपलोड किया, ताकि इलेक्शन कमीशन के पास कोई गुंजाइश ना बचे कि वो वोटों को बढ़ा सकें। और उसके बाद इलेक्शन कमीशन को मजबूरन अपना डेटा शेयर करना पड़ा। ये प्रजातंत्र के अंदर एक बहुत गंभीर बात है कि इलेक्शन कमीशन का काम एक राजनीतिक दल को करना पड़ रहा है, और इलेक्शन कमीशन की कोई जवाबदेही नहीं है।
voted at the Election Commission. It's, he was speaking with regard to the Form 17C that I was talking about, which basically gives you, the voter data for each booth in every assembly constituency. Aam Aadmi Party says that our agents collected that data, collated all of that data, and then uploaded it on a website, a job which should have been done by the Election Commission. The Election Commission and Delhi CEO, in fact, the Chief Election Commission, the officer who's conducted this election, Alice Vaz, has countered this and said that the Election Commission has provided all the data, and this is a completely transparent process as well. Remember, Arvind Kejriwal has made some grave charges earlier as well, with which he's gone to the Election Commission, and he was given an audience during the silence period as well, where he said that there was voter suppression happening, there was intimidation, violence as well in certain instances as well. But all that's now in the past, because Delhi has already cast its vote on February 5th, and we are going to know the results today. The votes are being counted as we speak. Each of those votes matter a lot. So they've got a hawk's eye. Each of these political parties, candidates, their polling agents, their counting agents are sitting there and watching those results very, very carefully at the moment. Let's listen in.
नाम दिया उन्होंने, वहां तो पहुंचे नहीं। एसीबी को जो जानकारी दी संजय भाई ने, उसके बाद तो एसीबी वाले सो गए। उससे पहले अरविंद जी के घर आ गए, तो सबको पता है कि उसका पॉलिटिकल मोटिव क्या है। पर वो सब छोड़िए, अब जनता ने अपना वर्डिक्ट दे दिया है और वो अब से कुछ घंटे बाद आ जाएगा, और हमें पूरा भरोसा है कि दिल्ली में आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार दोबारा बनने जा रही है। नंबर थोड़ी देर में आप ही लोग जनता को बता देना टीवी से। थैंक यू।
Confidence as well that the Aam Aadmi Party will be coming back to power. Arvind Kejriwal has already said that if Manish Sisodia is brought back to the assembly from the Jangpura seat, then he will be deputy CM again as well. Of course, Manish Sisodia was incarcerated for a very long time, now out on bail in, of course, the infamous, as I said, the excise policy case, which is, of course, under investigation at the moment. Zainab, I'll come across to you. Aam Aadmi Party, of course, they're expressing a confidence that they will emerge victorious at the end of the day. Do you also believe became all about welfare schemes? You've mentioned that in the past as well, that this became all about welfare schemes, the entire campaign. And do you agree that this was all about at least the conversation moved to governance issues, as was being summarized by Shubhrashta earlier as well?
Of course, because Aam Aadmi Party has always laid maximum impetus on governance, welfare scheme. They are the ones who made, education, the hip topic of politics. And they were very fair to everything that they said they will do, because education really was something that they worked on. And then after that, every other party started talking about it. Then be it even when it comes to, how they looked at healthcare and, mohalla clinics. Although I will criticize the fact that mohalla clinics weren't efficient. They became inevitably just these dabbas, which were, almost unusable. But at least, the conversation on healthcare. So when it came to, the bullet points of governance, which every government should be talking about, Aam Aadmi Party, took that route, and they were like, we are going to work for the people, for the things that matter. They really took the roti kapda makan sort of route where, it affects the lives of people. And I agree with Vinodji again, freebies is a very bad term. We pay our income taxes so that we get it in return, with the governance, through the people that we have chosen. But unfortunately, in politics, everything is spoken with, mirch and masala. And that's why, the word freebies and rabies is used more than, words like welfare schemes and welfarism. Now, another thing that I wanted to point, the previous point that we were talking about, this entire bogey of, elections being rigged. I always have, very vehemently, spoken against it, because I also feel it, shows that we are basically indirectly saying that people are not intelligent enough to call out, such a big scale of fraud. If, the election commission over the years was doing something, as grave as rigging of elections, which the opposition always claims every election that comes, they say democracy khatre mein hai and the elections are being rigged and there's something, bogus happening. You really think there wouldn't have been an uproar in the last decade after so many state elections and 2 Lok Sabha elections? I mean, I just find it that it's almost insulting to the voters of India, that every time election is there, the losing party or the party that stands opposite the BJP, because I've never seen the BJP making such claims, since they have been winning, in the central government. Such claims have always been made by the opposition. So
Right.
I think we should really stop, because, it's beginning to look silly every time they lose, because when they win, they don't make these claims. So I think this topic has become stale, and the opposition should really stop, because it feels, every time they say it, it feels like they're about to lose.
Okay. Let's see how that pans out through the day. Of course, that depends on the results as well. Of course, on your screens, viewers, you can see Alka Lamba, who's contesting against the incumbent Chief Minister of Delhi, Atishi, speaking with the media. We'll play that out for you in a bit. Vinod Sharma is also here with us. Vinodji, what does this mean for the Congress, this election? It was in power in Delhi for 15 years. Everyone speaks very fondly of the Sheila Dikshit years. What does this mean for the Congress? Because a lot of analysts like yourself, those I've been reading, columnists, talk about how the AAP grew off the back of the Congress's decline in Delhi, or what happened in Punjab as well. With the AAP, if at all that happens, if the exit polls are right and the AAP takes a hit today, does that mean resurgence for the Congress, or how would that pan out according to you?
Well, I think that will open up the field for the Congress.
Okay.
Resurgence or not will depend on their own talent. How resolute they are in regaining their ground. They lost their ground to the Aam Aadmi Party because Aam Aadmi Party came to power at the height of double anti-incumbency against Sheila Dikshit, despite the tremendous work she had done in the city. Her imprint is there in every nook and corner of Delhi, but she lost. She lost her own seat. So the voter can be ruthless, if I may say so, or can be so misinformed that to defeat a leader like Sheila Dikshit. I mean, this very Delhi has defeated Manmohan Singh from South. And South Delhi is not a constituency of people who cannot read or write. So, election is a very ruthless process. At the same time, it gives a voice to the people. I personally feel that if Aam Aadmi Party loses, and I said it, as I said earlier, that will be a tectonic shift. The loss will not stay limited to Delhi. The ripple effect will be felt in Punjab immediately. Because the AAP government in Punjab is not also on a very strong wicket. And if they lose power in Delhi, they risk losing power in Punjab midway through the term of their government. And that is where you would see some tricks being played by certain national political parties. And I'm not discounting the BJP or the Congress there. So I personally feel that it is essential. It is a survival question for Aam Aadmi Party and Arvind Kejriwal particularly. And this election, people call it a referendum on Arvind Kejriwal. Of course, this was a very personality-oriented election. And the BJP, as always, was heavily dependent on the Honorable Prime Minister and the Honorable Home Minister, more on the Honorable Prime Minister, because they were keen to get back the 16% vote they lose from between Lok Sabha and Vidhan Sabha elections, that they get always 16% more vote in the Lok Sabha elections than in the Vidhan Sabha in Delhi. That has been the history. So their agenda was to keep in its ranks, keep within its fold that 16% vote. What the results we'll get to know whether they have been able to keep that vote. But if he loses, Arvind Kejriwal loses, and there are there were indications that his fight is very tough in New Delhi.
Right.
Now,
Yeah.
because New Delhi is a constituency dominated by the government servants and the salaried class, which has got so many concessions from the government through the budget. You see, now the tax concession, I am a beneficiary of the tax concession. But it will not impact my choice. But it will certainly impact the choice of people who are hand to mouth, who run houses on shoestring budgets. So money is important for them. And if they change their preference on account of this concession, it shouldn't be surprising, because it is not about people. And if Arvind loses, then that would mean that rich Delhi has defeated poor Delhi.
Okay, that's interesting. Shubrashta, would you agree with that? Yeah.
Yes, I completely disagree with this part of the assessment. It's very easy to assume that as analysts we know the best about any constituency, any electorate. To say that if Arvind Kejriwal loses, rich Delhi has really defeated the poor is I mean, please, Vinodji, please tell me if Arvind Kejriwal really loses, don't you think the transactional women voters perhaps would have seen through the kind of freebie facade? I'm sorry you don't like the term, but freebie facade that Arvind Kejriwal tried to build, because let me tell you, the conversations on the ground have been pretty interesting. While women do applaud the fact that Arvind Kejriwal has made the city more accessible by providing free rides, etc. They also are concerned about their children not getting jobs, about clean drinking water not being available to them, about if we bifurcate the middle class, we have a slightly richer middle class as well. The slightly richer middle class getting 42,000 worth water bill per month over the past few months in the run-up to elections. I mean, the middle class is also a little more calculative than we would want to imagine. It also does the same kind of calculations that political parties do in their strategic drawing rooms on their Excel sheets, looking at numbers. Even the middle class is very, very economical with their numbers and with their budgetary allocation. So let us not. Let's hold our horses and see where
what I'm saying
turns. If Arvind Kejriwal loses, perhaps it would be interesting to go back to the drawing board.
What I said is provocative.
Why is it that all those youngsters, all those women who have been an ardent supporter of Kejriwal really have started to drift away? Maybe it's time for reflection as well.
No.
Vinodji, yeah. And then I'll bring Zainab in as well.
Shubrashta, I made it in a manner of speaking, this comment, because I believe that the middle class, which was most vocal, some segments of which were most vocal against Arvind and in favor of BJP this time, you see, the very articulate section amongst the middle, and I always believed that between two elections, it is the middle class that creates the atmosphere. They have the articulation and the voice. And even the media is the platform that reaches out to them. How many people reach out to for such discussions like the ones we are having? We are middle class. You and I are middle class, I assume. And you are so articulate and you can state your piece so well. But the poor people can't do it so well. And today in Delhi, that is that old-time upwardly mobile class. That segment has grown immensely, and they are called now aspirational. You see, the nomenclature has changed. They are now called aspirational. Now that aspirational class, I think, is also very greedy, more greedy than the poor people, who are happy getting free grain from this government, from Modi ji government, and they are the labharthis according to the BJP. I mean, their lexicon is they are labharthis. I don't think they are labharthis. They are recipients of what is due to them. उसमें लाभ नहीं है. उसमें जो पुराना उनका ड्यू नहीं मिला है, उसकी भरपाई है. तो मैं समझता हूं कि I personally believe that this is to an extent a fight between haves and have-nots in terms of the voices being raised for and against Arvind Kejriwal. And I think that he will lose Arvind Kejriwal if JJ colonies desert him. He will lose because a big section of the middle class, which was rooting for him against the Congress at the height of the India Against Corruption movement, of which BJP was so much part. They were as conspicuous by their presence on the stage of India Against Corruption, the BJP leaders, as anyone else except the Congress. So I think that it's a debatable question. We can debate it offline, but and then you will have granular data also. On the basis of granular data, we can find out as to who voted for whom. This is a generic comment I've made. Don't take it that seriously, but I did it for provocation.
Zainab, would you want to come in on that discussion as well, on that conversation point?
Look, I personally believe politics is never black and white. There is much more that's in the gray. So I know it's a provocative comment, of the rich, defeating, Arvind Kejriwal. I just feel that
defeating the poor.
Yes, it's the poor. Yes. I personally believe it's when we have to look at how people vote. Some people do it on, the basis of how economically they're being benefited, but it's not just that. I still believe ideologies play a huge role in the way people vote. I believe that, optics, how people are even viewing their, the person standing from their constituencies plays a huge role. So just to say that people will decide on a basis of economics and maths that who favors us more, I think that's not the only way people vote. So I would like to stay away from making any comments just based on this.
Okay, so it's not all black and white, as Zainab says. Just quickly, viewers, to take you through the numbers, the leads as they're trickling in at the moment from the counting centers. If you go to the Hindustan Times website, we're live on the Hindustan Times website, also on Live Mint as well. Currently, the leads show the BJP is basically at the top of their game with 42 for the BJP. So well past the halfway mark, if you may, as far as the BJP is concerned, because in the Delhi Legislative Assembly, viewers, the halfway mark or the winning number is going to be 36 and above. Aam Aadmi Party at 26 at the moment, Congress at 1. The Election Commission, of course, is yet to update us, rightly so, because they're going to put out the most authentic of the results as they trickle in from the counting centers. India Today's website will tell you AAP stands at 26, BJP at 39, giving a lead to the BJP at the moment, giving a lead to the BJP again on News 18, 31 for the BJP, up 21, Congress 1 at the moment. Remember, the Congress has not been able to secure a single seat for itself in the past elections, in the past few elections, since, of course, Arvind Kejriwal stormed into power. The time that he, of course, contested the elections in 2015. I'm not talking about 2013. Then, of course, 25 for the Aam Aadmi Party and BJP plus 39 is what Times Now is saying at the moment. So various websites, you can, of course, see what the leads are indicating at the moment. But remember, we've all taken a lesson from past exit polls as well, especially Haryana, which did a shocker. Right here in the studio, we were sitting, and at 11 a.m., the tables turned completely with, of course, the BJP taking a lead over the Congress, which was till then being touted to, of course, wrest away control of Haryana from the Bharatiya Janata Party. But it was BJP back in the driver's seat in Haryana. Several factors, of course, like our panelists have been discussing, will come into play as these results are declared. Let's listen into some of the sound bites that are coming in. Various leaders of the political parties in the fray, Congress, BJP, Aam Aadmi Party, have spoken out. Listen in.
देखिए आम आदमी पार्टी और उसके नेता अरविंद केजरीवाल 10 साल में जो लोगों ने देखा है वो नए नए इनोवेटिव झूठ डेवलप करने की मशीन बन गए हैं। रोज एक नया झूठ वो डेवलप करते हैं। 10 साल में केजरीवाल ने कभी भी अपने कंधों पर किसी भी फेल होने की जिम्मेदारी नहीं ली है और अब वो चुनाव में हार की जिम्मेदारी भी नहीं लेंगे, इसीलिए वो प्रपंच रच रहे हैं। उन्होंने हमारे ऊपर आरोप लगाया, अभी चुनाव हारने के बाद वो ईवीएम पर आरोप लगाएंगे, फिर चुनाव आयोग पर आरोप लगाएंगे और फिर अन्य लोगों पर आरोप लगाएंगे।
अरविंद केजरीवाल भगोड़े हैं, अरविंद केजरीवाल रणछोड़दास हैं और अरविंद केजरीवाल गजनी हैं।
जी दिल्ली के चौथी बार मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे और तमाम जो एग्जिट पोल्स हुआ करते हैं जनरली आम आदमी पार्टी का वोट शेयर उसमें कम आता है। उसका कारण ये रहता है कि जो आम आदमी हैं, जो गरीब आदमी हैं, जो किसी का ड्राइवर है, जो किसी का रिक्शे वाला है, वो अपने बाबूजी से इतना डरता है कि अगर कहीं उसको देख लिया कि आम आदमी पार्टी का सपोर्टर है, कहीं बाबूजी नाराज ना हो जाए। मुझे लगता है इसीलिए जो है एग्जिट पोल्स गलत साबित होंगे और आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार।
दिल्ली में आज बहुत ही मैं समझता हूँ कि अहम दिन है दिल्ली वासियों के लिए और मैं प्रभु से प्रार्थना करता हूँ कि दिल्ली में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बने, एक अच्छी सरकार बने ताकि हमको प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का साथ मिले और दिल्ली में बहुत अच्छे अच्छे काम कर सके। जी तो अभी थोड़ी देर में आपसे बात करेंगे बाकी। सर अभी आप क्या कुछ प्रोग्राम रहने वाला है, काउंटिंग सेंटर जाएंगे?
देखिए हमें पूरी उम्मीद है कि लोगों ने काम की राजनीति को वोट दिया है, सच्चाई को वोट दिया है और हम भारी बहुमत से एक बार फिर चौथी बार अरविंद केजरीवाल जी एज सीएम शपथ लेने जा रहे हैं। आम आदमी पार्टी जीतने वाली है। देखिए मुझे लगता है कि भाजपा और कांग्रेस मिलकर दिल्ली का चुनाव लड़ी है और दिल्ली की जनता ने उन दोनों को ही जवाब दिया है। जी और दिल्ली के लोगों का धन्यवाद करती हूँ। हम लोगों ने लोगों के बीच में रहते हुए लोगों के मुद्दों पर इस चुनाव को कामयाबी से लड़ा है। आज दिल्ली अपना फैसला सुनाने जा रही है और जो भी फैसला कालका जी का होगा मेरे लिए या दिल्ली के लिए, कांग्रेस के लिए, उसको हम सरमाथे पर लेंगे। लेकिन एक बात साफ कह रही हूँ, जब तक दिल्ली की जिन समस्याओं पर हमने चुनाव लड़ा है उन समस्याओं का हल नहीं होता, कांग्रेस दिल्ली और दिल्ली के लोगों का साथ नहीं छोड़ेगी। ये लड़ाई तब तक जारी रहेगी जब तक हल नहीं होते। मकसद ये नहीं कि हम जीते हारे और सरकार बने ना बने, कौन बने। बात ये कि समस्याओं का क्या होगा, समस्याओं के हल हो गए या नहीं हो गए, कांग्रेस तब तक इस लड़ाई को लड़ेगी।
So those are some of the leaders, some of the candidates as well, who are, of course, in the fray, who are waiting to hear the results from the Election Commission, speaking out with the media early this morning, expressing confidence about their own position and, of course, their party's position as well in these elections. But it more or less, you, of course, heard from Alka Lamba there last. She is the Congress candidate from Kalka Ji, pitted against Atishi and Ramesh Biduri, but more or less this has been a bipolar contest between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP. The voter will also tell you that on the ground as well. Pankaj Pachori, senior journalist, is now joining us this morning live here on Hindustan Times. Mr. Pachori, thank you so much and good morning to you. The early leads are indicative of what the exit polls predicted, that the BJP is likely to topple the Aam Aadmi Party government in Delhi. If that were to happen, if these numbers were to hold by the end of the day, sir, what do you think would have worked for the Bharatiya Janata Party? Because when it came to welfare schemes, AAP took the lead. AAP led from the front over the past 10 years. Everyone seemed to have copied that formula. Even in these elections, the BJP making counter offers to the electorate, the Congress making promises to the electorate as well. So if that was what the formula was, then AAP losing would be a huge shocker. How and why would that have happened according to you? Sir, I believe, Ms. Pachori, I believe your audio is muted at the moment.
So what I was saying was that as you pointed out, that most of the manifestos, most of the welfare schemes, most of the promises for all the three parties are almost the same. So we have to look at what is the factor which is working in this election. And if you look back about 2 weeks before the elections were announced in Delhi, if you live in Delhi, then the whole of Delhi was full with the hoardings saying Jai Shri Ram. And it was put out by Mandir Prakost of Bharatiya Janata Party with their election symbol. So that's how this election started. The campaign for this election started. And it ended with the Prime Minister going for a snan during the Mahakumbh, and that was also plastered all over newspapers and all over the television. So this is where the Bharatiya Janata Party has an edge over both the other parties. That's number one. Number two, when AAP started its campaign in Delhi against anti-corruption, it was very clear that AAP had no base as such, and that base was provided by the RSS. And in this election, 3 days before the voting had to happen, if you remember correctly, news was leaked by the RSS, which never happens. I've been following RSS for about 30 years now. A news was leaked that the RSS had conducted about 50,000 drawing room meetings across the city, across the capital, and more than 2.5 lakh people have been addressed in that. And there was a very clear message in that, they were asking people to vote in the national interest, and that meant for the Bharatiya Janata Party. So these are the two areas where the Bharatiya Janata Party had an edge in its campaigning in Delhi, because the welfare schemes and manifestos are almost the same of all the three parties. And now you can see the results. I don't know, I mean, only about 1% votes have been counted yet, but you are going to see the impact of this kind of a campaign, because only religion can cut across all these. I've got all this data about, SCs, STs, poor, middle class, rich people of Delhi. That all goes out of the window, because religion in India has an over-encompassing appeal for the electorate. We have seen it in the past, and we are going to see it in Delhi. And if you really drill down the impact of that, that is what's going to happen. This picture is still not clear. As I said, only 1% votes have been counted. Earlier also, out of, I think, 12 in the last election, after the 12 exit polls, only one turned out to be correct. But this time, it's a totally different ball game in the politics. The AAP has been their main plank in politics, and that was the anti-corruption campaign. They have been besmirched. There have been allegations against their leaders. The major leaders have been in jail for a while, and that has also shifted the vote bank and the base of AAP supporters.
Right. Pankaj, stay on with us. Binay Singh, political analyst, and Smith Singh Man of the National Congress Party. He's spokesperson for the party. He's joining us as well, both of them. Good morning to you, Binay Singh and Man Saab. So, I'll come across to you right now. We're just hearing at the moment in terms of some of the results for various assembly constituencies and candidates. Kailash Gehlot, who was a turncoat, of course, he went from the Aam Aadmi Party, was a minister in the Aam Aadmi Party, broke ranks with the Aam Aadmi Party not so very long ago, and joined the BJP, contesting from Najafgarh. Currently is leading in his constituency. But what could be a bigger setback news for the Aam Aadmi Party is that Arvind Kejriwal, Manish Sisodia, and Atishi, the incumbent chief minister, are trailing in their respective constituencies of New Delhi, Jangpura, and Kalkaji. This could be huge. The party, if the leads, as we see it right now at the moment with the BJP leading, if they were to hold, the party losing, Aam Aadmi Party losing, and some of its top leaders losing. What are the implications, do you think, the bigger implications and ramifications? Binay Singh?
Yes. Look, the first thing I think is a lesson from this election is that the leaders think that
okay, we seem to have some... Sorry, we lost you there for a moment. Please continue. Yeah, sorry.
Public memory is not short. Public never forgets, and public never forgive. Yes, it is true that when they support any political party, they give a lease. So that lease may extend beyond 5 years. So I think the lease period of Aam Aadmi Party is over. I think the main crux of this election is that. And
Kejriwal ji was having a habit of demeaning and demonizing everyone, all the institutions, all the oppositions, even his friends, his partners, those who started from the very beginning, they also left him one by one. So, and one day he made one promise, the other day again he made the same promise. 5 years later he was making the same promise. I think public was taking cognizance of the lies. I think the main crux is that. And yes, as Pachori sir was mentioning that Hindutva and Jai Sri Ram and Kumbh Mela, this can be discussed that BJP is a pro-Hindu party. But yes, most of the Indian parties, the opposition parties, they have made this image that they are anti-Hindu. When you talk about Ram Mandir, when you talk about Kumbh, and in this situation, BJP is the only party who seems that, okay, this is a pro-Hindutva party, and Hindus, those who are a majority in this country, they feel safe with this party. And the second thing is that the opposition parties, not they have just made their image anti-Hindutva, but most of the times when they talk on national interest issues, they toe the line of our neighbors. Either they will toe the line of China or Pakistan. I'm not saying that they are, pro-Pakistanis or pro-China, but yes, when they talk about the national interest issues, they sometimes toe the same line of the neighbors, those who are anti-India, and this makes them a doubtful, entity. When people, the nation-loving people, they come to decide, and both in terms of either it is Hindutva or national interest. BJP has made a space in the mindset of the electorates that, okay, this party is pro-Hindutva party and pro-national interest party. And again, development in the Modi era, development has been added to that. So I think on all those three planks, BJP has a strong footing. And along with that, the lease line or the lease period of Arvind Kejriwal, that has been over. So I think this is the crux of the mandate, what we are going to see today.
I believe Mr. Maan wanted to come in over there. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
See, first of all, the things that were said, I wanted to comment on that. I agree that BJP is running a propaganda that is pro-Hindu, but it is nothing more than a propaganda. They are blatantly using religion to get votes. What they are actually doing is they are making people forget about inflation. They are making people forget about jobs. Every person who's a taxpayer, they are making them forget about tax. They are making them forget about their homemaker. They are just focusing on one aspect of person's personality, which is religion. And they're saying, vote on this, which gives them an opportunity to hand over India to a monopoly like Adani, which gives them an opportunity to run the government for benefit of few corporates. Now that is being done on the name of religion. That is what we have a problem for. And there is no proof of saying that Congress has an agenda which is aligned to anyone else. What has happened on Indian borders, everybody knows. Our trade deficit with China has just increased. How America is treating us, how they are sending our citizens back in shackles is very clear. Our international diplomacy is failing there. So that is anti-national. But that anti-national is being hidden by showing that fake propaganda. Now, thousands of temples are built in each government. But a propaganda around a temple, making it a political event, inaugurating it even before it was completed, that is what is wrong. But BJP has succeeded in making that a propaganda. BJP has succeeded in taking it to the people, making them feel fair, which is completely fake. But now coming back to the main point, see, Delhi has seen a real double engine government. The police is with the central government, half of the things are with the central government, half of the things with the state government. We have the highest crime rate in the country in Delhi. It is actually a world capital for crime. The crime against women, rapes, kidnapping have increased. If we see pollution, air quality, if we see garbage dumps, the thousands of metric tons of garbage coming in Delhi, if we see the condition of drains, sewerages of Yamuna, both the parties have to be blamed. Yes, BJP wants to hide behind a religious narrative while lying about the development, while lying that they have a role in this. And Aam Aadmi Party, which came as a political party fighting against corruption, has completely drenched itself in corruption. If you talk about
Sir,
Aam
just
Aadmi,
answer one question. I mean, it's a question obviously that's on everyone's minds. If the Aam Aadmi Party were to just fall short of I mean, not that the Congress is being projected to win many seats in these elections, but will the Congress help out the Aam Aadmi Party in any manner? Of course, it was in a better position in 2013 when it extended outside support to Arvind Kejriwal because the BJP refused to form a minority government when it fell short of the halfway mark. But is there a possibility of the Congress and the AAP coming together, joining hands to save each other, so to say, after the results today? Because we've seen a very acrimonious campaign. We've seen the allegations as well. Though Arvind Kejriwal has not made very direct allegations against the Congress, but Rahul Gandhi said Arvind Kejriwal was someone who moved from the humble Wagoner to the 45 crore Sheesh Mahal.
yeah, see, at the moment, there seems to be no reason for that. And that is very clear because we have an ideological issue how Delhi has been run by the Aam Aadmi Party. We have an issue with what has happened in this tenure. When you talk about 2013, it was a different scenario. They came to us for support and they came out as a party where people were voting for them, seeing a dream. And they came to us with an opportunity, okay, support us. And we wanted to see if they fulfill it. But now you see this political party has completely failed its agenda, cleaning of Yamuna to corruption. Two basic examples of this. They have taken out money in the liquor scam. They have fought the Punjab election through it. They have promised people things in Punjab, like women getting 1,000 rupees. They have not done it. Punjab having a Dalit deputy CM. They have not done it. Their role in the Delhi riots. If we see how the Aam Aadmi Party has operated, it is very clear. And also, if you see Haryana, Goa, Maharashtra elections, Aam Aadmi Party has gone out of its way to help the BJP to cut in Congress votes. So we are looking at a completely different scenario. It doesn't seem that anything like this is possible at the moment. Rest, it's up to the parties. There are a lot of things that can come up, but at the moment, it doesn't seem anything like that.
Okay. We'll, of course, look at what the scenario is eventually when the results are declared, or at least when we're closer to understanding which way, the results seem to be indicating, because the numbers are going to be extremely crucial. Remember that some of those exit polls did indicate that it could be very close as well, though, of course, giving an edge probably to the Bharatiya Janata Party. At the moment, of course, we have others who are joining in as well. Remember, we will, of course, speak to many panelists who will analyze, of course, the results, and then, of course, party spokespersons as well. Prithvi Reddy is now joining us at the moment as well. Looking at the leads at the moment, I'll just rattle off the numbers of Hindustan Times itself. The BJP looks very comfortably poised, well past the halfway mark at the moment, Mr. Reddy. BJP at 45, up at 23. How are you looking at these results? Because this indicate possibly an end of the road for Arvind Kejriwal here in Delhi, at least for the moment. Nobody says that there cannot be a comeback, but at the moment as we speak.
Yeah, it's a little, good morning. It's a little early in the day. The leads are indicating one way. After a very little, I hardly think 2-3% of the vote is counted as we speak. So I think it's a little early in the day to decide that this is the result. It's really strange that two spokespersons who were talking in favor of the BJP surprisingly did not mention a single thing. I listened very patiently, that the BJP has done for the people of India except the Hindutva agenda. During the COVID time, did the Hindus in India get special oxygen or beds in hospitals? Yesterday, when President Trump sent back literally chained and shackled, did we count the number of Hindus there? I think because they have not delivered anything in their past 11 years, they have been fooling people with an agenda. And it's very sad that they can't enumerate anything that Mr. Modi or the BJP has done for the people of Delhi or India for that matter. As far as Mr. Singh is going, I think he's jumping ahead of himself in terms of giving support. You have to have something to offer to give support. It's very strange that the Congress across the country has been saying that the BJP is their enemy number one and that they are bad for the country. And if the BJP does well in Delhi, I think they have Mr. Rahul Gandhi to thank, because he seems to have been in the chief campaigners list of the BJP during this election. So, Mr. Singh, I'm sure the BJP will be very grateful to Mr. Rahul Gandhi and the Congress if they do well.
Okay, so Pankaj, you heard that. You heard from the Congress, you heard from the Aam Aadmi Party, both pointing fingers at each other. I just wonder, what is the future of the India bloc looking like? You know, we've seen a bitter campaign that was fought between the Congress and the AAP as well. During this Delhi campaign, we saw that they did not join hands in Haryana as well, after having contested as a big bloc in the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. You saw how Mamata Banerjee, Akhilesh Yadav came out in support of Arvind Kejriwal up in this context. Omar Abdullah has said, to an extent, that what is the point of this bloc? Just dismantle it and get on with it. What is the future of this bloc, Pankaj?
I've seen the coalition governments for a very long time, and whatever happened to them after that is from Shri VP Singh when he became the Prime Minister of India. And it's very clear, in a coalition, people are looking for their aligning self-interest, all the parties. And in the current scenario, 2024 Lok Sabha election, there was an alignment that all these smaller groups can come together and they can forge a bigger alliance. And that worked. That worked because the Bharatiya Janata Party could not get a clear majority on their own, and they are now NDA, back to Atal Bihari Vajpayee's time. So now a new situation has emerged about the future of the AAP within the India alliance. Because what happens to AAP is important. It's running governments in Delhi until today, and also in Punjab. And as far as the Congress is concerned, Congress sees AAP as someone who is a thorn in the side. Believe you me, that I've talked to many Congress people, leaders, during this election campaign, and they have been saying that we do not give a damn if AAP loses, because we have to get even for the way they have been abusing our leadership for such a long time. So that's one thing. So that's where the AAP, its power or whatever they had electorally, Congress has given up on them. Similarly, if you look at the RSS and the BJP, they have also given up on AAP. AAP has basically crossed its sell-by date. Their cadre, as far as Delhi is concerned, I don't know about Karnataka and other states. As far as Delhi is concerned, their entire cadre was from the RSS. And Delhi being a very old BJP bastion, just remember that the first chief minister of Delhi was from the BJP, and it has a very strong roots in earlier in the central Delhi, the Matia Mahal and Jama Masjid and that area, where they had very strong roots. Among number two, the people who were the refugees from Pakistan, and number three, lately, around the border of Delhi, if you look at it, all the Jats who are basically taking their cue from Rajasthan and Haryana and Western UP, the whole ring around Delhi is the Jats are voting for the BJP. So that's why AAP has become totally redundant as far as the political thinking of the Congress is concerned. They are doing them more harm in Punjab, in Haryana, in Rajasthan, in Goa, and even in Uttarakhand and Maharashtra than they are of any use to them. So that's one thing. So India alliance, it was a ragtag sort of coalition, because most of the people in India alliance, remember that, have been part of the NDA, be it Omar Abdullah, be it Mamata Banerjee, So it's a very uncomfortable alliance for the Congress party. And whenever it is useful to them and they think they are not going to gather any votes for them, they ditch them. And they ditched the AAP this time. And the kind of campaign AAP is also have been running for last 10 years. I mean, that was very much below the belt, and the Congress people didn't like that.
Right. Mr. Binoy Singh, would you, of course, agree with that as well, that this could, I mean, if this was a setback for the Aam Aadmi Party in terms of the Delhi results, finally, as we know it later today, then this could mean quite a bit of, the end of the road situation for the party, and it would have huge implications as well for the party and its government in Punjab and in other states where it was hoping to make inroads, had already made some inroads in terms of vote share, like Gujarat, like Goa.
Yes, of course, that will have an impact. But the main thing I think today, if AAP loses, as the indications are, that Sheila Dikshit ji was a very wonderful chief minister. Everybody across party lines, they appreciated her personality. She was never, the main thing was that she never had conflict with the center. She was doing her, job very calmly, peacefully. But Kejriwal ji demonized her for no reasons. The only reason was that he has his political ambitions and he has to make a scapegoat and he has to demonize somebody. So he demonized Shilaji, and then he make his way on that. Shilaji must be happy today, I think. And my friend from Aam Aadmi Party, he just mentioned that BJP fools the electorates. I think you are making the biggest mistake over here. When you make such statements, you are undermining the capabilities of the electorate. The electorates of these countries are very mature. This democracy is very vibrant. You cannot fool them. And why I say this, you go to the remote areas of this country. You talk to any kind of people, a farmer, a laborer, a rickshawala, a businessman, a housewife. You talk politics with them, and they have a reason to vote for the party they are voting for. So they are very mature. And one more thing, when you talk about religion is a part of your life. Caste is, you agree or not, it is a part of your social structure. So you cannot discount religion and caste from the politics. Though you may not make it your front agenda, but it will be a part of your this electoral process. You cannot discount that. And what I want to say that when I talk about parties like Aam Aadmi Party and Congress Party, I didn't mean to say that they are anti-national or they are anti-Hindutva. The main thing is that when the time comes, they portray themselves that they are anti-Ram Mandir, they are anti-everything which is related to Hindu religion. What is the need of that? There is no need of that. Once you are putting a Janeu, so you can put that Janeu forever. And
okay, I believe Prithvi Reddy of the Aam Aadmi Party wants to come in on that. Just a moment, Mr. Reddy, just quickly, because the Election Commission has finally started updating, the numbers on their website at the moment. They, of course, took some time. So what they're indicating right now is that the BJP is leading on 19 seats and the Aam Aadmi Party on 5 seats. At the moment, of course, I scrolled through some of the constituencies, so they're not showing numbers as such at the moment, like for Kalkaji, for New Delhi, for Jangpura. But for instance, if I look at Greater Kailash, from where Delhi Minister Saurabh Bhardwaj is contesting, he seems to be leading at the moment with 449 votes over his nearest rival from the Bharatiya Janata Party, Shikha Roy. So we'll try and keep you updated. Okay, the website seems to have updated the numbers. BJP 24 and Aam Aadmi Party. This is the Election Commission website, viewers. So this is possibly one of the most authentic sources at the moment. The rest, of course, are indicative of some of the leads. But again, these are not results. These are just indicative of the leads. Remember, several rounds of counting. It's going to be a whole process before, of course, you know where each party stands and where each candidate stands. New Delhi, of course, is possibly one of the most high stakes battle, the constituency where Arvind Kejriwal is pitted against Parvesh Sahib Singh Verma, and of course Sandeep Dixit, so pitted against the sons of two former chief ministers. Arvind Kejriwal, of course, will be hoping to sail through, but again, many have indicated that this was not going to be an easy contest for Arvind Kejriwal. Yes, Mr. Reddy.
So a couple of things. First round of voting seems to have been completed, first round. After the first round, as per our figures, the Aam Aadmi Party is leading in 37 and the BJP in 23. So I'm not sure where you're getting your figures from.
I just read the Election Commission websites, sir. No other website. Election Commission.
Yes. So I'm also giving you the numbers that we have. I'm not claiming it to be the Election Commission. As far as what Mr. Binay Singh just said, I want to tell him that I agree with him as far as realities that religion and caste are very much a part of society, but they have no place in governance and public life. Mr. Singh said the Aam Aadmi Party was against Hindus. I'd like to remind Mr. Singh that the only party which sends elderly citizens for a Tirth Yatra is the Aam Aadmi Party. While the BJP claims to have built a temple, the Aam Aadmi Party is ensuring that the poor and the elderly who would like to go to the temple are provided help from the government to go to the temple. So, Mr. Singh, I think before you say something, please name the number of states and the number of BJP governments which have done what the Aam Aadmi Party has done, which is not just talk, but has truly helped the Hindus to go to places of worship in which they have belief. This is not just the Hindus. The same facility is available for the Christian and Muslim community, that they can go to their places of worship. And this is across the board. It does not have an income limit, just that this needs to be elderly citizens.
Okay. Mr. Man, I'll bring you in at the moment. Yeah. Okay.
Can I just say something?
Before I bring in Mr. Man.
Very important thing the AAP spokesperson has said, that Aam Aadmi Party, and we could see in this election and before these elections, each time Arvind Kejriwal, he goes to Hanuman Mandir in Delhi to start his campaign, to end his campaign. This whole scheme of sending people to religious places is also started by Aam Aadmi Party, and that is exactly what my point is. My point is that the Aam Aadmi Party has been working and using religion at a lesser level than the Bharatiya Janata Party. So when it comes to the crux, and then I told you that how this campaign started with Jai Shri Ram plastered all over Delhi and ended with Prime Minister taking a dubki in the Kumbh. So people would not vote for a Xerox copy on Hinduism, and they will vote for the original, because these are the parties which claiming things that we are done this in the name of religion. Congress Party, I remember Akshardham Temple was inaugurated during Sheila Dikshit's time. She didn't go for the inauguration. She said, I'll go later, because she didn't want to claim that I have done this. And that is the problem. Congress Party has also become lately very pro-Hindu. You can see both Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi, visiting all kind of temples with a bit tikka on their head. So they also have this thing, because as Binay said, that without using religion in India, you cannot have a mass campaign, because we are basically a majority Hindu society. 80% people are Hindus, let's face it. And Bharatiya Janata Party has decided, and they've said it a number of times, that we are not worried about the 20% vote. So if you get half the vote of 80% at 40% of the country, you can make government everywhere, and that has been their effort and their work during the last 15 years.
Okay, I'll let Mr. Maan respond to that because he's been waiting for a while. Then I'll get him Mr. Prithvi Reddy as well because I'd like you to respond to that. That why would people vote for the copycat if they could just vote for the original? Mr. Maan first.
See, I agree with Pachori Saab on multiple things. First of all, the RSS cadre in Delhi is what helped build the anti-corruption campaign in 2013. It was being written at that time. There were articles in Right at that time that this is the cadre which is coming out. It has been a fact for all these years. Everyone has come to know that the RSS cadre has chosen Kejriwal ji in Delhi and chosen Modi ji for national level. Now they built that fake campaign. Most of the corruption agenda that they talked about, later everyone was acquitted. Nothing came out of it. And similarly, this government has been so good in covering up its propaganda. Any corruption allegation that comes up, even serious allegations that comes up, are just hidden. No inquiry is set up. Nothing is done. Congress was very open to investigation and inquiry. And later, what happened to 2G, 3G? Nothing came out of it. Now, coming to the religion agenda. See, I think every human being has multiple aspects to their personality. Religion, caste, homemaker, taxpayer, someone doing business, someone doing farming are all part of person's life. Congress believes very strongly that politics and development should be about helping people, helping citizens without noticing their religion. Using taxpayers' money for development should be regardless of what religion they come from. That is our clear agenda, and that is what Constitution stands for. When we listen that RSS cadre is helping the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP, it is very clear what I said first. This is a real form of double engine government in Delhi. They share governance half with BJP, half with the Aam Aadmi Party. They share the ideology also the same way. Now, ending this. Now, when we talk about sending people it's a very good thing that that's being done for Tirth Yatra. When we also listen about giving pujaris and imams salaries, what I want to bring notice here is it's good to help citizens. I'm very happy to help citizens, but without care of what religion they come from. Especially if you read the Article 27 of India's Constitution, it's very clear. I can read it for you here. No person shall be compelled to pay any taxes, the proceeds of which are specifically appropriated in payment of expenses for promotion and maintenance of any particular religion or religious domination. So what the Aam Aadmi Party was doing with the getting taxes and paying for pujaris and imam, that was actually wrong. That is what Congress is against. Help them as citizens, help everyone as citizens, but not choosing their specific religion.
Okay. Mr. Reddy, would you like to respond to that?
Absolutely. So every scheme of the Aam Aadmi Party, whether it's education, healthcare, bus, water, electricity, is sans religion, is sans income levels, and is available for everyone. Now, the Congress spokesperson has mentioned that the Congress has, not taken religion into account. I think 70 years of the Congress has shown that they had a different vote bank. They were winning on account of religion and caste, and for them to come here and claim, and a part of the reason why the BJP has succeeded in polarizing people, it's called reverse polarization, and is only an reaction to what the Congress did for 70 years.
I think he's agreeing with the BJP agenda, which is untrue. There's no evidence to this, but he's agreeing with the exact BJP agenda that the Hindutva agenda that BJP is promoting, he's completely, that's what I'm saying. It's a real double agent government in Delhi. That's where they're actually together.
Okay, let's bring the BJP in on this. Mr. Mukesh Tyagi, spokesperson of the Bharatiya Janata Party, joining us at the moment. First of all, your first quick thoughts on the leads. Of course, clearly the BJP must be happy about the fact that at the moment, of course, the leads are indicative that the BJP is in pole position. The Aam Aadmi Party is lagging behind, though, of course, Mr. Reddy said his numbers indicate otherwise. But here's what the Election Commission website is saying. BJP stands on 32 at the moment and Aam Aadmi Party on 14. Mr. Tyagi.
Absolutely. This was written on the wall that BJP is sweeping this election. If you have seen the trends, if you've seen the trends in Delhi election, they have voted for us in parliament, 7 out of 7, 100% score. And it had a historical strike rate, if you see, which is unprecedented in nature. Our party got 67 out of 70, which is, I think, milestone in the history of Indian democracy. No party has scored this kind of a mandate. Now, what has happened is our party has betrayed people of Delhi. They have been constantly misrepresenting themselves. They have not made any substantial investment in any industry. Delhi being the richest capital, I mean, highest per capita income in India, and they have shown first time the revenue deficit after 31 years, after the reconstitution of assembly in 1993. First time it has happened. They have failed in all the major promises. Kejriwal has himself accepted that I was not able to construct the road. Yamuna became completely neglected. It was the worst river in the world. Pollution, Kejriwal could not handle. You see, he was giving on one hand all these mohalla clinic, free medical, but on the other hand, he was adding to all the disease. You know, the pollution is the fountainhead of all the disease. What has it done in abating or mitigating the pollution in Delhi? I mean, it's an international city. A lot of international delegation come. People are migrating from Delhi because of the pollution, because of the dirty water, contamination. And Mr. Kejriwal was busy building up his Sheesh Mahal. He has taken massive U-turn. Whether he wanted simplicity, he has embraced all luxurious options, best of office, best of cars, security from Punjab, and they have failed to implement. You know, he has lost the trust of the people, and it is a betrayal of the trust of the people. In Punjab, they could not implement that Mahila Samman Yojana, which they wanted to give 1,000 rupees. So people have understood that Kejriwal on lies through his teeth. And this character today, I think all the top leaders of our party are lagging in their respective constituencies. I mean, it's a shame on them because they took people for granted. And I think people have understood. On the one hand, he blames that I am completely crippled, Chief Minister. I can't do anything because there is a continuous, perpetual confrontation with the Lieutenant Governor. Central government does not support me. Why do you give promises then in that case if you can't fulfill it? Either you strive for the full state. Otherwise, if you are crippled Chief Minister, then you are giving a false promise to the people. And people have understood. It took 10, 11 years. They gave him complete trust. They gave him the finest possible mandate in the assembly election. They were optimistic that Kejriwal will bring
but
about.
He claimed, of course, Mr. Tyagi, that he was working with one hand tied behind his back. You know, that was his claim.
So that is my whole issue. He got into MCD with a thin majority, 250. He had the MCD in his hand. What has he done? Look at the condition of the roads. If he is crippled, if he is not able to perform, then why does he make promises? He should say subject to. But he makes all the tall promises and he fails there. What has happened to Yamuna? What has happened to the road? Now that he is blaming Saini, Chief Minister of Haryana, that he is poisoning. Look at his childish and preposterous attitude. I mean, what kind of childish blame you are giving to the Chief Minister? He's having water there. Then he said, when Yogi ji came, he said, let's have a Dubki challenge. Go and take a dip in Yamuna. Could he go and take the dip in Yamuna? So Kejriwal, I think, has Sharab Nitis. Obviously, it's a voluminous history of the corruption. No wonder all their top leaders went to the jail for the number of corruption cases. And he is, as a matter of fact, people have seen that he can be convicted because his conviction is not over. He has been just on the bail. And when he came during the Lok Sabha, he came out of the jail. He made a promise that public will give me the certificate of honesty. And what has happened? He lost in the Lok Sabha completely. He has betrayed India Alliance. Look at the impact he is going to create on the India Alliance. He has broken away. He is broken away with the Congress. He is creating a complete. So what kind of political orientation he has? The reason was that he wanted to become the Prime Minister of India in a very short span of time. There's no harm. You can expand yourself. But he compromised on the means of power. He started swindling funds. When Delhi High Court asked him what has happened to the Delhi Rapid Metro, why it's not expanding, and what kind of money you're spending, 1,100 crores on the advertisement. He doesn't have money for expansion for the development project. He has got a huge amount of money for the advertisement, self-aggrandizement. So Mr. Kejriwal is a megalomaniac personality. People have understood it, and they have seen Prime Minister Modi, who works round the clock, and we have a huge organizational strength and no scam. So people have now understood that
Right.
So
I'll
we
just
are
take up from that point, Mr. Tyagi. I'll take it across to Binay Singh and also to Mr. Pankaj Pachori as well to analyze that this the fact if, the leads and the trends were to hold and Aam Aadmi Party were to lose today, was this also because of the perception hit? Arvind Kejriwal came off the back of Aam Aadmi Party, grew out of the back of an anti-corruption plank, an anti-corruption movement, and then the corruption charges against him and his party members, his ministers as well, especially in the case of the excise policy and the alleged excise policy case. And then, of course, the fact that he was said to be a man who was very humble, very grounded, simple living, simple thinking, all of that. And then comes the whole Sheesh Mahal controversy as well. The perception dent was something that the party and its top leadership couldn't quite emerge from. Mr. Binoy Singh first and then Pankajji.
Look, Arvind Kejriwal has mastered the art of image building. So he built his image as a anti-graft crusader, and he has also mastered the to use and throw technique. So he used the goodwill of Anna Hazare, he used the goodwill of so many other peoples, and from time to time when it was not necessary, he threw them out of the box. Yogendra Yadav was also one of them. So there are hundreds of examples. So he built an image around himself that he's the only honest politician, and his party is the only honest party in this country, and rest all the parties, means Congress, BJP, all are dishonest people. So his image is shattered now. It's true that his image is shattered now. And from the very next day, when he took charge of the office of the Delhi CM, this image started shattering. But again, what I say that the public doesn't decide or make their mind in a single day. They decided to put him on the seat. It took a time. It took a time period for that. And to decide that to remove him from the office, that also takes time. So from the very next day, he assumed the charge as a CM of Delhi. This image started shattering. The day he changed his car, the day he changed his flat, the day he decided to not look like a Aam Aadmi or a muffler man, to come out of that muffler man kind of image.
Then they would have changed the government in 2020, sir. Why did they wait 5 more years?
Pardon?
I mean, if he changed his image right away from the humble man to the not so humble man, then 2020 wouldn't have seen the kind of results that it saw. I mean, it was a slight dip in their numbers.
That's I have,
but phenomenally well still.
That I have stated before. That public, when they trust you, they give you a lease period. So that lease period may vary from 10 years to 20 years to 30 years. You look at the regional parties. You look at the best example is West Bengal. For 30 years, the lease period was for, CPM. Now the lease period is being enjoyed by Mamata Banerjee. Before that, it was being enjoyed, before CPM, it was enjoyed by Congress party. So that lease period, that has a certain time. So this lease period, I think, was for 10 years. And it took 10 years for the public to realize that this person who claims himself to be an anti-graft crusader, he is not. His image has been shattered, and he's not the same man he claims to be.
Okay, Pankajji, would you like to come in on that? The shift in the image as far as Arvind Kejriwal is concerned from what he was in around 2010 when the whole India Against Corruption movement started to now is what may have bothered people.
He had a lot of goodwill among the people of Delhi who were quite upset with what's been going on in the country. Number one. Number two, the way someone used the word demonization of Congress party at that time. I remember at the India Against Corruption meetings that there were 16 people who were there on the wall, that they are the most corrupt people of the country, kind of a thing. And no charges have been brought against them. There have been no cases which have been proved, but it was there. So that was a campaign at that time in which Arvind Kejriwal looked like someone who could deliver. And there was a lot of Indians, to tell you the truth, the NRI people, they were supporting him. And so were the general middle class people who were quite upset with all these charges. So that was then. Now what has happened that the same thing which Arvind Kejriwal used against the Congress party at that time is being used against him. Now this whole liquor scam, nothing has been proved so far. The courts have said that not a single paisa has changed hands between the government functionaries and all that. I mean, this is all in the court. It will come out. And the way corruption happens in India, it's very difficult to prove corruption like that. But his image took a hit. It did. Going to jail and people seeing him coming out of jail, not just him, his ministers and all that, that has had an impact. But the Congress, the BJP spokesperson said something about, writing on the wall. I just want to show you something. This is the writing of the wall in NDMC area in Delhi. And it says, Jai Shri Ram, jo Ram ko laaye hain, hum unko laayenge. This is happening at the government level. This is a government NDMC public toilet in Delhi, in Khanna market, where I went the other day. And this has been happening all over Delhi. So this election is about this. This election is about how do you squeeze the Hinduism in election by different parties, and in which the Bharatiya Janata Party has, as always, they have taken the lead. And as I told you, that this kind of thing with the Bharatiya Janata Party election symbol is all over Delhi right now. You can go send your team and they can do it. And so this election has been fought on this whole theme where jo Ram ko laaye hain, unko laayenge. The Prime Minister goes to take a dubki on the day of the polling. So in that whole case, the Bada Hindu has finally emerged victorious. Then the Chota Hindu who goes to the Hanuman Mandir and says ki Hanuman Chalisa padho. And that is it. Nothing much. And the Congress party...
I'll have Mr. Mukesh Tyagi respond to that. But before that, I'll quickly bring in Mr. Prithvi Reddy of the Aam Aadmi Party, who's been waiting for a bit. How do you respond to, some of these charges that are being made as well? And of course, what does this mean in terms of the future for the Aam Aadmi Party if, again, I'm only quoting numbers as I see them on the Election Commission website, Mr. Reddy, if those numbers are to hold, which are clearly giving the BJP a lead at the moment?
So, the BJP was clearly not able to show what they have delivered to people. They were not able to compete with the delivery model of the Aam Aadmi Party. You have seen shocking pictures of Prime Minister Narendra Modi sitting in a dummy classroom, a studio classroom, saying that we will also build government schools. But they don't have a single school across the country in the 20-odd states where they have a government. So when the BJP realized that they don't have work to show, they took a different route wherein BJP has never claimed not to be corrupt. The whole attempt was to show people that Mr. Kejriwal is also corrupt. The BJP has a history of taking the most corrupt people from other parties and then writing off cases. Over the past 10 years, the BJP has used and misused every agency in the country to paint their opponents in each election in a bad light. So if you notice, they have nothing to explain when it comes to why they took Mr. Ajit Pawar and broke up the NCP as well as the Shiv Sena. In West Bengal, they have taken people whom they claim 70,000 crore scams, and they are today not just a part of the BJP, but the BJP has in return written off all the investigations over the past 10 years. Records and data will show you that more than 99% of cases filed by the anti-corruption agencies have been against the opposition leaders, which means it's not anti-corruption, it's anti-opposition agencies. And it's possible that some of this may have impacted some of our vote, but we are relying on the direct beneficiaries of our schemes. And the reason for our confidence is the fact that we believe that we've not only done work for the people of Delhi, but we've transformed life. We are working and we have gone to this election purely based on the delivery of various schemes to the people of Delhi, and we have to wait and see what people have chosen.
Okay. Mr. Mukesh Tyagi, would you like to come in on that? Some of the points that were directed at you as well, saying, like Mr. Pachauri was speaking about how religion became a huge factor as well in these elections. While it may have seen that governance issues seem to have taken center stage with most parties announcing various welfare schemes, but, it was about the use of religion. It was about the Prime Minister's very, carefully planned Kumbh Dubki on February 5th, the day BJP votes, I beg your pardon, the day Delhi votes. These are factors that cannot be discounted, Mr. Tyagi.
No, I think I'm sick and tired of this narrative that Prime Minister takes full opportunity, capitalizes upon along the election. There is a perennial electioneering in India. I mean, there is hardly any day where there is no election in one state or another, municipal corporation. All these kind of elections are happening perennially. It means Prime Minister should calibrate all his moves depending on when the election is there, when the election is not there. I think it's when he says one nation, one election, then everybody criticizes. Everybody pounces upon him. It's a murder of democracy. It's a murder of constitution. So I think one has to come to the terms that these optics have no impact, let me tell you, whatsoever. Why then in 10 years' time, AAP continue to remain in power with a great majority, solid majority? If that is the reason, Prime Minister has been displaying these optics for a very long time. But now people have realized that twin engine government is the only solution for the accelerated development of Delhi. And this is the message which has gone. Delhi people are not, let me tell you, one of the most mature voters in India. I mean, they have voted BJP 7 out of 7 continuously. And in assembly election, they brought AAP party. Before that, there was a Congress party. So these people have look at the fine differentiation by the voters' mentality. If they are driven by these optics, I think it's a very preposterous, very, very nonsensical observations that you are relating election victory because Prime Minister took a dubki in Ganga. So that's something I think we should rule out. Coming to the religion and all, tell me one thing. Which political party? I mean, Congress is the champion of appeasement. I mean, they are the one who have, I think, embarrassed this country. And when Manmohan Singh said the first right on the natural resources belong to the Muslims, is it not
wrong? Absolutely wrong. You have not read that speech. I've read that speech. I had part in rewriting that speech. Okay, he never said it. He said the right of the poor, the women, the scheduled caste, the scheduled tribes, and then he said, and the poor and the minorities. Okay,
Mr. Pachauri, what does he mean by minorities?
You guys have gone too far on this.
1 second. Okay,
I don't come out to discuss things. Okay, I've come out only because at this place, the discussion is going on very nicely and in a sober tone. I must correct you on that, and please be corrected. Please go and see it.
I want to just ask if BJP can give a real evidence of appeasement by Congress.
I'm giving you.
Give me one example which is real, which is true. I will Google it and check.
I will give you right now. What is happening in the Karnataka when the reservation happened for the OBCs? Why did they enter entire Muslim community for the reservation benefit? Is it not? There are no differentiation in the Muslims. There are Pasmandas. There are many subsects. So en masse reservation to Muslims in Karnataka. When Andhra Pradesh said you cannot provide reservation, they took away the reservation of OBCs, handed over 3% or 4% to Muslims. Is it not an appeasement? I mean, they are saying Ram Kalprik hai. They are the one who. I mean, look at this.
He's completely wrong.
1 second.
He's himself saying the 2-3% of the OBC are Muslims.
Listen to me. He's
himself saying it.
I'll give you more examples. Have the patience to listen to it. When the divorce settlement happened, didn't Rajiv Gandhi alter the constitution? I mean, when the maintenance right was given to that old lady, Didn't he alter the entire constitution? What are you talking? I think
I
Congress
think
has
altering the
built up.
entire constitution is a very big word, and
Yeah,
I
so
think
He brought out the constitutional amendment. I'm not saying altering the entire 42nd amendment was a mini constitution of India. He
Can we
introduced.
get back to the debate of the Delhi election, please?
yeah, okay,
No,
yeah, that's right, that's right. We are probably diverging away from the discussion at the moment. Mr. Tyagi, I'll come back to you. Mr. Reddy is also with us from the Aam Aadmi Party. Chetan Chauhan, our national affairs editor, is also joining us here this morning. Chetan, good morning to you. Currently the numbers as they stand on the election commission website, let me just try and refresh that at the moment, so that if there are any updated numbers. BJP at 39, Aam Aadmi Party at 23. But I'm just looking at two interesting constituencies that a lot of ink has been spent over. Obviously, this is not concerning the heavyweights constituencies that I'm talking about. Those are, of course, Jangpura, New Delhi, and of course Kalkaji. But let's look at what Okhla is suggesting at the moment. Okhla, BJP leading. Aam Aadmi Party's Amanatullah Khan is trailing behind the BJP by 2,260 votes at the moment. AIMIM, which was said to be the spoiler in this contest, Shafaur Rahman Khan of the AIMIM at number 4 at the moment. And then, of course, the other interesting constituency where it was predicted that AIMIM would be playing spoiler was Mustafabad. Here, the BJP leading by 161,081 votes over the Aam Aadmi Party's Adil Ahmad Khan, and AIMIM currently Mohammad Tahir Hussain at number 5 position. Do you think that the charges that were leveled against the AIMIM, that they've come here to just spoil the AAP's chances, has exactly that seems to have happened in terms of the numbers?
What I think is, statistically, if you see the election, this may be true, but on ground that is not true. In Okhla, there was huge anti-incumbency against Amanatullah Khan. If you see all the 3 candidates, the Congress candidate is a Muslim, AM candidate is a Muslim, and the third is a Congress candidate. So the vote division has happened. Congress also put up a decent candidate, and Aam Aadmi Party also put up a decent candidate. AIM also put up a decent candidate. So, but it was because of 10 years of Amanatullah Khan in Okhla, huge anti-incumbency. The people said it did not do any sort of work. So the Muslim votes got divided. And in all the Muslim constituencies, most of the Muslim constituencies like Mustafabad, maybe Silampur, there is the polarization of vote. So because of the polarization, the Hindu votes go to mostly the BJP, but the Muslim votes go to the Muslim candidates. Similar thing has happened. So because of the polarization and the anti-incumbency against the Aam Aadmi Party candidates, the BJP is leading in these Muslim-dominated constituencies. If you see the Ballimara also, which has been traditionally constituency won by Muslims, the BJP is winning. Even in the Chandni Chowk belt, the old Delhi belt, where people like Shoaib Malik, Harun Yusuf have been winning traditionally, the BJP is really doing well. So basically, it says that there was a huge anti-incumbency against the Aam Aadmi Party and candidates, local candidates also, which has resulted in this sort of a mandate. Though the voting percentage as of now appears to be, there's only a 5% to 6 percentage point difference, and the Congress has played a spoiler in many constituencies for Aam Aadmi Party. This is the early trends I can see from the data which has come on the Election Commission website and other websites. This is the early trend, but as of now, I don't think that Aam Aadmi Party will be coming back, making a strong comeback. From the early trends, it appears that the BJP is romping home easily after 27 years. And the reason is that the Aam Aadmi Party, in the last 5 years, the people felt that they didn't do anything for people, especially on the infrastructure, improving people's life. These were the issues which people thought. And the Bijli Pani, which Aam Aadmi Party, Arvind Kejriwal banked on, gone for years now, all the states are giving it. So it was nothing extra. When he gave it in 2013-14, it was something new. No other state offered free electricity, free water. But now almost every state is giving these facilities free of cost. So he did not offer anything new in the last 5 years. So, there was a huge anti-incumbency against Aam Aadmi Party. Plus that, I think I should compliment the BJP, the team, the way they fought the elections. They built up the momentum slowly to the voting day. and they ensure that the election machinery works well to defeat BJP. Even in the areas like slum colonies, unauthorized colonies, the BJP has done really well, much better than what was expected.
Okay, right. I believe Mr. Arnab Moitra of the Aam Aadmi Party is now joining us. Mr. Prithvi Reddy had earlier joined us. Thank you to him for having, of course, given us his time. Mr. Moitra, I'll take this across to you at the moment. What I'm looking at is possibly bad news for the Aam Aadmi Party, not just in terms of the numbers, but some of your key faces and some of your tallest candidates. The incumbent Chief Minister Atishi currently is trailing in the Kalkaji constituency. BJP's Ramesh Biduri is ahead by 1,149 votes. This is after round 1 of 12 rounds of counting. Also, Arvind Kejriwal is leading by a very small margin in New Delhi by 254 votes after 2 rounds of counting. Right behind him, just short of 254 votes, is Parvesh Sahib Singh Verma. So, not very good news for some of your key faces, your tallest faces.
Will change very quickly, and by the end of the counting you will see that Aam Aadmi Party will be in a convincing position to form the Delhi government, and we are very hopeful about that. Regarding the trailing of Atishi ji, she was leading some time back, now she is trailing and she will be leading very soon again. People has given their mandate and we are very hopeful that Aam Aadmi Party's work has influenced the people. The people of Delhi are very much convinced with what we have done and what we are supposed to do in the next 5 years. And there is absolute clarity, and Arvind Kejriwal will be the next Chief Minister of Delhi.
Are you not being a little too hopeful, because even the election commission is giving BJP around 39 at the moment in terms of leads? Again, 1 or 2 rounds of counting only. There are several more rounds to go, but it appears that the BJP may be running away with this election. Again, never say never, because it was at 11 a.m. that we saw tables turn in Haryana the last time round. But are you not being a little too hopeful?
No, I'm not being over hopeful, because I know our leaders were among the people in Delhi. We went door to door and talked with different people, and we have our data. So we are very much promising that we will be going to win this election. And as the time will go on and the counting will continue, you will find major changes in this tallies very soon.
Okay, Mr. Moitra, stay on with us. Kushagra Saxena of the Congress Party, spokesperson, joining us at the moment. Also, Rami Desai, political analyst, joining us as well. To Rami Desai at the moment, Chetan Chauhan in our studio here said that it was anti-incumbency, the tenure anti-incumbency that basically cost the Aam Aadmi Party this election. Would you agree with that? Mm-hmm.
Turmoil that Delhi was in, not just infrastructure. You look at, it had become far more dirtier. There was garbage all over. There was no garbage collection. Infrastructure was in ruins. And over and above all of this, we had to hear the histrionics of Aam Aadmi Party. The fact is that I think this election is a very, very determined defeat of not just because of anti-incumbency, but because of the rejection of the kind of politics that Aam Aadmi Party had become used to and famous for doing, which was, sort of creating some sort of hysteria. And we know that, hysteria has a limit. At some point, those guys, you can't keep emotions elevated. You can't keep people on the edge. The other thing that I noticed was, and I think that's a very telling thing, before the elections, with all the promises of the freebies, if you had your ear on the ground, you had the poorest of the poor in Delhi saying, "Humko 2,000 rupees nahi chahiye. Give us infrastructure, give us proper roads, clean our city up. These 2,000 rupees or 3,000 rupees or whatever you give us is not going to make a difference. We can earn that, Don't give us free bijli, we'll pay for it, but give us bijli. Don't give us free water, give us clean water and we'll pay for it." And I think that says a lot about the expectations of the people of Delhi, who realize that they cannot be bought over by these piecemeal sort of promises. Of course, there have been all sorts of other elements in this elections, but I think this is predominant, that you cannot take the public for granted all the time, every time. And I think the public has given its mandate. Of course, AAP can be hopeful, but we know that the numbers aren't going to change dramatically. Also, I think it brings to light the whole Indie alliance. I mean, this alliance was an unholy alliance to begin with, but look at Congress celebrating the defeat of AAP. It really tells us that, AAP doesn't really have a lot of good friends around it to support it at any given point of time, and that the alliance itself is on very shaky ground. Yes, there's anti-incumbency. Yes, there's, the vote share has been divided with the Congress. But I think the elemental fact really here is taking Delhi and the people of Delhi for a ride for too long. And I think that is what the mandate tells us.
Okay. I'll take that question concerning the India bloc with Kushagra Saxena of the Congress party, but let's bring in Mr. Mukesh Tyagi of the BJP at the moment. While, of course, you would be very hopeful, and rightly so at the moment, given the numbers that the BJP is going to be back in power after 27 years in Delhi, given that the BJP currently stands at 38 and up on 27. This is from the Election Commission website. So I'm just mentioning some of the official figures as they come in. These are just leads in a sense, because they are indicative of which way things are going at the moment. Mr. Tyagi, the question on everyone's mind would be, Mukhyamantri kaun banega, sir?
देखिए मुख्यमंत्री जो है, this is a very, we never announced the मुख्यमंत्री face. If you have seen Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, in most of the places, we have never declared who will be the chief minister, and very, very exceptionally, like in Bihar, we said Nitish Kumar ji will be the chief minister, irrespective of the fact whether whatever number he scores. So we don't have the policy. It is the democratic process of election. If they will have the support of the legislators, whosoever will enjoy the majority confidence, who can lead, as a matter of fact, who is efficient, administratively robust, who can bring about revolutionary changes in this rotten Delhi, that person will lead this, because we cannot take Delhi people for granted. Because of political convenience, we will elect somebody who is a politically more savvy, but we will need an administratively efficient guy who will bring about changes in Delhi. And Delhi needs that kind of a revamping, because Delhi is the capital of India. You have international delegation coming in here. Pollution is one of the major challenges which we need to develop. Look at the road infrastructure, metro. I mean, entire Delhi needs a revamping. And the way our party has exploited the emotions of Delhi, I think without just trying to give some lollipops here and there, but I think Delhi needs a very, very revolutionary push, and that's what will be the criteria for judging who will be the chief minister face. I mean, there are a number of candidates. We don't have any dearth of candidates who will be, and I'm sure the kind of discipline we have, if we elect anybody, there is no revolt that I should have been the chief minister. We have put even the cabinet ministers in Union of India in the electioning of the state, and we have made them minister also there. They have become MLA from MP to MLA. Look at Ramesh Vidudi. He was a two-time MP. He's contesting for the MLA election. So there is no, even Fadnavis, he became deputy chief minister despite the fact he was a CM of Maharashtra. So he has very beautifully adjusted to the new dynamics. And so we have very strong organizational discipline, and that is what going to reflect in the selection of the chief minister post.
Chetan, obviously, the BJP wouldn't have wanted to repeat the Kiran Bedi mistake that they did, a couple of elections ago, when they did project a face and it didn't quite work very well. The BJP has been contesting. I mean, we've heard this rhetoric. We don't have a dearth of good candidates. There are many faces within the party, all very capable as well. They will follow whatever the high command, whatever the parliamentary board of the party decides at the end of the day. But always piggybacking off the back of the Prime Minister and his popularity eventually, because if you look at some of the surveys that were done, they still said that most of Delhiites would want to see Arvind Kejriwal as chief minister, because the other contenders were Parvesh Sahib Singh Verma, Manoj Tiwari, quite far back in the race.
No, you mentioned Kiran Bedi. At that time, politics has to be seen in the context of time. So in 2015, when Arvind Kejriwal was there, he was contesting after resigning again, and he has come from freshly from the anti-corruption movement of which Kiran Bedi was also part. So having Kiran Bedi as a face who fought against corruption as a BJP face, would have done I think was a wise and a good decision at that point of time. But what didn't the BJP did not realize that at that time Aam Aadmi Party was ascending. There was nothing against Aam Aadmi Party. There was nothing against Kejriwal. His 8 months as a chief minister was decent. He had done a lot of things in the 8 months, and he had given free water, free electricity. So at that time, it was a decent decision. But now, after 11 years, there's a lot of anti-incumbency against Aam Aadmi Party. The worst, what I think Arvind Kejriwal failed to decipher was that after he won in 2020, then he won the MCD, he took Delhi people for granted. And he thought that the Delhi is now his political baby. He will not go anywhere. So he did not work on any of the promises he had made. Most of the promises he has made. They promised in the budget that they will give 2,000 rupees to women, 1,000 rupees to women in the budget. It is 10 months, more than 11 months, they did not deliver him the promise. I don't agree with the political analysts who have that this would not have had an impact. If he would have given it, it would have had an impact. We have seen the impact of such similar schemes in Jharkhand, in Maharashtra. In Maharashtra, if you see Bombay, my friends in Bombay, journalist friends said that women in Bombay who were UBT Shiv Sena voters traditionally voted for Shinde and BJP because they got 2,500 per month. So if they had 3 women in the house, they got 7,500. So Arvind Kejriwal failure to provide that sort of money before the elections was a reason that the women voters the BJP was able to sway away them easily. And the banking on the schools, only one thing for 10 years was, I think, the biggest political mistake. Because on ground, the people did not feel the change he had promised was delivered.
Mohalla clinics as well.
Mohalla clinics he was harping on, but if you see the state of Mohalla clinics in many places, it is in shambles. You can project 4 Mohalla clinics and show them as great, but there are 100 others. So, you have to have a basic standard. Government hospitals were not in a very good shape. They were not in a shape even what was left by the Congress, Sheila Dikshit. And this election, amazingly, Congress may not be winning any seat. Sheila Dikshit was an issue. The BJP was speaking about the infrastructure development done by Sheila Dikshit in the 15 years of regime. So the transformation of Delhi, the people of Delhi were reminded by BJP, less by Congress, more by BJP, that how the BJP was the Delhi was transformed by Sheila Dikshit. So Aam Aadmi Party had no counter to it. And Aam Aadmi Party's campaign never picked up in Delhi. Unlike the previous election when they used to have an army of volunteers, a structure which appeared on ground. This election, there was total absence of volunteers. Whoever guys who were there, most of them were paid. And the ground level infrastructure of the party, the structure of the party appeared missing to combat the BJP. And you were also talking about who can be the probable BJP chief minister candidate. So many of the MLAs who have won have a lot of experience, previous experience. They have been MP MLAs, but the BJP has been known to spring surprises. It did it in Rajasthan when Machalan Sharma was announced, Mohan Yadav in Madhya Pradesh, in Chhattisgarh also, and Mohan Maje in Odisha. So the BJP's, what I understand, dynamics is that the chief minister candidate will be one who will appeal to the electorate. May not be administratively great, but appeal to the electorate and looking at the next election. So my thing is that a Purvanchali, because they have a considerable number of Purvanchali voters in Delhi, the Bihar elections are coming, there can be a Purvanchali chief minister in Delhi for the first time, because the BJP would like to catch on the huge Purvanchali vote bank in Delhi, which is with Aam Aadmi Party as of now, because they have got 40 to 43%
Could
vote
that be
share.
an MP?
No, will be an MLA.
Will be an
So,
MLA.
will be, because the BJP stated policy is that MLA will become a chief minister, elected MLA will become a chief minister. They will not have anybody from
brought in,
outside.
yeah.
I can't say they can change the policy also. This is a norm that they have. This is not a policy, the norm. They can change it for Delhi also. But I think that they will like to have somebody from the Purvanchal, Eastern UP, Bihar as the chief minister if they want to strengthen their vote bank among the among voters who are considered to be aligning towards the Aam Aadmi Party or the Congress in the coming days, plus the huge appeal for the Bihar elections, with the BJP wants to win in November, December this year. So this is my view on this.
Okay, that's a very interesting point that you make. I'll bring in Rami Desai also on this, but for just for a moment, I'll go across to Kushagra Saxena, Congress spokesperson who's been holding on for a bit. What does this mean for the India bloc? Really, because that's been a question which has been all pervasive through our discussion earlier this morning, because we've seen how the Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party have not seen eye to eye in this election campaign. They did not join hands after the Lok Sabha elections of 2024 in Haryana. As well, what does this mean for the bloc? Because clearly, Akhilesh Yadav, Mamata Banerjee, they all chose sides. They chose Arvind Kejriwal. Omar Abdullah has said as well that, it just shows that this bloc is not working. Might as well just dismantle and get on with it. What does this mean for the India bloc?
First of all, let me clear one thing, that India bloc is completely united and strong enough, for upcoming challenge.
Didn't seem like through the campaign.
Maybe because yesterday you have witnessed that Mr. Rahul Gandhi has had a press conference with the India bloc members also. And when it comes
to AAP is not part of the India bloc? Is it out?
I'm not saying that, but the actions of Arvind Kejriwal speaks that he himself trying to, dumping himself out from the India alliance. We on our own didn't take him in the alliance, and we on our own didn't, dump him from the alliance. He himself tried to, portray that thing from the very much starting of the Delhi elections, that I am fighting all alone. So he wasn't cordial. He was a bit arrogant that time. Aam Aadmi Party didn't at all cordial with the India bloc partners and other partners who were actually favoring and supporting Arvind Kejriwal. It's their choice, because we are a democratic alliance, and it's completely fine whether we want to fight alone or other members wants to support other parties, because India alliance is not for the state. If I can tell you one thing, that India alliance formed for the national perspective, for the national issues. And when it comes to national issues, we are united and we are fighting all together. But it depends on Kejriwal and his dirty politics, which he always, try to dismantle his own alliance partners and his, colleagues, whether in his own party or with his the partners of the alliance. He always tried to get in. The problem here is this, that we were every party tried to fight elections to form a government, and we were fighting to form government. Obviously, the results and the early trends are not favoring us, but it's it's just the starting of the first phase, or maybe the ballot round has been over, and I'm assuring you that the scenario will change. I'm not saying that we will form the government, but we will surely do better than Aam Aadmi Party in the when it comes to vote share or anything. Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Maitra, would you like to come in? The Congress party, clearly it appears that the knives are out. If the AAP loses this election, if the trends are to hold, then clearly it's bye-bye AAP as far as, the India bloc, or I don't know what the bloc will be. Will it break into two halves? Will each one pick sides over here? But clearly the Congress is saying that the knives will be out.
Firstly, let us remove that if. There is no ifs and buts. As the counting is going on, I can see changes already in the tallies, and AAP by far now is leading in 32 seats, and it will soon cross the majority mark. So let us remove the if, the first part. The second part is, in this election, we have seen Congress and BJP fighting this election against Aam Aadmi Party hand in hand. So firstly, I like to tell you that most of the India alliance partners were favoring Aam Aadmi Party because they were very much accustomed with the malintentions of Congress in this Delhi elections. Regarding the future of India alliance, it will be taken once the India alliance meeting is conducted, and the leaders of different parties of this alliance will sit together and decide on the future on that. I am not here to comment on that because I should not comment on that right now. And another thing is, let me tell you that...
Do you think you can work with the Congress in the future? You can continue working with the Congress as you did, say, in the 2024 Lok Sabha elections?
Look, I'm again repeating this. in this Delhi election, Congress and BJP fought this election hand in hand. So we and the people of Delhi and this country are very much now clear that Congress was favoring Bharatiya Janata Party in this election. So let us keep that aside and let us talk on this election results. Let me update you with this. I have the news. I don't know whether you have it. From Kalkaji, Atishiji is leading and Arvind Kejriwal is leading as well. So the figures are changing. Now the fight is coming close. So figures will keep on changing. Let me tell you, the second round is only been counted and there are several other rounds. And by the end of
After
8th
the
or
second
9th
round,
round,
sir, in Kalkaji on the Election Commission website, Atishi is trailing by 1,342 votes at the moment. I'll check with Delhi
might
as well.
happen. It might happen as per the election commission data. It might happen. What ground report I am getting is she is now leading from Kalkaji.
Okay. Rami Desai, do you want to come in on this discussion as well? Of course, the future of the India bloc.
I need to reply to Arnab.
Okay. Rami, just for a moment. Yes, Mr. Saxena.
I'm just saying that Aam Aadmi Party is nothing but another RSS baby. The way they actually try to portray things and they try to put blames on others. When it comes to Delhi, we were actually make them accountable that what you have done in the 10 years and whether you are partner, whether we are partner in an alliance or not, you are actually accountable to the people of Delhi, which you are actually in the, they are in the power from the last 10 years. And it's a responsibility to ask them what you have done in the last 10 years. And this was the reason why we took our side and we were fighting on the basis what we have delivered in the last 15 years.
I mean, I've heard this in the past.
How many Indians alliance partner, how many India bloc alliance partners supported you? That shows your position. First, let me tell you, please introspect your side first and then blame others, please.
The thing is this.
I would like to give some information on the India alliance.
For a moment, just a moment.
In Gujarat, the local body polls are happening where the Congress and Aam Aadmi Party in many of the municipal bodies is contesting together and as an alliance. So, politics is a dynamic thing. It varies from state to state. For every political party, the aim is to get to power. So this is not for India or NDA, this is for every political party. They will try the best alliance, the best situation to come to power. In Delhi, the Aam Aadmi Party thought that they can win this election independently. Rightly so, because they have got a huge majority, more than 50% vote share in the last two elections. So they rightly thought. But I think this India alliance, or whatever the name it gets, a cohesive opposition alliance at the national level will continue.
Okay.
I don't know whether AAP will be part of it because the Punjab elections are next, where the Congress and AAP are in direct fight with each other. But some sort of a national alliance against the NDA would be there.
Okay, Rami Desai, would you want to come in on that? The future of the India bloc seems to be a very contentious issue at the moment.
Absolutely, as it should be, because I remember even in during the general elections, it wasn't really easy. You could see the fault lines. I remember Rahul Gandhi's roadshow through the Northeast, wasn't allowed to even enter West Bengal. TMC completely put their foot down. So it is, we cannot deny the fact that this is unstable. There isn't a common agenda or common values in this alliance, except the fact that maybe they can take on the BJP, maybe they can take on the NDA. But having said that, there was something mentioned about the freebies. I'll tell you, freebies will only work when you have a little bit of credibility. Freebies cannot be an alternative for all the work that you've promised. So that is what we see happening in Delhi, and therefore it makes it different to Maharashtra. In Delhi, there was a question mark also of the fact that you didn't deliver it in Punjab. AAP didn't come through on its promises of what it had promised to give people in terms of freebies, in terms of cash. Therefore, how can we trust you here? Also that you want to give freebies, but you don't want to do anything else. Now they said that हमने पानी के line लगाए थे. पानी के line लगाए थे. They weren't turned on in many places. So people were still buying water, and the accusation was this was in order to give some sort of fillip to the mafia, water tank mafias that run around the city. They spoke about the mohalla clinics. None of them are functional. When you speak about the schools, there were only few schools that were revamped the way they were showed to be revamped. So all of this affects the daily life of a person who lives in Delhi. Like I said right at the outset of your show, somebody living in Delhi, I've never seen Delhi this dirty in my life. There is garbage all over because there's a complete breakdown of the kind of infrastructure that at least we had. I'm not saying Delhi infrastructure has ever been perfect, but we never thought it would come down to this level. Number two, I think BJP also played its cards well. Right at the outset, it didn't really think, and it was evident that the BJP didn't really think that it would quite make it through the way now that we're expecting it to come through. But I think their angle on the Sheesh Mahal, which was very practical, but the angle on the Sheesh Mahal revealing what Kejriwal really is doing behind the scenes really hit on AAP's credibility in the market. And I think we are seeing the results of that. Now, coming back to your early question about the India alliance, we can say whatever we want to that, the alliance will stay. But is the alliance really bearing fruit? This is a question that we must ask ourselves, whether it's on a national level or a state level. And I think, it's an alliance that probably won't stand the test of time, considering that the fault lines are already evident.
Okay. There is, of course, a question I have for Chetan, but before that, let's bring in Mr. Mukesh Tyagi with the BJP as well, a spokesperson of the party. Obviously, heartening news for you. The BJP at 43. This is off the Election Commission website that I'm reading these, trends and leads out of. BJP 43, Aam Aadmi Party 27. Though Mr. Tyagi, AAP's Abhinav Mitra, Mr. Moitra has been constantly saying that he's still hopeful that the tables will turn. I'm not sure in which way, in that sense that, whether AAP will cross the majority mark as well. It stands at 27 right now. But clearly, it's not going to be a situation of 62 and 8, really, in the Delhi Legislative Assembly. The AAP is going to be in good numbers in the Legislative Assembly. So the BJP will be on its toes. You won't be able to point fingers at anyone, especially because the party is at the center when it comes to that infrastructure work that Rami Desai has been talking about, when it comes to daily amenities and necessities, that work which needs to be done on the ground. AAP will be in good numbers to keep you on your toes.
No, we welcome very robust opposition, and we would like that there should be strong opposition so that everybody is under check. And nobody should feel that democracy should be taken for a ride. This is our fundamental principle. We entertain all the opposition from Mr. Rahul Gandhi. He lambasts Prime Minister Modi left, right, center. They call all kinds of words to him. And he says, Chaukidar Chor hai. That kind of narrative Prime Minister has built up. He never takes it personally. So I think this is a very classic example. We need a very strong opposition. We even want Congress to win few seats, and so there is a amalgamation of political views in the process of exercising the power. But optimism is based on realism is fine. But this optimism, like for example, Congress spokesperson have been saying we are forming the government. We are forming the government. Similarly, AAP is still holding the fort that they are going to win the majority of 35. Looking at the predominant trends, establishing directly the BJP's coming into power in Delhi Assembly. Still, they are hoping that they will win in the next round. Atishi is also, I just checked up, Atishi is lagging behind. And they have got the information that Atishi is ahead of her competitor. So I think these guys are living in this fool's paradise. And that is the reflection in the current election. I'm very surprised to see even these numbers coming up for AAP, because AAP is also on the verge of decimation. They are building up their entire foundation in a most, what I say is in the betrayal is their DNA. They are betraying the people of Delhi, and they are not doing any developmental work. It's a rhetorics. Only the freebies are their major rescue. They have done no tangible development for Delhi, and you will see in contrast that Delhi will become a very, very strong city after BJP takes it over. And as far as we want to work in a non-partisan fashion. We don't want tutu meme and all the times. Every discussion should lead to, if there is a development issue, there should be unanimity. I personally feel that, and we are not scared at all of coming in a formidable position.
Chetan, one of the points which was raised about, and it's obviously spoken of as well, one of the controversies that surrounded the Aam Aadmi Party and Arvind Kejriwal specifically about the Sheesh Mahal, the 45 crore house with renovations and refurbishments, etc. In terms of the lavish lifestyle of many politicians, their watches have been spoken about, their Modi jacket has been spoken about, Moa Moitra's Louis Vuitton bag has been spoken about. Why did this one thing stick as far as an allegation against Arvind Kejriwal?
I think, because Arvind Kejriwal has always projected himself that he was a leader, representative of a common person. He lived a very simple life. In 2013, 14, 15, when he contested, he used to roam around in a Maruti small car. So he projected that he's our ordinary people and he's a representative of ordinary people, their aspirations, their needs, he understands it. So when the Sheesh Mahal thing came up, so the people in that class of unauthorized colonies, slums, who are Aam Aadmi Party vote bank, even in middle class, felt betrayed. That impression that Arvind Kejriwal is not a true person, he doesn't follow what he says. So that sort of a thing stuck with people. So, it may not have led to a huge movement of votes, but that's created an impression that he cannot be believed. So the trust factor which was there with the Aam Aadmi Party, the trust factor, in a way, he lost the trust factor with the people. So that was one thing I think that sort of impact it had on people. But the major issue in Delhi election was the infrastructure, the crumbling infrastructure. In Delhi, I think 70-80%, it's a city state, so 70-80% people use traffic. So the ease of traffic is one of the major issues. What Sheila Dikshit did in 15 years was that she provided people ease of traffic. Apart from ease of living, ease of traffic. So, but in 10 years of Kejriwal, the ease of traffic went down. The traffic congestion, the traffic problems, the potholes on the road, all those issues became a major concern for citizens. So, that way on infrastructure, Arvind Kejriwal's failure became one of the biggest reasons that the Aam Aadmi Party was not able to do or repeat its performance as compared to the previous elections.
Okay. So are you saying, and just to understand this in a more nuanced way, so you're basically saying that people were angry that Arvind Kejriwal was so involved in the politics and pointing fingers at the center, at the MCD earlier as well, instead of actually fixing the problems on the ground. He could have done it, whereas he blamed that I'm not being allowed to do it. I'm working with my hands tied behind my back, but he could have done it.
Aam Aadmi Party, they try to speak, where people may not know. In Delhi, the land is with the central government. So if we have to build anything on infrastructure, the approval of the central government is needed. But he did not come up with the plans also. The Delhi government, he said that the roads will be like the ones in Paris, London, whatever, the world-class infrastructure, he said, before 2020 elections. But there was no plan, nothing happened on ground. So if he wanted a new, maybe public transport system, a modern public transport system, a different public transport system, so he should have come out with a plan for that. There was no plan. It was only the buses, which he had. The bus will take the space on the road. The private vehicles are also coming. The three-wheelers are all, commercial vehicles are also coming. Right. So the space is limited. So the congestion will increase. So he did not think about any alternative to that.
Right.
Anything which could have eased. So people felt that after 2-3 years, people started feeling that Arvind Kejriwal has not been able to do anything. All the gains that Delhi made during Sheila Dikshit's 15 years have been lost. And the BJP, as always, built on the narrative, and Arvind Kejriwal was not able to counter. Arvind Kejriwal was also not able to counter that how the LG created problems for him. So they went to Supreme Court, but on ground, they were not able to convince people. That messaging was not there. So it was not there because the foot soldiers, Aam Aadmi Party, lacked in many places.
Okay. I'll just, of course, bring in Mr. Saxena as well. He's been holding on for a moment. But quickly, just, these are reports coming in from our reporters on the ground. Obviously, the Election Commission website has the more official updated numbers as well in terms of how the counting is progressing at the moment. But Manish Sisodia, our reporter, says continues to lead in Jangpura after round 3. He has, in fact, polled 11,261 votes, secured those many. And Tarvinder Singh Marwa of the BJP has secured about 8,575 votes. Farhad Suri of the Congress, 4,202. As far as the Rajinder Nagar seat is concerned, after round 4, AAP's Durgesh Pathak is trailing at the moment. He is trailing by about 3,200 votes. The BJP's Umang Bajaj is leading, and the BJP also continues to lead at the Kasturba Nagar seat as well, where the Congress is in second position. Congress's Abhishek Dutt is contesting from the seat. Neeraj Basoya of the BJP currently with 16,355 votes. Mr. Saxena, yes.
What I was saying actually when you were asking about the India Alliance, I just want to clarify one thing, that Congress was actually, fighting against Aam Aadmi Party clearly, because what they have done to our Delhi, which is actually not acceptable. What we have done and what we have delivered under the golden 15 years of Sheila Dikshit's governance, they have completely dismantled Delhi on every sector. The problem with them, that their arrogance and their overconfidence and their poor and ill political knowledge have costed the India Alliance this defeat in Delhi and led BJP to back this big trend. And still they are not trying to learn that lesson, that being the part of the biggest party in the India Alliance, it's a responsibility to maintain some ethics of the alliance. And we always try to maintain those ethics when it comes to the India Alliance. But if somebody has that megalomania, then one cannot do anything. I hope that Kejriwal and Aam Aadmi Party will learn some lessons from this kind of performance they are performing in Delhi, and which actually costed us also, because we were we still are the part of the India Alliance. And if we would have given a choice, I'm clearly saying that if we would have, Congress would have given a choice, then we won't be allow Aam Aadmi Party to be the part of the India Alliance. Because why would we ally why would we go into the alliance with a party which has no ideology, and which have actually costed us other partners also towards a certain sort of defeat. And their arrogance and their overconfidence actually tried to help the BJP to back this big trend and this big lead in Delhi election after 27 years, which Congress actually tried to hold BJP to keep them out of the power. It's because of the Aam Aadmi Party's anti-incumbency and the poor governance they have delivered to Delhi. It's a BJP which is actually into the big lead, and they are responsible. And I was,
it's interesting, they blame you blame you blame the Aam Aadmi Party, both accusing each other of having helped the BJP come to power after 27 years in Delhi.
Yeah, the thing is this, that the poor governance they have delivered, we were actually trying to make them accountable, because we were fighting on the behalf of people of Delhi. We were out of power from last 10 to 12 years, and it was obviously tough. Actually, I can say that toughest for us to fight, because we were fighting against Aam Aadmi Party, against BJP. And if we can say that, if you have witnessed yesterday's press conference, we were fighting against the entire machinery of the system also. And we just try to portray that, but we have actually the the experience to make Delhi the world-class capital, what we have delivered in those 15 years. And now, since it's been now 11 to 12 years, Aam Aadmi Party is in the government, BJP is in the center, and Delhi has suffered most in these 10 to 12 years. Like Ms. Rami Desai was actually, clearly mentioning, there was a time when Delhi was, claimed to be the world-class capital. And in these 10 to 12 years, Delhi has actually faced all the disgrace and all the, Delhi has been highlighted all the for all the negative kind of things, like crime against women, like pollution, like the condition of bad condition of Yamuna. So this was the reason we were actually not be able to try to cordial with the Aam Aadmi Party, and we were not.
Okay. Let Mr. Arnab Moitra respond to that. Mr. Moitra, would you like to come in on that? That this is boiled down entirely to the infrastructure issue. You were not able to deliver on basic infrastructure to the people of Delhi. How long were wait for it in order to, things to settle down for you to get down to the ground and do the job, sir?
Look, firstly, I disagree with your statement that we have not worked on the development aspect. Yes, we did. And there is a long list. If you wish in the show, I can read it out, that what Aam Aadmi Party has done on the development part. But the question is over here is, Congress can blame anyone. Congress is a self-obsessed party, right? They can blame any party.
This is the arrogance, this is the arrogance which actually led.
Look, I have not disturbed you. I have not disturbed you. So please keep this decency.
But if you make
please,
wrong comments or if you
whatever you told was not right.
Mr. Saxena, he did not interrupt. You also made several allegations. He did not interrupt.
Just give me 20 seconds. Just give me 20 seconds. So whom they blame for their Haryana defeat? Whom they blame for their Maharashtra defeat? They should introspect what is going wrong. Look, whatever we'll be gaining and we'll be losing in Delhi election will have an impact on Aam Aadmi Party and Bharatiya Janata Party. Congress is not going to lose anything because they don't had anything. So I don't think they are very much relevant over here. But let me tell you once again, there is a long list. There is a long list of developmental works that Aam Aadmi Party has done.
This big trend of the the BJP is trying to gain here. They are responsible for the BJP's victory. Wherever we are fighting, they are everywhere.
Mr. Kushagra, let me ask you one question. I don't wanted to ask you this. Mr. Kushagra, do you think that Parvesh Verma has distributed rupees 1100 in a broad daylight? Have you complained to the police? Have you went to the Chief Election Commissioner? You haven't done that because
we were the only one. We were the only one who was raising the voice against the corruption and against this money distribution of BJP.
Look again. Congress is irrelevant in this election. Congress is completely irrelevant in this election. So let us not talk about that.
Many blames on you also that you were also distributing money here and there. So we were fighting against you and your partner BJP here in Delhi. So if you are trying to put
I am asking, are you aware that Parvesh Verma was distributing money? Just give me yes or no, sir. Sir. Let us make it simple.
The one who raised this issue. You actually always try to keep continuing what Congress is raising. I am asking you what you have
Parvesh
done.
Verma distributing money. Again,
why you helped from the question? I am answering you, but I am questioning you. Why you helped BJP in
as they are not answering on a yes or no?
Why you wrote
that
that
letter
letter
very
to the RSS
that the
people?
illuminative relationship between Bharatiya Janata Party and Indian National Congress.
Because of Aam Aadmi Party, BJP.
Let me give you another example.
BJP is all set to come.
Okay, Mr. Saxena, for a moment. Okay, you made your point.
Not to shout. Please, I'm asking not to shout. This is not the decent way for the debate.
Mr. Saxena,
I'm giving you another example.
He patiently heard you out, Mr. Saxena. You have to give him the opportunity to make his point.
Ask him to maintain.
Look, I am giving you another example.
Okay. Moving on, gentlemen. Moving on.
Look, I am giving you another example. As they have not seen Parvesh Verma distributing money, they have not seen the law and order situation in Delhi.
Again, he is making false claims. We were the first
moving on, Mr. Moitra.
Against this
Make your next point. Sir.
Congress
Aam Aadmi Party actually helped BJP. And the entire Delhi knows this. Because of them, BJP is actually having this big lead. They have always tried to, harm Congress, and
that is why you lost.
What you have done in Gujarat? What you have done in Gujarat? What you have done in Gujarat?
Wherever you finished in Delhi. You don't have any credibility. Your leaders. Listen to your leader, Sandeep Dixit.
Go into the alliance.
I will request you to listen to the statement of Sandeep Dixit, your leader.
They are actually dangerous for the democratic structure of our country.
Okay, gentlemen, this is not going anywhere, but this clearly is indicative of what's wrong over here. You're part, supposedly, of a coalition group called the India Bloc, and it clearly seems you don't see eye to eye the future of the bloc, hence under question at the moment. And that is what we've been discussing with some of our other panelists as well. What does this say about the future of this bloc in itself, Chetan?
India Bloc?
Yes.
No, I think that, opposition parties, because the BJP is in a strong position, across the states, since the last Lok Sabha elections in 2024, they have won almost all the states except Jharkhand and Jammu and Kashmir. And the numbers they have got across the states are also very remarkable. So the opposition does not have a choice other than to come together, be together, to have some sort of a opposition force against the opposition ruling party. So it may be India Bloc, it may be some other name, but there will be an opposition alliance continue in different states, because the next Lok Sabha election is in 2029. Till that, there is no national election. So statewide, you will see alliances like in the next elections in Uttar Pradesh. Most probably, there will be a Congress and Samajwadi Party alliance. Similarly, in other state elections like Uttar Pradesh, I've said Uttarakhand, which is coming next year, there will be a state-specific alliances of Congress with other regional political parties. But at the national level, we have seen that in Lok Sabha also, in Rajya Sabha also, the parties which are part of the India Bloc have been meeting regularly to chalk out a common strategy. Though since the Lok Sabha elections, we have seen that the TMC have tried to slightly distance itself from the Congress on some issues. Other regional parties have also tried to distance itself from Congress on some issues. But I think going ahead, there will be more opposition unity, because every regional party knows that the BJP is a formidable force. If they don't remain together, the BJP will eat them up like it has happened in Delhi. So India Bloc may not be there. There may be lesser parties, but some sort of a cohesive opposition alliance would be there in future also.
Okay, so you are in fact saying that there could possibly be an alliance in the future as well, especially state-specific alliances between regional parties and the Congress party, because they do realize that they have to come together in order to take on the behemoth that is the Bharatiya Janata Party. As far as the numbers on the Election Commission website are concerned at the moment, viewers, you can go to the website at any moment. You can also go to the Hindustan Times website as well to check on where the trends stand at the moment in terms of leads. Here are the leads on the Election Commission website. BJP at 40, Aam Aadmi Party at 30. So as Mr. Moitra has been saying, that the numbers could change. There could be, some hope there for the Aam Aadmi Party. Clearly, it come from for the last half hour or so, it stood at about 27. Currently, we're looking at 30, the Aam Aadmi Party in terms of leads. But Mr. Moitra, several question marks concerning the future of the Aam Aadmi Party as well, and whether these results would have implications for the party in other states as well, especially, of course, where you're in government, the state of Punjab as well. The leadership, you've already made accusations, some very serious accusations, which, proof has been sought for, that your MLA candidates have been offered money by the Bharatiya Janata Party. They're being poached by the Bharatiya Janata Party. Maybe the BJP won't need those numbers anymore. But are you worried about the party splintering in some sense after the results today?
I guess you can see that the numbers are changing. As told by me 30 minutes back, the numbers are changing very fast. And as the counting will go on, you will find a strong Aam Aadmi Party government taking oath in Delhi Assembly election. Number one. Number two is the leadership is very much aware of what work we have done. We have delivered what we have said, and we are very much confident. That is why when you are telling us that the AAP is down at 27, I was very much hopeful. I told you again and again. And I'm also telling you, we are still very much hopeful, because we were among the people. We know what work we have done, what impact it had on the people of Delhi. So basically, I must tell you that Aam Aadmi Party is going to form a government. And rest on the other issues, I could not hear your question properly. If you please repeat once.
No, in terms of, the future of the party, of course, you are hopeful that the Aam Aadmi Party is going to turn the tables on the BJP, though the BJP stands at 40 right now, looks very comfortably position to form a government. But, about the future of the party, that's what I was asking you about. Are you worried? Because, currently, if I'm looking at the New Delhi constituency, Arvind Kejriwal, after 5 rounds of counting, this is on the Election Commission website, Mr. Moitra, is leading but by a wafer-thin margin of 386 votes. Parvesh Sahib Singh Verma just behind him.
The counting is going on, so we expect that the lead will increase. Arvind Kejriwal will win that seat very, very comfortably. Another thing is regarding the allegation that Aam Aadmi Party has made for offering its candidates money. BJP is going to need that. First, number one. Number two is we have made a number public for ACB to investigate. And apart from all these things, leave behind all these things, we have seen what has happened in Maharashtra. We have seen what has happened in Maharashtra, the 7-star hotels in Assam where the MLAs were taken and been kept. They've given a lavish lifestyle on that time. And when they came back, the government was toppled. So this is the DNA of Bharatiya Janata Party. They topple government. They believe in horse trading. And Maharashtra is the live example of that. You cannot deny this. No one on this panel, I think, that would like to deny on this, that they have a track record of horse trading. Our MLAs, our sitting MLAs, our candidates got the phone. We have registered an official complaint with the ACB and we have given them the number from where it has been called. So this is the DNA of Bharatiya Janata Party and they keeps on doing this, not only in Delhi, in Maharashtra. We have seen this in Goa as well, where the government was toppled. Right, the mandate was given to Congress, BJP snatched it away. So they have a long legacy of horse trading. So I don't think that this
let the BJP respond to that. Mr. Mukesh Tyagi is with us. A long legacy of horse trading. The Aam Aadmi Party has made allegations that the BJP approached its 16 candidates, making offers of 15 crores each, ministerial positions that were being offered as well. Maybe if the leads are to hold, you might not need their numbers and their support. You would be comfortably able to form government on your own. But serious allegations, Mr. Tyagi, that the BJP could poach away some of their winning candidates, could possibly break the Aam Aadmi Party.
You see, Aam Party believes in food policy. So it's not something which is for the first time they are doing it. This kind of sensational politics are plays all the time. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead, please, sir.
Yeah. So these even Kejriwal has apologized to Arun Jaitley because when the defamation case was filed against him, and this kind of similar allegation happened previously also. Ki money has.
Okay, we seem to have lost that link with Mr. Tyagi. We'll try and reconnect with him. Yeah, Mr. Tyagi, are you back with us?
Yeah, but your connection gets snapped. So
yeah. Oh. Okay, we'll try and fix that. We'll fix that, viewers, and we will get Mr. Tyagi back to respond to that very serious charge which is being made by the Aam Aadmi Party. Remember, the ACB, the Anti-Corruption Bureau, also reached Mr. Arvind Kejriwal's doorstep yesterday seeking proof, and then, of course, wrote to him asking him 5 questions saying, kisko phone aaya, from which number, what was the offer that was made, etc., etc. So Sanjay Singh, of course, has gone before the ACB and given proof as well, claims the Aam Aadmi Party. They've made public a number as well, saying this is where we got calls from. So several, of course, accusations flying thick and fast. We suspect that, the Aam Aadmi Party will, in its own way, challenge the results if the numbers and the leads as we see them were to hold as we see them on the Election Commission website. Okay, here is how things are turning at the moment. After round 6 of 13 rounds of counting, only round 6, up to round 6, Arvind Kejriwal now trailing behind Parvesh Sahib Singh Verma. Parvesh Sahib Singh Verma has secured 12,388 votes so far. So he's leading by again a wafer-thin margin of 225 votes. Arvind Kejriwal trailing behind him at 12,163. Sandeep Dixit of the Congress Party at 2,050 votes at the moment. So trailing behind, much behind the BJP and the UP candidate by 10,338 votes. He's trailing at the moment. So the tables have turned as far as the New Delhi constituency is concerned. But again, this is just about halfway through the rounds of counting. in the New Delhi constituency. 6 rounds have been counted, 13 rounds in total of counting to take place. So this is what it's looking like at the moment, viewers. Let's try and take you through some of the details of the other constituencies as well. If you could just pull that up as well for you in terms of where they stand. Remember, we told you about how Atishi was trailing from the Kalkaji seat. We'll try and pull that up at the moment. Kalkaji seat, of course, is where the incumbent chief minister is contesting from. She's currently trailing after 4 rounds of counting by 1,635 votes. Ramesh Baduri of the Bharatiya Janata Party, former member of parliament, now is currently trailing by 4,440 votes behind the BJP's Shikha Roy. Okay, so we'll try and bring in more guests and more, analytical perspective on where things stand at the moment. But the BJP has a lot to cheer for. S.N. Singh of the Bharatiya Janata Party is joining us at the moment, spokesperson of the party. Thank you so much, Mr. Singh, for joining us at the moment. We lost the line somehow with Mr. Mukesh Tyagi of the BJP, who was speaking earlier. I'll take that question across to you as well. The charges that the Aam Aadmi Party has leveled, Mr. Singh, are very serious. They said a couple of days ago that 16 of the MLA candidates had been contacted by the BJP, being offered money, being offered ministerial positions in a BJP-led government in order to break away from the Aam Aadmi Party. They still suspect that those offers will keep coming through, so that the AAP in itself is dismantled, because it's not like the AAP in itself has completely dismantled itself or imploded as a result of these results. Because currently, if the Election Commission website is to be trusted, which it has to be, the Aam Aadmi Party is leading on 30 seats. So not all washed out. It is going to prove to be a formidable opposition in the Delhi Legislative Assembly, Mr. Singh.
देखिए, आज के चुनाव हारने का भी सबसे बड़ा कारण यही है कि केजरीवाल जी और उनकी पूरी पार्टी सिर्फ झूठ पे टिकी हुई है। आज देखिए, प्रचार समाप्त हो गया है, आज रिजल्ट का डे है। रिजल्ट के डे में ये देखा जाता है कोई भी आदमी चुनाव कैसे जीतता है, लीडर, कैडर, विकास और विश्वास। एक लीडर ऐसा आता है अरविंद केजरीवाल नाम का, जिसपे दिल्ली की जनता भरोसा करती है, और केंद्र में भारतीय जनता पार्टी को वोट करते हुए भी राज्य का जब चुनाव होता है तो अरविंद केजरीवाल को देती है। लेकिन जब वो लीडर भ्रष्टाचारी हो जाता है, भ्रष्टाचार में जेल में चला जाता है, उस पर बहुत सारे आरोप लगते हैं, दिल्ली की जनता उस पर नहीं भरोसा करती है। चौथी बात मैं कहूंगा, आप देखी होंगी हमेशा ये पूरा चुनाव जो है वो किस पे लड़ा गया, लूट पे, झूठ पे, केजरीवाल के शीश महल पे, शराब पे। इसके अलावा अगर कोई भी चर्चा हुई हो तो आप बता दें, झूठ क्या क्या बोला जाता है। अरविंद केजरीवाल कभी कहते हैं दिल्ली के लोगों को मारने के लिए हरियाणा के लोगों ने जहर मिला दिया, कभी कहेंगे बैरिकेडिंग कर दिया, कभी कहेंगे वोटिंग लिस्ट में गड़बड़ी कर दी। मतलब वो अपने विकास की बात नहीं बता पाए। दिल्ली की जनता पूछती रही कि भैया आपको वोट इसलिए दिया गया था, आप दिल्ली का विकास करिए। कोई नया स्कूल, नया कॉलेज, नया विश्वविद्यालय, नया हॉस्पिटल खोले हो तो बता दीजिए। पूरी दिल्ली 41 गुणे 52 किलोमीटर के रेडियस में है। अगर आप 300 करोड़ रुपए अपने प्रचार पे खर्च सकते हैं, 1 किलोमीटर सड़क बनाने में 4 करोड़ रुपए लगता है। 300 करोड़ को अगर आप इसमें खर्च दिए होते, दिल्ली की सड़कें बेहतरीन हो गई होती। 50 रुपए में गरीब पानी खरीद के पीता है। आपने ही कहा था कि हम स्वच्छ जल से नल देंगे, आपने नहीं किया। आज का जो चुनाव था वो इस नाते अरविंद केजरीवाल जी आ रहे कि अरविंद केजरीवाल कहते गए दिल्ली की जनता को जब नेता पे भरोसा नहीं रहेगा, विकास पे भरोसा नहीं रहेगा, जब विश्वास नहीं रहेगा, वो भरोसा टूट जाएगा तो जनता दूसरे को वोट करेगी। आप ये देखिए, इसी दिल्ली में जब लोकसभा के चुनाव होते थे, कभी 56%, कभी 58% वोट भारतीय जनता पार्टी को मिलता था। क्यों मिलता था? क्योंकि लोगों को भरोसा था कि मोदी जी देश के लिए कार्य कर रहे हैं। वो आवास देने का कार्य है, बिजली है, पानी है, सड़क है, शिक्षा है, सुरक्षा है, स्वास्थ्य के मानकों को पूरा कर रहे हैं। और जब राज्य का चुनाव होता था तो लोग इधर आ जाते थे। बाद में जब लोगों को लगा कि नहीं, मोदी जी की गारंटी आ गई है और मोदी जी ने कहा कि हम आपदा को हटा के दिल्ली का विकास करेंगे, फिर जो दिल्ली की जनता केंद्र सरकार को चुनने में 58-56% वोट देती थी, वो यथास्थिति भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ खड़ी रही। चौथी बात मैं कहूंगा, आप क्या दुनिया को दिखाना चाहते हैं? आप देखी होंगी आम आदमी पार्टी का जन्म ही होता है कि हम कांग्रेस के भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ एक पार्टी बनाते हैं, फिर कांग्रेस के गोद में जाकर बैठ जाते हैं, फिर जब आम चुनाव होता है तो साथ लड़ते हैं, विधानसभा का जब चुनाव होता है तो अलग अलग लड़ते हैं। ये उनको भ्रष्टाचारी बताते हैं, कांग्रेस इनको भ्रष्टाचारी बताती है। ये सारी चीजें जनता के बीच में जाती है और जनता को इन चीजों से कोई मतलब नहीं है कि आप इस समय प्रचार के विषय वस्तु हो सकते हैं कि कौन खरीदना चाह रहा था, कौन कैसा करना चाह रहा था। आज प्रचार नहीं हो रहा, जनता इस बात पर गई। लोकतंत्र इसलिए कायम है कि जनता ये मानकर चलती है कि जो हमारे लिए कार्य करेगा हम उसके साथ जाएंगे। आज मोदी जी ने जो जनता के लिए कार्य किया, भी एक अंत्योदय की बात करती थी भारतीय जनता पार्टी। अंत्योदय क्या है? अंतिम व्यक्तियों तक योजनाएं पहुंचाना। आज देखिए जितनी योजनाएं भारतीय जनता पार्टी की, लगभग 300 बड़ी योजनाओं का भागीदार कौन है? गरीब। उज्ज्वला का भागीदार कौन है? गरीब। उजाला का भागीदार कौन है? गरीब। तो जब गरीब कल्याण की आप योजना चलाएंगे, जनता विश्वास करेगी, नेता पर विश्वास करेगी, उसके विकास पर विश्वास करेगी, तो वो जीत जाएगा। और एक बात और कहूंगा, ये कैडर बेस्ड चुनाव था। आप देखी होंगी जब आम चुनाव में, लोकसभा का चुनाव चल रहा था, अरविंद केजरीवाल जी जेल से बाहर आते हैं, उन्होंने एक अपील किया और आपके चैनल पर भी दिखाया गया। उन्होंने कहा अगर आप लोग हमारा साथ देते तो हमको जेल नहीं जाना पड़ता। अच्छी बात थी, अगर जनता उनका साथ देती तो उनको जेल नहीं जाना पड़ता। जनता ने सातों में सातों सीटें भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पक्ष में दी। मतलब जनता को भरोसा हो गया था कि आप कोई कार्य नहीं करते, आप शीश मत बनाते हैं और 300-600 करोड़ रुपए प्रचार में लगाते हैं। फिर अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने कहा कि नहीं, दिल्ली को तो केंद्र सरकार पैसा ही नहीं देती है। जब केंद्र सरकार के द्वारा बताया गया 8,000 करोड़ रुपया दिल्ली के विकास के लिए केंद्र सरकार के द्वारा दिया गया है, उसको आप डिनाई नहीं कर पाए क्योंकि वो कोई मौखिक तो होता नहीं है। तो लोगों को धीरे धीरे उनसे भरोसा हटा और इस चुनाव में आप देखी होंगी, पूर्वज के जितने चुनाव थे उसमें अरविंद केजरीवाल जी वो मोदी जी का नाम नहीं लेते थे, अपनी बात करते थे। जब मोदी जी से आप तुलना करने लगेंगे तो देश के लोग जानते हैं, देश के लोग समझते हैं कि मोदी जी ने जो देश के सशक्तिकरण के लिए कार्य किया वो कोई नहीं किया। तो इस नाते जनता मोदी जी के साथ होगी।
जी, पर एसएन सिंह जी, just let me mention a few things. 10 out of 40 seats where the BJP is currently leading, the margin is less than 3,000 votes. 10 out of 30 seats where AAP is leading, the margin is less than 3,000 votes. So कांटे की टक्कर अब भी चल रही है। आम आदमी पार्टी से जो स्पोक्सपर्सन पहले हमारे साथ जुड़े थे, उनका यही कहना था कि शायद टेबल्स अब भी टर्न हो सकते हैं। काउंटिंग के काफी सारे राउंड्स अभी भी बचे हुए हैं, टक्कर काफी क्लोज हो रही है, मार्जिन ऑफ विक्ट्री जो है वो काफी जो है क्लोज हो रहा है। तो ऐसा नहीं है कि आम आदमी पार्टी पूरी तरह से डेसिमेट हो रही है।
अच्छी बात है, हमें लोकतंत्र पे भरोसा करना चाहिए, हमें अपने संवैधानिक संस्थाओं पे भरोसा करना चाहिए, हमें चुनाव की प्रक्रिया पर भरोसा करना चाहिए और जिस तरह से परिणाम के जो नतीजे आते हैं उस पर भरोसा करना चाहिए। होता क्या है, देखिए जो दिल्ली की विधानसभा है और देश की और विधानसभाओं के में जाएंगी, जैसे उत्तर प्रदेश में चले जाइए, मध्य प्रदेश में चले जाइए, राजस्थान में चले जाइए, बल्कि नॉर्थ ईस्ट में अलग रहेगा, पश्चिम बंगाल का अलग रहेगा। भौगोलिक स्थिति और वहां की जनसंख्या के आधार पर होता है। दिल्ली में जो है बहुत सारी ऐसी विधानसभाएं हैं जहां पहले भी जीत और हार का मार्जिन 2-3-4 हजार से होता है। क्योंकि एक नेता जब आपके चैनल पर बैठेगा, जैसे आम आदमी पार्टी के कह रहे थे, तो वो अंत तक कुछ ना कुछ तर्क देगा कि हम इस नाते बच गए, हम इस नाते जीत रहे, इस नाते जीत जाएंगे। ऐसा नहीं होगा। कुछ ऐसी विधानसभाएं उत्तर प्रदेश की होती हैं जहां 25 लाख का वोटिंग होता है, जहां लाख वोट से लोग जीतते हैं, 1,00,000-1,50,000 से वोट से जीतते हैं। लेकिन दिल्ली में तो ऐसा नहीं है। तो दिल्ली में हमेशा लगभग 5-10 हजार से लोग जीतते हैं। तो अगर 3-4 हजार की मार्जिन चल रही है और 6-7वें राउंड का वो चल रहा है, तो मुझे लगता है कि ठीक बात है, जैसा परिणाम आएगा उसको स्वीकारना चाहिए। लेकिन मैं एक चीज आपको स्पष्ट कर दूं कि दिल्ली की जनता ने मन बना रखा था और वो परिणाम पहले से ही दिख रहा था। आपका जिम्मेदार चैनल भी दिखाया, सारे चैनलों ने दिखाया कि दिल्ली की जनता का इसमें कोई दोष नहीं है। सारा दोष अरविंद केजरीवाल का है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जी जो कहे वो किए नहीं और जो किए वो कहे नहीं थे। जैसे अरविंद केजरीवाल ने कहा था यमुना साफ करेंगे, नहीं किए। अरविंद केजरीवाल ने कहा था लंदन पेरिस की सड़कें बनाएंगे, नहीं किए। अरविंद केजरीवाल ने कहा था हम भ्रष्टाचार के विरुद्ध अभियान चलाएंगे, नहीं किए। लेकिन जो नहीं किए कहे थे, जैसे उन्होंने नहीं कहा था कि हम शीश महल बनाएंगे, शीश महल बनाए। उन्होंने जनता से वादा नहीं किया था कि हम 2 बजे रात तक दारू बेचेंगे और एक पे एक फ्री देंगे। तो जो नहीं कहे थे वो किए और जो कहे थे वो नहीं करेंगे। तो जनता को लगा कि सिर्फ ये अपने लिए कार्य करते हैं तो ये जनता का भरोसा टूटा अरविंद केजरीवाल पे से, और जनता का भरोसा भारतीय जनता पार्टी पे, मोदी जी पे, जो लोकसभा में होता था आज विधानसभा में भी हो गया, क्योंकि जनता ने देखा कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पक्ष में मतदान करके देखिए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी सार्थक सुंदर परिणाम उत्तर प्रदेश में, मध्य प्रदेश में, राजस्थान में, छत्तीसगढ़ में, जिन राज्यों में उनकी सरकार है दे रही है, तो बहुत सुंदर परिणाम यहाँ पे आएगा। इसलिए ये जनता को सरनवा के सलाम करना चाहिए कि जनता इतनी बार भरोसा अरविंद केजरीवाल के ऊपर दिखाई, लेकिन अरविंद केजरीवाल उस पर खरे नहीं उतरे। हम जरूर आपको कहते हैं कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी संकल्प लेती है, हम जो वादे करते हैं वो वादे नहीं होते, वो संकल्प होता है, क्रमशः हम उसको पूरा करते हैं। इस नाते देश में तीसरी बार सरकार बनाते।
जी जी एसएन सिंह जी हमारे साथ जुड़े रहिए। सुनेत्रा चौधरी, also national political editor of the Hindustan Times, is joining us this morning. Clearly the BJP seems to have Sunetra turned the tables on the Aam Aadmi Party. This is going to have huge ramifications, not just for Delhi's politics but for national politics as well.
It's turning out to be a great year, and there are two elections this year. One was Delhi, of course, which we're seeing unfolding pretty well for them. And then you have, of course, Bihar. These are two very, very challenging states. In fact, Amit Shah and party leaders have always said that Delhi is supremely challenging for them. But it seems that a lot of factors have paid off for them. The first and most obvious factor, Polomi, is the fact that anti-incumbency, right? As one of the BJP leaders said to me just yesterday, it's something that affected the BJP as well. They'd been at the center for 10 years, and that's why we saw a reduced mandate that they faced at the general elections. So the same, they said, was bound to happen for Delhi as well. Since 2013, Aam Aadmi Party has been in the lead. They've had great majorities where no other party has done well. Congress, which was the incumbent who they replaced from power, has been zero, and they're yet to even have a single candidate in since then. Even this time looks like they won't even have a single candidate here in Delhi as well. So Aam Aadmi Party, which has been ruling with such a majority in Delhi, what the BJP succeeded in doing was showing that, look, you may be talking all the good things that the Aam Aadmi Party is so proud about, whether it is the schools or its Mohalla clinics, that isn't something new. How has your life changed? And I think two issues. It's just infrastructure that they talked about. Are the roads better? Is the water better? So the whole water scenario is something that, you know, if you speak to people in Delhi, both of us live in Delhi, but, you know, just hearing from people and the residents of Delhi, there is a lot of complaints about whether it is the quality of water that they get. And I think AAP's comeback and the counter to that wasn't something that people were convinced with, right? Aam Aadmi Party came up with this whole response that, you know, the Delhi water is being purposely poisoned. I think all of these things, some people found very gimmicky. And so this whole anti-incumbency is something that really hit them hard. The second thing, of course, is this entire narrative that has been there, which is that the Aam Aadmi Party, in some ways, while their core voter base, which is the poor, economically weaker section, you know, they claim has stuck with them. And that is why even after 10 years, they've managed, it's not a complete wipeout at all. You're still seeing 30 odd seats for the Aam Aadmi Party. The BJP, of course, getting more than 40. This second factor is obviously because of the fact that the BJP was able to convince the middle classes of Delhi and the upper middle classes of Delhi that the so-called image of the Aam Aadmi Party, which has basically been what? It has basically been that I'm a regular person. I am, you know, we're Aam Aadmi, we stand for simplicity. So the kind of very kind of targeted campaign that the Aam Aadmi Party led, which is of saying that, look, they talk of simplicity, but there is a lot of kind of VIP-ness about it. You have this whole sheesh mahal thing. Now, you know, I remember at the beginning of the campaign, Polomi, I wasn't convinced that the whole sheesh mahal thing had resonance among the voters, because I didn't really hear people talk about it. But what the BJP's and what result they shows is that while it may not have resonance among their core voters, which are, you know, we've always typically thought of their core voters as the auto drivers and, you know, the people over there, it did have resonance with the rest of Delhi. it did have resonance with a lot of the middle classes, and they were convinced that that original image isn't really there. And so this kind of chipping away, the BJP's, it just wasn't that. That coupled with the fact that a lot of people who have faced charges. Now, the opposition will, of course, turn around and say that, this is something which the BJP does. They use central agencies in order to put us in jail, in order to make cases. And of course, the rider in all of this is that we haven't seen the courts uphold any of those cases. But politics is all about perception. And that perception seems to have stuck with the people of Delhi, that what the AAP claims may not be correct. And that's why we are seeing the BJP seem, they're all well on their way to get a comfortable win.
Right, right. Yeah, in fact, I agree with you. At least personally, even I wasn't very sure if the Sheesh Mahal controversy had, so to say, resonated with the people. Were they so bothered about, Arvind Kejriwal's lifestyle? But then I guess if you create an image of yourself as being this very simple man who, wears a very simple shirt and just walks around, and moves around in a humble Wagoner, then clearly, if perceptions shift, the people are going to not quite like it. Mr. Prithvi Reddy of the Aam Aadmi Party is joining us at the moment. Nikhil Jain, political analyst as well. Sujata Pandey, political analyst, also joining us as well. Before I come across to Nikhil and Sujata, Mr. Reddy, thank you once again for joining us. How are you looking at the results right now? Because it looks at the moment, going by the leads that we're seeing on the Election Commission's website, and the Election Commission is putting out after 5-6 rounds of counting across various assembly constituencies, it looks like the BJP is comfortably poised, well past the majority mark, and is poised to form a government after 27 years in Delhi, sir.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah. Yes, yes.
Yeah. Sorry, I was muted. Yeah, so I was saying that from the results, it does look like the BJP is likely to form the government, though it's swinging. But just a short while ago, it was 36-38, and now it seems to have swung differently and gone back to about 40-30. I think there is still votes to be counted, and we should wait for the final results. However, I disagree with what some of the panelists and you are alluding, that some of the reason for the results is the Sheesh Mahal or the corruption charges, because by that logic, BJP could not have won Maharashtra with Ajit Pawar by its side. So I don't think it was that. I think one of the things which possibly has hurt the Aam Aadmi Party is the fact that in the past 2 years, they have not been allowed to carry out a lot of the work that they had started off to do. And just before that, you had 2 years of COVID. And I believe that this time, the BJP has very intelligently fought this campaign. They have not attacked the Aam Aadmi Party schemes. Rather, they have said, we will do everything and more than what the Aam Aadmi Party has done. And I think, considering these two aspects, one, that the people of Delhi would have probably imagined that it's better to have the same government. And if the same government is promising to deliver the same schemes that the Aam Aadmi Party has delivered, that is probably better off for us. I only hope that the BJP does not retract on their promises, that they will do all the work of the Aam Aadmi Party and continue all the schemes of the Aam Aadmi Party. In fact, I encourage that they take these schemes to the other 20 states where they have governments.
Okay, I'll take that across to Nikhil Jain. The numbers, of course, have changed and they've been updated on the Election Commission's website. The BJP currently leading on 43 out of 70 assembly seats, and the Aam Aadmi Party currently trailing and sits on 27 assembly constituencies of Delhi. Nikhil Jain, what do you attribute AAP's loss to? Nikhil, I believe you're muted as well. I can't hear you. No, you're not audible at the moment.
I'm sorry. I think your moderator had muted. What I'm saying is that from the very beginning, I've felt that this election is essentially a referendum on Arvind Kejriwal. Either people voted for him or against him. So if the BJP is taking a win in this election, I would call it much like a vote against the Aam Aadmi Party than I would look, like to see it as a vote for the BJP. That being said, I think there was the most important factor in Arvind Kejriwal getting the kind of victory that he got in 2015 was the fact that the image that he cultivated of himself, a revolutionary, staunch, honest person, somebody who would be a fresh change in politics, and that is how I think he got into the game. Then in 2020, I think what made him win the elections was that there weren't any significant corruption charges or anything that would dent the image that was earlier made. But there was the delivery of the welfare schemes that he had promised in terms of the free electricity and the free water and all of that. But moving forward to 2025, in the past 5 years, and I'm personally a Delhi voter myself, I neither see infrastructure development, I do not see any addition in the social welfare measures. On the other hand, there is a lot of hypocrisy that can now be seen. A person who's going around saying, I'll not take any fancy car, any fancy bungalow. Now, whether there was corruption involved in the CM residence or not, I am not going to comment on that. But everybody can see the kind of luxurious, palatial accommodation that was made, and that is the point. That it speaks more about hypocrisy than it speaks about him having a lavish lifestyle. Because I'm pretty sure most of our netas are living like that only. I'm the Prime Minister's bungalow isn't like some pauper's house. It's pretty much the same for everybody. Now, that being said, there's another interesting element that I see in the election so far is that since morning, Arvind Kejriwal, Atishi, as well as Manish Sisodia, all these three top leaders, the deputy CM, the former CM, the current CM, have been trailing. And on these seats, interestingly, it is also that the Congress has given leaders who have had a national face, whether it is Alka Lamba, whether it is Sandeep Dixit, whether it is Fahad Suri, who used to be the mayor of Delhi. Now, I feel that has also come into play, that Congress putting up strong candidates against certain strong candidates of the Aam Aadmi Party, which has indirectly benefited the BJP at the moment. But again, since there remain rounds that are to be counted, I will not finally call it, but it does look like the direction is set. The BJP may or may not get the 43 seats, but they will still get the majority mark. That looks very clear to me.
Absolutely. As far as, in fact, when you're talking about some of those high-profile constituencies, New Delhi, Jangpura, Kalkaji, very surprisingly, Sunetra, I'm looking at Jangpura right now, and I've looked at New Delhi and Kalkaji as well, where both Kejriwal and Atishi are trailing. Atishi is trailing by about, she's in second position behind Ramesh Biduri by about 2,800 votes, and it's very close between Parvesh Sahib Singh Verma and Arvind Kejriwal at the moment. Kejriwal trailing by about 235 votes. But Manish Sisodia, Jangpura ki seat phasi hui hai, Aam Aadmi Party also said. He's leading right now after 4 rounds of counting by 3,773 votes. Tarvinder Singh Marba is right behind him.
I think what's interesting is that one of the key alliance partners of the opposition, that's Omar Abdullah, I think he set the tone when he said in the morning ki aur lado ek dusro se, right? He tweeted that, and he basically pointed out, I mean, as Nikhil also pointed out right now, in a lot of this, in seats, and I think it takes me, whether it's Atishi's or it's Manish Sisodia's or whatever, you have known faces of Congress who are, and Congress basically its role, even though it's gotten zero, it's not winning any seats, has been in this to just play a key spoiler in this entire election for the Aam Aadmi Party. So it takes us back to that period when Aam Aadmi Party went on record, and we know that Rahul Gandhi had reached out to them, and Aam Aadmi Party went on record to say that we don't want an alliance with the Congress Party. They don't matter over here. It really seems that perhaps just like we saw in Haryana, where the Congress was very arrogant about its supremacy and it refused to entertain any of the alliance partners or accommodate them, whether it is the smaller parties like Samajwadi Party and others, it refused to accommodate them, and it paid the price for it. We're seeing the same thing over here as well, that the India Alliance needs to have a bit of a think right now about what its future is. about how it needs to strategize, because we'd seen that work for them in the 2024 elections. It seems that in Delhi, yet again, just like in Haryana, the India alliance, it's a huge identity crisis for them, because Aam Aadmi Party, by just completely outright rejecting them, and the Congress, of course, has said that, it was a fight for them. They have to think about the future. They have to have, that's why they fought this election and put all these people in. And yet we see that the Congress's main plank in this entire election was nostalgia. They only talked about what Sheila Dikshit had done. So there was no vision for the future. It was only talking about what it had done in the past. And frankly, for a lot of the young people who are the new voters who form such a majority of the vote, a lot of them don't have any recollection of what it was like to have Sheila Dikshit as the chief minister. So a lot of introspection that has to be done on the part of not just the Congress party, but also the India Alliance about how they're going to fight all these state elections.
Absolutely. I'll bring in Sujata Pandey now into this discussion. I was looking at some of the, the performances of the turncoats as well, some of the more prominent ones. Kailash Gehlot from the Bijwasan constituency, he is currently leading. He, of course, moved away from the Aam Aadmi Party not so long ago and joined the Bharatiya Janata Party. Same goes for Arvinder Singh Lovely, who was once a Congress chief for, as far as the state unit of Delhi is concerned. He, of course, is contesting from the Gandhinagar seat, and he's doing very well for himself as well. He joined the Bharatiya Janata Party, and he's currently in #1 position, leading by 2,888 votes. Aam Aadmi Party is in second position. So clearly it's paid as well to switch sides. They probably saw the change of tide coming.
So if you see Delhi, I think Delhi has always voted decisively. Delhi has never voted in confusion, and that's why you see this that there's a clear mandate.
2013, of course, when they had to have an alliance.
That you really can't that was as an exception, but if you see that the larger trend, Delhi has always voted decisively, and this time too Delhi has voted decisively. So, so that's number one. But, you were talking about the turncoats, and these turncoats also leading in their constituencies. That actually shows that even if BJP did not have a CM face, the entire plank of this election was on the delivery and non-delivery of the promises. So Vade and Irade. And, I was just hearing the conversation. The AAP spokesperson was saying that one of the reasons that AAP has been, is not coming to power, people have not voted or is losing, is because they were not able to work. Well, if Arvind Kejriwal was in jail, the government was still functioning outside. And by his own statement that he did not have a department, he did not sign any paper. So was that all a farce? That the entire thing that he did not have a department, all his ministers were empowered, etc., but also farce from that logic. And if he is in jail, why should the people were Delhi left to suffer? That was his choice. It was not that people of Delhi had made that choice. So that's number one. Secondly, someone said that it is against AAP and not for the BJP. I think it is for the BJP, and the reason why I tell you is this: that Congress has ruled this state for a very long time. For 10 years, you had a government. 10 years ago, you had a government which is apparent. So to say, very nostalgic, and then everybody, remembers Sheila Dikshit work on infrastructure and everything. Well, there is some reason that people would have chosen BJP as a challenger party to Aam Aadmi Party and not the Congress party. Also, point worth noting here is that Rahul Gandhi, the two vote bank that he was trying to get back, one is a Dalit vote bank and it was a Muslim vote bank. Going by the numbers that is coming in, and Congress is probably winning one seat or not even one seat. It is ducking again. 90th loss for the Rahul Gandhi. But, those, even Dalit and Muslims have not gone back to Congress. So that raises a serious question on the Congress credibility also. It's not just about, that Congress Congress actually did not play, did not actually was in the fray. It was sometime hot, it was sometime cold. The press conference of Ajay Makan was cancelled because some members of the India Alliance objected to it. Then Rahul Gandhi at the very last end came into fray when their manifesto was getting categories, which I believe was a very good manifesto. But there was no Rahul Gandhi, there was no Priyanka Gandhi. I mean, I did not really see Congress as a serious player in this entire thing. And the third and the most important thing is, I think the credibility here plays a very important role, because if whether it's Congress manifesto or BJP manifesto or Aam Aadmi Party manifesto, everybody had a freebie. So people had to decide कौन देगा, कौन वादों को पूरा करेगा. So the the needle got stuck on the credibility. And here you have a prime minister who's coming and saying कि 8 मार्च को आपके अकाउंट में पैसे आ जाएंगे. And AAP had a choice. If they had kept a fund for 2100, they could have, might as well, they would have disbursed it as BJP did it in the Madhya Pradesh or Maharashtra and JMM did in Jharkhand. But they chose just to make false empty promises, and I think people of Delhi had it enough. A government which was always busy shifting blames. But then after they won the MCD election, where would they shift the blames of the dirty roads, the broken roads, the sewers, the Kude ka Pahad? I think MCD winning for them was the beginning of loss for them in the Vidhan Sabha election. That's how
Mr.
I
Reddy,
sum it up.
how do you respond to that? The winning of the MCD election in 2022. Earlier, you blamed the MCD and the BJP, which governed the MCD, for everything that you couldn't possibly do around the city of Delhi. Then, of course, the MCD was all yours. You did not utilize the power that was in your hands to make it possible for the people to trust you in this election, sir.
It was not something that was created in the past 2 years. It was created during the 15-year period of the BJP, and it takes time to clear this. You can't make the kudas disappear. Number two, she was talking about Mr. Kejriwal not having any portfolios, etc. I was not referring to whether he was allowed to work or not. I was referring to the party and the fact that they used the LG's office to stop files where we had to literally fight. We strongly believe that Mr. Kejriwal has a way of fighting. If you remember, he has gone and sat at the LG's house to get files cleared. So that was what was missing. It had nothing to do with the rest of the ministers and delivery, etc. The medicines, the file regarding the medicines for Mohalla Clinic was kept pending for a long time in the excuse that they were investigating a scam in medicines, which just before the elections, after holding the file for 8 months, they said there was nothing wrong. What they claimed that there was a scam, they, after their own investigation agencies investigated the matter, they gave a clean chit. But the fact of the matter was, for 8 months, there were medicines that were not being delivered in the Mohalla clinics. Similarly, in a lot of the efforts that we have tried to put in, there was a lot of blockage by the BJP through the LG, because as you know, that they have said that all the files need to go through the LG. And I think that and nothing else has worked in the favor of the BJP, where the people say, ठीक है, अगर काम नहीं करने देंगे, and ये लोग बोल रहे हैं कि they are going to promise everything that the Aam Aadmi Party did. Like I mentioned earlier, the trick was they did not fight any of the schemes or call them freebies. All previous elections, they kept talking about freebies. They will make the government and the exchequer bankrupt, etc. None of that came up this time. In fact, when we said 2,100, they said 2,500. So except for upping the ante in terms of the welfare schemes that we had offered, the BJP has fought this election not from the past couple of months, but for the past 2 years, when they made the accusations of the liquor scam, when they made the accusations of the Sheesh Mahal. If you remember, Sanjay Singh offered to take the entire country's media to both the Delhi CM's house and the Prime Minister's house. But they were not allowed to enter either of the two places. They used the Delhi police to block them through barricades. Why does the country not need to know and compare where you are saying he's living in luxury. Why don't we compare the two and decide on who is living in a luxurious life? This they did not. So what I'm trying to say, they manage very successfully in blocking work. They manage creating this false narrative for 2 years. All their investigation agencies have not found a single thread of evidence against Mr. Sisodia, Mr. Kejriwal, and the courts have given them bail. So this is a matter which will be decided by the courts. They have not
Absolutely, of course, it's a matter that will be
provided any
decided by the
evidence,
courts.
but they
But
have
all you're
very
saying, Mr. Reddy, all I hear
successfully
you saying
managed
is that
creating a narrative
they did not
which
let
has
us
affected
work.
people's
They
minds.
stopped us.
Absolutely.
They put roadblocks in the way. We couldn't help do anything because they didn't let us do the job. Just imagine if every state government which is brought to power by the electorate, says the BJP is not letting us work. I mean, there have been a lot of confrontations. West Bengal, between the governor and the chief
But they still
minister's
have a
office.
full government,
Tamil
which we
Nadu,
don't
between
have.
the chief minister and the
They
governor's
don't.
office. But nobody is constantly shifting blame, saying,
I'm
not allowed to
surprised.
do anything. MK
I'm
Stalin is not
surprised
saying
you're
that every
saying this.
day. Mamata
I'm
Banerjee is
surprised
not
you're
saying that
saying
every
this
day,
because
sir.
I'm sure you know that being a union territory, the Delhi government does not even have a half government, it has a quarter government. So whatever we have delivered is in spite of these things. And I'm saying in the past 2 years, they have ensured that what was being done was not allowed. That's all my limited point was.
Quickly, I'll get in Sujata Party
because
because she'd been wanting to make a point, and then I'll bring in Nikhil as well. Sujata.
So in a nutshell, what he's saying is that Kejriwal has not been allowed to do work, and that's why certain things could not be delivered. But I think these are all the things which Mr. Reddy has just saying has already been said not once, twice, but over and over and over again. And people of Delhi have heard you and heard BJP, and they have given a referendum. And I think that's good enough indication for you to take a clue that probably the credibility of your top leader, on which your entire party revolved around, that itself is dented. And when the credibility is dented from a top leadership, especially when a personality driven party like yours, it becomes difficult for the people to believe on anything that you say. I think this is the crux of the matter, which you need to accept humbly, rather than we have enough blame games. Like, every day if you come and say that LG is not letting you work or Modi ji is not letting you work, well, Modi ji is going to be there for another 5 years. So I am glad that Delhi people decided not to waste their vote and cast a government which could work and not pass the buck. Because it's the same rhetoric you had when you were not in MCT. In fact, Gautam Gambhir challenged Manish Sisodia that he would not win for Parparganj. And this is what happened when Manish Sisodia had to vacate that seat, and Abod Hoja, who came in that seat, is losing, and Manish Sisodia also might lose. So, you cannot do a topi transfer game all the time, and you can fool some people at one time, but you cannot fool all the people all the time by giving the same logic over and over again. And people of Delhi have spoken. I think you are a party which came out of a movement which had a vision to change the political landscape of this country. Lot of volunteers, you lost your volunteers on the way. You lost people who joined your party thinking that they would bring a change. All the known faces, they left you one after another. That itself speaks that how Aam Aadmi Party did not remain to be an Aam Aadmi Party that came out of the anti-corruption movement, and Kejriwal became the face of
I'll allow
corruption.
Mr. Reddy to respond to that very quickly before I bring in Amrit Gill of the Congress, who's joining us at the moment. Also, Dr. Himanshu Shukla of the Bharatiya Janata Party as well. Mr. Reddy.
It sounds so funny that Sujata is talking about a personality-driven party. Is she saying that the BJP is not driven by Mr. Modi's personality? Unfortunately, the situation of your party is so sad that in every state, they don't have a local leader. They project and they put up the photograph of Mr. Modi. Even in this Delhi elections, you didn't have a local leader. Don't talk about Karyakartas of the Aam Aadmi Party. You didn't even have a leader. Forget about Karyakartas.
So
Was
that
this election
itself
one
is a
minute?
big question
Sujata,
to you.
I did not interrupt you, please.
I'm not interrupting. I'm just
Please let me
an
finish.
injunction. Just injunction.
Did I speak in
Please go
between?
ahead. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Sujata. So all I'm trying to say is you can say whatever, you have a right to say, but you saying that it's a personality-driven party coming from the BJP, which fights every election, whether it's a corporation election or a national election on the face of Mr. Modi, and that you lack a CM face in Delhi is a little sad. That's my
Okay,
limit.
let's
And
take that with the
then
BJP.
only,
Let's
just
take that
one
with the
second, follow me.
BJP
Follow me, just
viewers.
one
At the
second.
moment, of course, as the leads show on the Election Commission's website, the BJP comfortably poised, sits on 48 assembly seats. Aam Aadmi Party at 25 at the moment. So the BJP well past, of course, the halfway mark in the Delhi Legislative Assembly. Mr. Himanshu Shukla, Dr. Himanshu Shukla is also joining us at the moment. The question that everyone is asking, and something that Mr. Reddy alluded to as well from the Aam Aadmi Party, he said that, you know, the BJP is clearly a personality-driven party. One personality who is leading in every election, state election or general election, it is Narendra Modi. There is no CM candidate who is projected in most elections. We didn't see it in MP, we didn't see it in Chhattisgarh, we didn't see it in Rajasthan, and we saw, of course, new faces emerging in these elections as well. So clearly, there is a lack of trust in your own candidates as you go into elections. So who will be the Chief Minister of Delhi?
My response to that will be, Namaskar everyone, my response to that will be, as per this democracy, people elect their local leaders. People elect their Vidhayak who will work on their area. So everyone has chosen their respective best candidates. That is why BJP is winning. BJP as a party is winning. It's a collection of people who are winning. So I don't think they need a face or, to win. People have chosen their respective leaders, and we don't need a face. We have many people who are doing good. Ramesh Virudiji, Parvesh Sahib Singh Verma, many big faces we have. So that is why I cannot say that one single face will be there. And I have a question for the Aam Aadmi Party people, like a KBC one, that whom will you now blame? The EVM, the Election Commission, the LG, or the BJP party's people for your loss?
You probably joined the show late, Dr. Himanshu. I did allude what I think.
Okay, Mr. Reddy, I see
The reason for
it seems, Mr. Reddy, that we're having some trouble with your link. We'll try and fix that, and we'll get you to respond to that very specific charge which has been made by Dr. Himanshu Shukla of the Bharatiya Janata Party, Nikhil Jain, political analyst, and Amrit Gill of the Congress Party is also joining us. Quickly coming across to you, Amrit, as well. What does this mean for the Congress's future? Because the Congress's dismal performance in Delhi after the Sheila Dikshit train continues, because again, we do not see the Congress opening its account in Delhi at all. What does this mean for the party's future?
Like Congress is a party of the ideology. We fought, we have put it all the efforts, and we were looking forward for a good increase in vote share. That's what the Congress, and yeah, quite, it's a little bit disappointing for us that the things are not turning up to our expectations. But definitely Congress will revive, and we will be working very hard next time. And this time also, like it's the mandate is against the government has not performed, and we are raising the voice of the people of Delhi, Pani, the Yamuna, and the situations, whatever, there is no sewerage properly and the government has not worked, and that's how the people of Delhi voted against the Aam Aadmi Party, and now BJP is coming to power, and definitely we will look into that why the things didn't turn up to our expectations, what we expected.
Absolutely. Okay. Nikhil Jain, bringing you in again, what do you think, in fact, which segment of society do you perceive possibly dealt the biggest blow to the Aam Aadmi Party in this election? They, of course, were considered a party of the auto rickshawalas. The low-income group was, heavily invested in the Aam Aadmi Party, favored the Aam Aadmi Party. Women favored the Aam Aadmi Party as well. That's how we saw, of course, in the past two elections, Muslims, Dalits were also voting for the Aam Aadmi Party. And some of the surveys which went into a serious breakdown of segments of society, post the voting taking place, did suggest that women were favoring up, that, as far as the low-income groups were concerned, who benefited from free electricity up to 200 units, free water as well, were favoring the AAP. It all seems to have, to a large extent, turned on its head. So who do you think, which segment do you think has possibly dealt the biggest blow to the AAP?
So, Polemy, I don't think there's any particular segment that has shifted away from the Aam Aadmi Party or in the favor of the BJP. And I'll tell you why. Because when we tend to look at the seats that are being shown by the current trends, the Aam Aadmi Party is 25 and the BJP is 45 according to the Election Commission data. But when we are talking about how the people of the city actually voted, I would rather look at the vote share. And the vote share of the Aam Aadmi Party is 43%, while that of the BJP is about 46.76%. There is essentially just a 3 percentage point difference.
Right.
The Aam Aadmi Party's vote share has gone down 10 percentage points, and the BJP's vote share has gone up about 8 or 9 percentage points. Now, what I personally feel is that it is the vote that the Aam Aadmi Party has lost and the one that the BJP has gained is primarily coming out from every section of the society, the middle class, the elite, the poor, and the very poor, women and men alike, people who are no longer having faith in Arvind Kejriwal to deliver on the promises that he made. People who started to feel that he's just another Neta and no different and not the Kattar Imandar that we thought he was. And also, another interesting thing is that a lot of the seats that the Aam Aadmi Party is not winning because the vote share difference is not too large. It's basically just a 10% vote difference between the two. One party is getting 43, the other is getting 47. But the seat difference is almost double. That is because if you look at how the Congress candidates have performed, whether you talk about Atishi, whether you talk about Manish Sisodia, whether you talk about Arvind Kejriwal himself. These are all three seats where the Congress put down solid candidates. And if you look at the seats, constituencies one by one, you would realize that the Congress candidates have indeed gotten a lot more votes than the previous times Congress candidate would have gotten. Many of these Congress candidates have gotten 10,000 plus votes already. While the previous time around, the Congress candidates were closing their accounts by the end of the day with 3,000, 4,000 votes. So I think this is what has also happened, that more and more people have reposed their faith in the Congress, which has indirectly helped the BJP and hurt the Aam Aadmi Party. And one more point, two more data points that I would like to place. One, that the Congress's number of votes that the Congress is getting has essentially increased by 56%. Now, it looks very poor that the Congress has not gotten any seat and their vote share is in single digit. But you also have to look at where they started from. In 2020, they were 4.26% votes. Right now, they're standing at 6.7. The way I look at it, that's a 56% increase in the votes. Certainly, that is not enough to get them in power or even in the opposition, but that was enough for them to dent the BJP, then the Aam Aadmi Party significantly, which obviously did indirectly benefit the BJP. And lastly, a lot of polls and surveys have pointed out that how the middle class was totally disenchanted with the Aam Aadmi Party and they were voting in favor of the BJP because of this tax relief. But there's a 2020 Government of Delhi Statistics and Economics Department survey that covered 20.5 lakh households and about 1.02 crore of Delhi's population, which is about 60-70% of Delhi's population. And what that survey found out was that in Delhi, 42% of the households have a monthly expenditure of less than 10,000 rupees. 90% of the households have a monthly expenditure of less than 25,000 rupees. And 98.5% of the households have a monthly expenditure of less than 50,000 rupees. What I'm trying to say is the schemes like free Bijli till 200 units or heavily subsidized electricity till 400 units, those are schemes that benefited at least 90% of Delhi's population, perhaps even 98% of Delhi's population. So no matter who the middle class voted for, the middle class, the perception that we have, people who can speak English, have access to education, higher education, and all of that, that class is numerically insignificant. So it has to be a shift in favor of the BJP and against the AAP, even in the lower strata, what we perceive as the lower strata or the poor of the society as well. So that's the data point I wanted to share.
Okay, interesting. Sujata, do you want to comment on that point? One of the points that Nikhil makes is about the fact that the Congress clearly has done well in terms of vote share, in terms of its performance in this election, but that also seems to have benefited the Bharatiya Janata Party.
Yeah, and you see, Paul, it's very strange because Congress keeps on giving these consolation prizes. 99, they were celebrating as if they have won the election after general election. And now with 0 seat, they're also celebrating their hard work. I don't know what kind of hard work is it, but it doesn't yield a result. Especially, like I mentioned, the 2 vote banks that the Dalits and the Muslims have not come back to Congress in this election also after Haryana and Maharashtra. Now, I'll just read on this data, and this is a fantastic data. You must hear this. Out of the 29 key constituencies in the state, the BJP is currently at in 20, while the AAP is leading only in 9. Among the trailing candidates are, of course, Arvind Kejriwal behind by 238, Atishi trailing by 2,800 votes, Saurabh Bhardwaj lagging by 2,721, Somnath Bharti trailing by 3,937, Satyendra Jain behind by 11,408 odd vote. But like the what we say that oh ye iska core voter hai, uska core voter nahi hai. Now the BJP seems to be expanding its social vote bank, not just the Hindutva vote bank, but also its social base, and this is evident from the fact that out of the 4 constituency with over 10% Sikh voter, apparently they always favored AAP in all the Vidhan Sabha assembly election. BJP is leading in 3. BJP is ahead in 19 out of 28 constituencies with more than 10% Punjabi voter, apparently one of the core voters of Aam Aadmi Party in assembly election. BJP leads in all 5 constituencies with over 7.5% of Valmiki voters, Juggi Jhopdi voters, especially the New Delhi area where the Arvind Kejriwal is fighting from. BJP is also ahead in all the 4 constituencies where Jata voters make up more than 10%. What does it tell you? It's of course ahead in Western Delhi, which is like a Baniya trader, people who came to Delhi after partition, etc. So that's also there. South Delhi also going BJP way. So it shows that BJP has now broken the barriers of this class divide, which Aam Aadmi Party once boosted of their own, their Juggi Jhopdi voters, the Dalit voters, the middle class voters. I think they've all moved towards BJP, and they've moved away from AAP, and that is primarily because of the non-delivery of the promises. And I would go back to the same thing, that it's because this party was centric about one person called Arvind Kejriwal, his credibility, and once his credibility is dented, the entire party and its delivery just makes no difference, because सारे वादे हो जाते हैं, फिर उसमें से कोई भी delivery नहीं होती, because they had a chance to do it like what BJP did in Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra. They did the installments before the elections. Here they just made empty promises to every section. Every day, 4 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 12 o'clock, they'll have a press conference and they'll just make one announcement after another. But people have made up their mind that we want a government which not only says but does.
Yeah, of course, the people have spoken. Mr. Reddy, does this cause some sort of a leadership crisis within the Aam Aadmi Party? Because Sujata mentioned about the credibility aspect. Arvind Kejriwal's credibility in itself took a hit. The Sheesh Mahal controversy, the corruption charges against the former chief minister, all of these clearly created a perception dent in the minds of the electorate of Delhi. So do you think that this is going to cause, especially because he is walking a very tightrope at the moment in the New Delhi constituency, just trailing behind Parvesh Sahib Singh Barma? Of course, it's a thin margin of about 200 plus votes at the moment, but the fact is it still creates a dent. Does this mean a leadership crisis within the party? And what's the future of the party going to be like?
More graceful, and when it comes to acknowledging the help that they have got from the Congress, not right now, but right from the campaign time, Rahul Gandhi was actually parroting what the BJP and Mr. Modi said. Though they have about a 5% vote share, like Nikhil Jain pointed out, it seems to have been done very, very strategically, where we need to acknowledge that they put up a few candidates. So at the end of the day, if you count their votes, not as a vote share, but where the votes came from, I think they certainly have gone after some of our biggest leaders. As far as credibility and leadership crisis, let me tell you that Mr. Kejriwal is a person who has made us believe that politics can be different, that taxpayers' money can be used for social justice and social welfare. He has earned his respect. This is not because he belongs to a certain family or he was a powerful man, but he has walked the talk. So I don't think there is a leadership crisis, as you put it. Yes, elections will come and go. Yes, you win some, you will lose some. But I do agree with you that the BJP went for the jugular. The only way they could discredit the Aam Aadmi Party is put, let me say, an iota of suspicion in the people's mind. I am repeating myself. The BJP never said they are not corrupt. They've co-opted onto their machinery some of the most corrupt people as per their own claims in the country. But in case of Kejriwal, because they could not get him to break, they threw mud. Some of that mud seems to have stuck and created doubt in people's mind. But when you're the ruling dispensation and you have all the might and all the agencies working for you, they have managed creating a doubt, obviously, in people's mind, which there is still rule of law in this country, and there are courts where this is a matter that needs to be cleared in courts. You will see, until they
So is
had
the
to
Aam Aadmi Party likely to
let me
accept
finish.
these
Let
results
me finish.
peacefully, without any objection, without any challenge?
No, we are. Let me tell you that we have to
EVM.
understand what went wrong. We have to deeply introspect and see what we can do differently. That's a given. There's no discussion on the matter. But my limited point is that I believe that in politics, it's not just the number of seats that you win. We have become a national party in 10 years. It's also the narrative that you set. We have made now government schools a matter of elections. Like I mentioned earlier, Mr. Modi was forced to go and sit in a dummy classroom before an election and say that I will also build government schools. So in politics, it's not just the seats you win, it's also the narrative you establish. And we're very, very happy that education, healthcare, women empowerment, etc., we have forced all political parties to make these mainstream election issues, which it was not earlier.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I believe it's, it would be very not so prudent on the part of anybody to write off the Aam Aadmi Party. It is in government in the state of Punjab. It has, of course, made inroads in other states as well, Gujarat, Goa as well. How much of an implication these results have on those other states and the party's future, of course, that remains to be seen as well. Something that, Nikhil can respond to later. But before that, let me just bring in quickly Amrit Gill as well of the Congress Party. What does this mean, Amrit, for the future of a AAP Congress tie-up? Will the two parties be able to sit at the same table again? Amrit, you're not audible at the moment, possibly muted.
I don't believe that we can sit with Aam Aadmi Party, because Aam Aadmi Party is a party with no ideology. They can slip and jump into, and the people of Delhi have voted against, because what they do is they give jumlas and all. They have, like, in 15 years Sheila Dikshit did the work, and work is visible till now, and what they are doing is the cribbing and cribbing and cribbing. And Aam Aadmi Party, Kejriwal did the liquor. Even the people who were there with them starting at the Anna Hazare movement, no one can be seen with them. So no credibility and nothing. And we are not with the Aam Aadmi Party. And Congress will work very hard in Delhi, and next time, if not this time, definitely will come to power to Delhi next time, because people remember Sheila Dikshit ji and her work. And no one will remember Arvind Kejriwal because they will remember him for cribbing and crying and doing nothing. Even we know the exact.
That will depend. That will depend on how the BJP, of course, performs over the next 5 years, and whether the people reminisce about the past, or whether the people believe that the BJP has done its job, for which they gave it all the power that it could. That remains to be seen. Of course, the people of Delhi will be
Sujata ji, at least now you should thank the Congress.
No,
Ms. Gill has
one of the
most could not even thank
has been
Sheila
typical of the
Dikshit in this entire
conversation since
election.
this morning at 8 a.m. that we started is that the Congress and the
Just
Aam
30
Aadmi Party
seconds.
have been bickering. All panelists have been bickering. So I think it's kind of fruitless for me to keep asking this question. Can you sit at the same table? Because it's very
30
unlikely.
seconds,
Though we say never in politics, but it's very unlikely. Nikhil, would you like to come in?
30 seconds, call me.
Sujata, just a moment. I'll bring in Nikhil first. Nikhil, would you like to come in? One of the questions that I asked Mr. Reddy earlier was about, the leadership crisis and everything. And he did mention the point about not writing off the Aam Aadmi Party. Fair enough. Of course, we cannot write off the Aam Aadmi Party, but it's going to face a huge uphill task to resurrect itself from here, because the implications, the tremors of it, the results will be faced in Punjab as well, for instance.
Absolutely. So, Polemy, even I would not write off the Aam Aadmi Party right now, but those who would understand banking terms, I would certainly classify it as a non-performing asset for the moment. Because the way Aam Aadmi Party increased in its fortunes and got into government in 2 different states, that was absolutely spectacular. They were being called the political startup of the century and this and that. But let me also remind some of your viewers about the Swatantra Party. Actually, they would not be reminded of it. They will have to go to Google and search about it. That was a party that got some 30, 40 Lok Sabha seats back in the 60s. And by the mid 70s, the party had completely disappeared. Now, I'm not saying that the Aam Aadmi Party would disappear, but we have seen instances like that in the past in our very own country, when parties did spectacularly well all of a sudden, and then they went away. Because the main USP that the Aam Aadmi Party had over any other political party in the country was that they came out of a movement, a recent movement, and they were perceived to be a fresh change in politics, which they certainly are not. They're just like as political as any other party. And in fact, what they lack is an ideology. They are not committed to any particular ideology. The party is essentially built on the face of one man, and that is Arvind Kejriwal, who has suffered a lot of loss in terms of the perception that he had for himself. And if indeed he does not win his own MLA seat, he's already lost the government. If he does not win his own MLA seat, I think that would be the start of the decline of the Aam Aadmi Party. They will have to rise from the ashes like a phoenix. Otherwise, they might as well go the Swatantra Party way. And also, one correction I would like to make: West Delhi is not a Bania trader area. It's actually a lot of the people who are service classes, and that segment of the society is more towards North Delhi and Northwest Delhi, areas like Shalimar Bagh, Pitampura, and all of that. And one last point I wanted to tell your viewers: very interesting fact. If they open the Election Commission website and they look at the map, the blue and the orange codings where Aam Aadmi Party has won and where the BJP has won, somehow the Aam Aadmi Party has won every single seat that touches the Yamuna River on the left side, starting all the way from, it's leading, not one. Starting all the way from Buradi till Okhla, the Aam Aadmi Party has a very strong edge in all of these seats. And these seats also happen to have 2 of the 3 landfills that are there in Delhi. So I'm not quite sure वो पानी वाला मुद्दा कितना अच्छा चला है, because Aam Aadmi Party has certainly done very well in these areas that are near the Yamuna.
Yeah, okay. I'm looking at that map as you speak, Nikhil. It starts all the way, as you said, from Burari. It goes down all the way to Okhla, Tughlakabad, Badarpur as well. So that's an interesting point that you're making. Sujata, you wanted to come in.
Yeah, so Mr. Reddy was comparing Narendra Modi and the Kejriwal as on the corruption and everything, the BJP party. In this entire election was a very sort of negative, I would say, from both the sides. It started with blame shift and, calling names, etc., etc. But not even once, not even once you had one person speaking about Narendra Modi being corrupt. Whereas, on the contrary, you had everybody talking on Kejriwal being corrupt. So that's a stark difference. So let's not forget that there is a difference between Narendra Modi and the Kejriwal. And one more important question before I go, I would want to ask Mr. Reddy, if Kejriwal, loses, and everybody knows that how he wants to keep the power in his hand, is he going to become the Punjab chief minister, and what could be the future of the Bhagwant Mann? Probably you can ask them, and then we would have an interesting twist to the tale of the entire
Mr. Reddy, should
election.
Bhagwant Mann be worried?
So I appreciate that Sujata is very happy. She deserves to be happy. But stop fantasizing.
I'm surprised Mr. Reddy is not blaming.
Please be rest assured. Please be rest assured. Sujata ji, please allow me to answer your question. Please be rest assured that our government in Punjab is very stable. We have a performing chief minister, and you don't have to have these visions or fantasies.
So if he loses, he doesn't become the LOP. He's obviously lost the CM seat. So what's the future of Kejriwal then? The so-called, the Sarve Sarva of the Aam Aadmi Party.
That we will continue building the nation. We will continue ensuring that our brand of politics, which I spoke about, we force Mr. Narendra Modi, Sujata ji, and the BJP to ensure that issues we believe that are important for Indians are made mainstream issues. And like we forced y'all to promise that you will do everything that the Aam Aadmi Party did in Delhi, that you will do it across the country, we will continue putting that pressure.
Mr. Reddy, I think we're all living in democracy, and people have spoken. This election was a referendum on Kejriwal, his model of governance, and I think
that will be a subject of analysis. Of course, we will be breaking down a lot of that, Sujata. We will be breaking down a lot of that. Where is it that the Aam Aadmi Party suffered setbacks? What is it that the BJP did right as well? Because it's not an election which is very clear in terms of being black and white.
On Mr. Modi. When you've
that's
got
why he's
3
sitting.
and 8.
That's why he's
one second.
Prime Minister.
If
Mr.
this was
Reddy, Mr. Reddy,
even then
that's
you
why he's
fought
the
it as
third-term
Mr.
Prime Minister.
Even
and
then you
Kejriwal,
fought
even
it.
after all the theatrics,
This was
could
right
not
under
even
his
win
nose.
his own
Sujata ji,
party.
this was right under his
38,
nose.
might lose a seat.
This
That
was
says
right.
a lot.
This
Please
was
accept.
right under
Please
his
accept.
nose.
People have spoken. See, I mean, it's not about you, Mr. Reddy, or not about Sujata. It is about the election. It's about the democracy. It's about the people's mandate. And I think we all should be humble enough to accept what people have spoken and in which way they have gone. I think humko kabhi nahi samajhna chahiye
I agree with
we
you.
have more wisdom than the people. So
While I don't agree with anything
remains...
else you said, I agree with you on this aspect that people have spoken in a democracy. It's the people who decide, and they have decided to give the BJP a chance.
And that is why they have rejected
and I'm
the
wishing you
Kejriwal's
all the
model
best.
of governance.
Please don't come back and say those were only jumlas.
No, that is left for you. The blame
jumlas.
game is left
We are watching
for the
you.
Aam
We are
Aadmi
watching
Party
you,
for the
and
next election.
Please
Till
be
next
rest
till
assured.
next election.
We will be visiting your
Till next
schools. We will
election,
be
the
visiting
blame
your
game
mohalla
has
clinics.
to.
We
Yes,
will be
the blame
visiting.
game has to
Clearly, we're going to, as journalists, we're going to have enough work in Delhi for the next 5 years, because this is something that, as the Aam Aadmi Party is already promising, we're going to come to your schools, we're going to come to your hospitals and see what kind of work you're doing. So please be assured we'll be watching you. The BJP, of course, has its task cut out, because it appears like most of our panelists have been saying as well that it is the non-functioning of the infrastructure of Delhi which seems to have caused the Aam Aadmi Party this election. Viewers, the numbers as we see them on the Election Commission's website right now, the BJP at 46 and the Aam Aadmi Party at 24. So unfortunately for the Aam Aadmi Party, which had touched the figure of 30 just a short while ago, probably an hour ago, the numbers seem to be coming down. So not exactly in a very strong position, of course, performing much better than the BJP last time round. The BJP had 8 MLAs in the Delhi Legislative Assembly. The AAP will have many more than that, but currently The future of Arvind Kejriwal from his own constituency of New Delhi hangs in the balance as well. Let's see where he is at the moment. After 9 rounds of counting, viewers, out of total 13 rounds of counting, Arvind Kejriwal is trailing behind Parvesh Sahib Singh Verma by 1,170 votes. So that gap is widening. Earlier, it was somewhere in the 200 range. It is widening at the moment, and that puts a huge question mark over Kejriwal's future as well, because at the end of the day, naak ki baat ho jati hai. Ashutosh Mishra ji is now joining us. He is a senior journalist. Mr. Mishra, I'll take it from there. Naak ki baat ho jayegi Arvind Kejriwal ke liye if he loses this election from his own constituency of New Delhi, sir.
Means that the charges of Sheesh Mahal and liquor policy and all the corruption have stuck. And in fact, he had sort of lost it in Lok Sabha elections itself. Because if you remember, in the Lok Sabha elections, he had said that if you want me out of the jail, give all the 7 Delhi seats to Aam Aadmi Party and Congress at that time. They were fighting in an alliance. But they got 0 seats. So that was the first sign that people of Delhi are unhappy with what Kejriwal has been doing. His politics of confrontation, his politics of trying to blame everything and anything on center did not work out. And in fact, it's good for India. I mean, if you see, whether it be the Lok Sabha elections or now these assembly elections, people are voting for change if they are unhappy with the government that is not giving them basic facilities. That is a very good thing for India in general. Narendra Modi was reduced to 240 seats and his politics of polarization, Hindu Khatre mein hai, etc. did not work there. And in Delhi elections, if you see what is BJP saying, that we will give the things that Modi used to call reveries is what BJP is also banking on to win these elections, and is actually the same thing had happened in Maharashtra also, where they and Madhya Pradesh, where they had to offer all these schemes to attract women and voters and the poor voters. So for the Janta, it is good news. But again, the problem that Delhi will face is that in MCD you have Aam Aadmi Party, and Aam Aadmi Party is fighting for his existence now. If Kejriwal loses, it becomes even worse. They will this confrontation will increase in MCD. And one of the reasons that BJP had lost MCD was because it could not deliver despite being in power in MCD for 15 years.
Okay.
So if that is going to, it is good for democracy. Change is always good for democracy when the non-performing governments are voted out.
Okay, good for democracy when change is welcome, when, of course, non-performing governments, as Mr. Ashutosh Mishra says, are voted out. Kailash Adhikari, political analyst, Zainab Sikandar, political analyst, and Dr. Pooja Tripathi, who's from the Congress party, are joining us at the moment, as well as Dr. Himanshu Shukla of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Kailash Adhikari, I'll come across to you first. What do you attribute BJP's win to today and AAP's loss to?
Paul, it's very simple. The kind of politics that the Aam Aadmi Party was involved in, it was not at all in constructive politics. It was rather destructive. And it was only trying to win an election by proving that how the Bharatiya Janata Party is inefficient, or how the Bharatiya Janata Party is all that it was trying to project. But that is where the Aam Aadmi Party loses the ground. The people of Delhi have come to know what the kind of politics that the Aam Aadmi Party promised about 12 years ago is about the Aam Aadmi, but that completely it got derailed. Nothing could be delivered from Mr. Arvind Kejriwal or from the Aam Aadmi Party or from the government in Delhi. If you look at basic facilities such as water, cleanliness, I mean, they come and stake claim to the fact that mohalla clinics and other services that they have done, but a larger part of the population has not been given the basic facilities that residents basically ask for. And here the Bharatiya Janata Party is coming back to power after 27 years. So naturally, people in a democracy, they vote for change, they vote for a Viksit Bharat. They know that the kind of governance that the Bharatiya Janata Party has given to other states where it has been voted to power, and the kind of basic facilities or to the mark governance that the party has delivered, not only at a national level in the past 12 years, but also at various state level. So naturally, people of Delhi have voted for a change, and they have voted more for development rather than the destructive politics that is played by Aam Aadmi Party.
Okay, so that was, of course, Kailash Adhikari saying that, it's about the destructive politics. It's about the non-performance of the ruling party, which possibly cost it this heavy, the heavy loss that the Aam Aadmi Party is facing in this election. Currently, 24 seats for the Aam Aadmi Party, 46 for the Bharatiya Janata Party. Of course, the numbers keep changing as many more rounds of counting keep happening as well. Zainab Sikandar is also with us at the moment. Zainab, we spoke earlier in the morning, and of course, we were at that point hypothesizing in some ways. Right now, the numbers are very clear. We know that the BJP is comfortably poised to form government in Delhi. What do you think the BJP got right? Because if you just looked at the welfare schemes, which was a large chunk of the conversation as well, my 2,100 versus your 2,500, all of that, everyone offered the same thing. So why pick the BJP?
The BJP was essentially picked because campaign-wise, they looked stronger and they looked more clearer. Like everyone has been pointing out, Aam Aadmi Party looked weak from within. As in the liquor scam had literally obliterated the strength within the party. People were feeling a little jittery about the image of the Aam Aadmi Party. It's no longer the clean slate party. It's a party that is also now checkered with, a lot of corruption charges, and perhaps they will be taken forward after this election too. So, the clean Aam Aadmi image of Arvind Kejriwal no longer exists. On top of that, the accusations of the Congress party and the BJP on his lifestyle, that also dented his image. So all in all, what happened with Aam Aadmi Party was it kept playing the victim. And, when initially, Kejriwal stepped in the political landscape of India, people looked at him as actually a victim who's being bullied by the big guns of politics, all the big players of politics. So when there was ink thrown on his face in his first term, everybody was like, look, he's a guy trying to make a difference, but look how he's being bullied. But today, when Arvind Kejriwal plays a victim, moving in his luxury cars and living in a big house, nobody buys that image. Nobody wants to buy it. So now people want to see somebody who can actually implement the welfare schemes as well as Kejriwal ji had said he would. And because BJP is offering more, I think Delhi decided, let's give a chance to BJP. I also want to give a few anecdotal notes. For example, in GK, Shikha Rai right now, I think she's leading, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
I have family who lives in GK, and Shikha Rai would personally come and check the parks there. This is something I've seen with my own eyes. And she would bring Basiri Swaraj, to see the places, to interact with people. That was the on-ground level of interaction that the candidates had with people, and they felt very accessible. I'm not saying Saurabh Bhardwaj wasn't accessible, but this is how BJP was now projecting itself to the people of Delhi. Third point, BJP for the first time in the last two terms, the campaign of BJP was very communal. The overtones of the campaign were always emotive subjects. This time around, BJP has completely done a 180-degree turn, and they have decided, look, Delhiites like welfare, so we will talk welfare. If you notice, the campaign
Aam Aadmi Party, of course,
good.
is claiming credit that we shifted the conversation. We shifted the conversation to
They
education, to health, to
absolutely,
infrastructure.
absolutely. Credit where credit is due. Maybe Aam Aadmi Party changed the narrative in Delhi, but fact of the matter is who took it forward and who resonated with people more. Ideally, it should have been that Aam Aadmi Party should have continued their trend of putting maximum impetus on governance points. But Aam Aadmi Party switched. They almost started, behaving like BJP. They were talking on emotive topics. They were playing the victim. The whole central agencies are working against us. They continued saying that. Also, let's not forget, the Congress dented the image of Aam Aadmi Party. I don't think BJP went so high in its critique of Aam Aadmi Party as much as Congress did. So I don't know how nuanced and granular the data is right now to see how much Congress dented the votes and cut the votes of Aam Aadmi Party. But the campaign of Congress against Aam Aadmi Party, and this has been since a long time. It's not something that we saw only in this election. From the last 2 years, Congress has been at it when it comes to, trying to show how corrupt BJP is. They always in all their, public meetings have called Kejriwal a charlatan. So it's been very consistent that, Aam Aadmi Party had two giants working against it. One is the BJP and one is the Congress. It had to take a hit. The winning streak had to take a hit somewhere.
Okay. Dr. Pooja, I'd like you to come in on that. Did the Congress end up helping the BJP in this election?
So, Paulami, I think Congress was, fighting a very dedicated fight. And I just want to take off my Congress spokesperson hat for a minute. And I want to comment as somebody who's into politics, as a young person into politics and looks at politics in and out, is that, you win some elections, you lose some elections. You are, it's a tide and tide. And that's when, but the problem with the Delhi elections, the mandate for Delhi election is that Arvind Kejriwal has lost its credibility. Arvind Kejriwal, who came from the people-centric movement to politics, he showed the people that what an alternate model of politics is. And he worked exactly 180-degree opposite that, from Sheesh Mahal to Yamuna accusations, to corruption, to health infrastructure collapse, to potholes, to everything. Everything that Arvind Kejriwal promised, he just delivered opposite of it. And I think that's where, when I say that this is a mandate against the credibility of Arvind Kejriwal, because, he said he voted on his son's head ki wo gadi nahi lenge, ghar nahi lenge, and we see Sheesh Mahal. And beat liquor scam, beat Sheesh Mahal, beat the massive corruption, beat half of his cabinet was in jail. It was always, it was Congress that brought it out again, LG, and we haven't performed well. I'm not saying it. Somebody's, a glass half full makes us happier. It's not like that. Our glass is almost empty with 6% vote share is nothing from what Sheila Dikshitji delivered and 15 glorious years of Congress government. But we have to work hard. But somebody like Arvind Kejriwal, I'll repeat what Pawan Keraji said few days back in a television interview, he makes a mockery of democracy. He makes people lose trust in people-centric movement. He makes people lose trust in alternative form of politics. And I think it's very dangerous for a democracy. You don't have an ideology, you don't have nothing. And saying that Congress would have taken a back seat or unka vote share Aam Aadmi Party ko chala jata. I think data distribution doesn't work that way. Everybody is here to fight elections. Everybody is here to, regain their political space, to have a political say. And Congress is as much as a political party as anybody else. We are not an NGO that will go large out and will say this and that. But Delhi needed riddance from Arvind Kejriwal government. And that's what the mandate is all about, Paul.
Okay, let's bring in Dr. Himanshu Shukla of the Bharatiya Janata Party as well, who's been holding on very patiently. Himanshu ji, one of the earliest spokespersons for the Aam Aadmi Party, Mr. Prithvi Reddy, said that, the BJP better watch out because we'll be watching you this entire time over the next 5 years. We'll be, going to your schools, we'll be going to your hospitals to see how much of work the BJP is doing or not.
Ji, namaskar everyone. And thank you to the people of Delhi. Communist Party of Marlena, Ghotala Party of Kejriwal, and Alcohol Party of Sisodia is now gone, as we can see. People were so fed up of Arvind Kejriwal and his lies that they have shifted their values towards us. And you're talking about these schools and colleges and their models. So let me tell you about the Aam Aadmi major models. There were 3 models that they were boasting about. The first model was school, that they have high-class, world-class schools. Let me tell you, they have done 1,300 crore rupees scam in schools. The walls of schools are breaking down. I live in Connaught Place. There's a school of Delhi government which the wall has broken down recently. Second one, they talk about their healthcare model. So let me tell you, during the times of COVID, when people were, oxygen was scarce, the central government gave the funds of 8 central plants, oxygen plants, and the Aam Aadmi Party, which says the central government doesn't allow us to work, only did installed 1 oxygen plant. As you can see, the people were scarce of oxygen, which was the most necessity for their life. You can see in the television that we can see LNJP has 1 hour of oxygen left. Delhi government has 6 hours of oxygen left. Meanwhile, at that time, what they were doing? They were doing the dealings of sharab. Third model, they were telling about the Mahila Suraksha. These three were the major prominent points of the Aam Aadmi Party. Mahila Suraksha, you can see they have started the panic button in Ola Uber cabs. They have also done panic button scams. Their own MP of the Raj Sabha is being beaten in the house of Ravindra Kejriwal and they talk about Mahila Suraksha. So all their scams were fake. Till the 10 years, they were, boasting, telling lies. And Arvind Kejriwal stooped so low. He stooped so low that he made a false narrative of a genocide being made by the BJP and this Yamuna river being, poisoned. So these transitions show that he was so frightened. He was so frightened that he will be losing this time. And, people have now seen the real face of Aam Aadmi Party. And I will congratulate Arvind Kejriwal for being the Chief Minister of the Punjab now.
Okay. That is obviously one of the the points that is being made, and many are asking as well, what is Arvind Kejriwal's future going to be like? The BJP, of course, taking
May I say something?
Maybe Bhagwant Man's position is under threat. Yeah.
I just wanted to say something.
One more point. Just about the Congress people, they were telling that they have worked so hard and 6.9%. I haven't seen a single person on the ground. I haven't seen single person people जगह जगह लोगों से मिलना एक ऑटो रिक्शा में वो कांग्रेस का झंडा लगा के वो लोग घूम रहे हैं बस यही चल रहा है and I'm pretty sure that tonight at 6 p.m. I can see that Rahul Gandhi might have booked his first flight to the Bangkok.
Okay. We don't need to. No, Dr. Shukla, we don't need to get into the personal aspect of leaders and their lives and what they want to do based on the outcome of these election results.
I just wanted to say something.
Barbs to yourself, and I'm not here to listen to your personal barbs on Rahul Gandhi. And whatever he does is far more bigger than leader than you are. Can you tell me how many elections have you won before making a barb at Rahul Gandhi? You can, winning makes you humble.
I'm pretty sure I have not lost 55
okay,
elections.
Okay, Dr. Pooja, I did object to that. That was absolutely unnecessary. That was absolutely unnecessary. Fair point, and it has been objected to. Yashwant Deshmukh, founder director of See Voter, is now joining us as well. Mr. Deshmukh, Dr. Deshmukh, thank you so much for joining us at the moment. Looking at the numbers again, just to refresh data over here, because they are trickling in from the Election Commission as we speak. I'm looking at the Election Commission website as well. The BJP, of course, currently seems to have secured 47 of the 70 assembly constituencies in Delhi. The Aam Aadmi Party has, again slid down a little bit. It is currently at 23 as we speak. And as far as vote share is concerned, the vote share difference is not much. AAP at 43.10% and BJP at 47.05%. Dr. Deshmukh, your analysis of the results and the data that you're seeing coming in from various constituencies and performances of candidates there.
Well, I cannot help but remember 27 years back when we were doing the post poll. At that point of time, there was no TV. It was only print. So even in the Hindustan Times, you can pull out from the archives, we had said that the middle classes have, shown their back to the BJP. And it took 27 years for that same middle class to put BJP back in power. 15 years, Sheila ji carried the middle class with her because of the sheer impact on the infrastructure development that she did. Arvind Kejriwal came in along with the support across all the income groups and caste and other demographic groups. He focused more on the freebies and more on the bottom of the pyramid. He developed a very strong voting class, no doubt about that. That's why he is still polling about 43-44% vote. That's not a small number. But in the same process, in the last 2 years, I would say, he lost the middle class. Primarily because of the fact that Aam Aadmi Party was no more seen as a corruption crusader, as a party with a difference, the one which came out from the Anna Andolan and like that. So that was the one fact. Still, the middle class was upset, but not really willing out to vote, go out and vote. And what Nirmala Sitharaman did, was a brilliant master stroke in terms of budget. She provided the precise reason for people to go out and vote. Because before this budget, please remember what was the prime complaint of the middle class in this country against the Revdi culture, against the freebies, which, by the way, even BJP was forced to play on the freebie pitch, saying they will not stop what Kejriwal is offering. They will, kind of make it even better. Middle class was asking very seriously, ये सब रेवड़ी जो पट रही है आ कहां से रही है, टैक्स तो हम दे रहे हैं, हमको क्या मिला? And that middle class was kind of getting really restless before this budget. And then the budget came in, and with the kind of income tax slabs and everything that was in between, all of a sudden, in the last 3-4 days, the entire narrative of the middle class changed. And I think the angry middle class, which was angry from Kejriwal, but not very sure to come out and vote, they actually decided to come out and vote. So precisely 27 years, the same middle class which pushed BJP out of power, the same middle class has now pushed them back in power. And if there is one hero of this entire BJP victory, there are many, I would say, but I think Nirmala Sitharaman should get the credit where due. I mean, she delivered Delhi for BJP, no doubt about it.
So are you suggesting that, possibly, the results as they stand today, they happened to a large extent after Feb 1st, after the budget speech was delivered by the finance minister?
I mean, look at the gap. You just mentioned that the seat share gap is huge, but the vote share gap is not that huge. Now you can imagine that even if Nirmala Sitharaman has managed to, swing 3% votes for the BJP, that has done the trick.
Right.
And the reason why the middle class is excited, that for the first time in 10 years, you see, middle class gets excited with the narratives. It is the class which makes the narrative. A lot of middle class does feel good about the country going forward under Mr. Modi. That's fine. That's why Mr. Modi got 3 terms back to back in the Lok Sabha level. But in the assembly level, many states, BJP has not been able to convert the same magic as far as the assembly elections were concerned. So there were questions that were being asked, no doubt about that. And one more thing which we must importantly understand, that middle class is the new caste group of India. We are way too prone to analyze Indian elections from different caste groups. Dalit kidhar gaya, Brahman kidhar gaya, OBC kidhar gaya, Yadav kidhar gaya, Musalman kidhar gaya. Fine, understandable. But ever since we opened up the economy in India, you will realize in 91, we had only about 3% of the middle class in this country when you compare it to about 35% as on today. Now, the more and more the middle class is increasing, it's becoming a caste group in itself, because the middle class values of middle class thought process on many things remains the same. A Brahmin middle class is likely to have the same set of middle class values as a Dalit or a OBC or a Muslim middle class. And that is something which Delhi election has proven. And now I hope that the policy planners, while keeping an eye on the bottom of the pyramid, while doing their lot on the freebie culture and all the Labharti schemes, I'm not saying that India doesn't need that, because obviously we all know when government says they are giving free ration to 800 million people, opposition says not everybody needs it. Even if you slash it by half, still there are 400 million people. One can argue that who actually needs that ration support, right? So I'm not saying that these schemes should be taken away. The Labharti schemes do not have their impact or role in this country. After all, when COVID struck, all of us were fearing that there could be more starvation death than the COVID itself. But that did not happen, thanks to the free food program. But at the same time, the government or the policy makers have to seriously think about this new huge middle class, which votes, sets the narrative, and at the same time is the biggest taxpayer, at the same time has been asking what exactly are we getting in return. So Arvind Kejriwal, with all his issues and the problems that might have hit him, that's another thing. But I genuinely believe the day Aam Aadmi Party won MCD election, their problems started. Because till that point of time, Aam Aadmi Party was blaming everything that was wrong with infrastructure in Delhi on the BJP. गंदगी हो रही है, कूड़ा नहीं उठ रही है, नाली बह रही है, सीवेज खराब हो गया है. Everything was being blamed on BJP because BJP was controlling MCD. The moment they won the MCD, in the hindsight, probably they would be cutting that day because they owned up the problem and they could not do anything about it. In our post-poll research, you will be surprised to know that one of the biggest reasons for those who were angry with the Aam Aadmi Party was the garbage on the roads. The garbage was the waste management, the poor quality of tap water, which was absolutely unpalatable, undrinkable, that was coming through. So those things have a direct issue with the infrastructure. Now the middle class, whenever you think of that, poor person on the street might still look at many of the freebies, might still look at the free bijli, free pani, mohalla clinic, even sarkari school. But anybody who is a bit shade better in income on that will start asking that for 15 years, this city was world class. We agree. And in the last 10 years, we saw that world class infrastructure crumbling down to a really pathetic state where air is unbreathable, where water is unpalatable, where the roads are not drivable, where the public transport system is crushing. So all these things, they matter to the middle class. I think this is a template where from here onward, every party will have to balance it out. It cannot be no more the only freebie culture. It has to balance it out with the better dreams and better future for middle class as well, because middle class is an equally important voting bloc in this country now, that everybody has to take out their glasses of looking at everything from the casteism and religious polarization thing. Middle class has arrived again. They have hammered it down again. I think the politicians will take note of that.
Okay. Mr. Deshmukh, before, of course, I move to some of the other guests as well. I'm very interested in knowing about the women voter as well. We've spoken so much, and so much ink has been spent on writing about the woman voter in the past few elections as well, and how decisive a factor that bloc has been. In the post-poll survey that C Voter conducted, you said that a large chunk, close to about 50.7%, favored the Aam Aadmi Party, the women voters, 34.3% for the Bharatiya Janata Party. How much? I mean, obviously too early. You will be studying the results. You will be seeing, how it has panned out constituency wise as well. But how much of a factor do you think that has also played here?
It has played. Otherwise, Aam Aadmi Party would not be polling 43-44% votes. Please try to understand, if the women turnout would have been more than the male turnout, within the same set of data, we said that this data will yield about 4% lead for the BJP in the overall vote share, for a simple reason that in the national capital, there are 54% male voters and only 46% female voters. So there is a male skew as far as the number of males in the electoral rolls are concerned. That would have yielded BJP a lead of 4%, which is very much, you can see at the Election Commission website, it is coming down to 4%. But female voters do matter. I think what went wrong with Kejriwal's calculation on female voter is that, unlike the Maharashtra government, where Shinde actually provided 3 or 4 installment of her, Ladli Lakshmi Yojana,
Ladki Bahin,
to female, Kejriwal could not even provide one single installment. Obviously, there is politics behind that. Let's leave it at that. But if Kejriwal would have probably delivered 1 or 2 installments, that might have saved the day for him. But that did not happen. And then BJP pitched up by 400 rupees, saying that, okay, he is promising 2100. We are promising 2500, and we have delivered in many states. So that would have been case. This is why when you look at the turnout, unlike other states in Delhi, the female turnout did not go up. The female turnout was at par with the male turnout. It was not spectacularly high, as in many other states that we have witnessed, the female turnout trumping the male turnout. It did not happen. So I think that is where they lost the plot.
Okay. So that is of going to be a point of introspection for the Aam Aadmi Party as well. Yashwant Deshmukh, thank you so much for joining us and giving us a sense of your perspective of the results as they're trickling in right now. More or less very clear now that the BJP is all set to form government in Delhi after over 26 years, almost 27 years that the BJP will be forming government. Valmiki Nayak, our spokesperson, he's an MLA in Goa as well. He's joining us at the moment. Mr. Nayak, if you can hear me, what does this mean for the future of the Aam Aadmi Party? Right now, what is the party thinking? As the party, I'm sure you're speaking to people within the party at the moment as well, making calls to Delhi as well. What is the party thinking looking at these results?
First of all, I want to say good afternoon to you, and I want to say that it is still, things can change, and I say that for two reasons. One is that only about 60% of the votes have been counted, and out of the remaining 40%, if you see the leads that the BJP is claiming, those are very low leads within 5,000. So we are still hopeful that the picture may change.
Okay.
Yeah. But in general, let us just, for an academic discussion, let us agree that BJP has definitely done better than the previous election, in 2020. And that is a combination of various factors. One is, of course, they had the Congress party to help them in this election. And it is very sad because we're all supposed to be part of an India alliance, but the Congress party backstabbed the India alliance. And even though all the other parties, including the TMC, the SP, the NCP, the Shiv Sena, everybody extended their support to Aam Aadmi Party in this election. The Congress chose to, act differently, and they have isolated themselves within the India alliance. The second reason, of course, is BJP was not an opposition party for the past 5 years. It has been more of an oppression party, and they have unfairly used everything at their disposal, especially all the central agencies and everything to strangulate the Aam Aadmi Party government for the past 5 years. Of course, from 2020 till 2021, the first 2 years, everybody struggled with handling COVID. Our government did a wonderful job with it. But after COVID, for the last 3 years, especially, the way the Bharatiya Janata Party has misused its powers in Delhi, starting with the LG, who obstructed every single file. I think one of your guests just mentioned that we were not able to give that the 1,100 rupees to the women in Delhi. And one of the reasons was that, the LG did not allow us to. The other one was, when they took all the services away from us, and despite a Supreme Court battle in which the Supreme Court adjudicated in our favor and said that services must be with the elected government, the Bharatiya Janata Party at the center, they passed a law overturning this ruling. And you saw that no officer would take instructions from the minister of the cabinet. This is unheard of. How can a government function when the officers, the staff of the government does not take instructions from the minister? So I think, and of course, the most damage was done when they literally jailed the entire top leadership of Aam Aadmi Party. Anything from 6 months to 2 years. The entire top leadership for a good 6 to 8 months, the show was handled by our second-run leadership, and they did an amazing job. The party did not break. The work still continued. So these are some of the reasons. But I think not just Delhi, but I think the entire nation needs to be really, really saddened by one point that has come out of this election. And let me just mention about this because, and this has to do with the election commission.
Right, so I'd just like to interrupt you at the moment because news that is trickling in from the counting centers, because our reporters are there. It appears that Arvind Kejriwal may have lost the election from the New Delhi Assembly constituency. Same goes for Manish Sisodia, who seemed to have had an edge for some time from the Jangpura seat. He seems to have lost that election as well. Of course, several within the Aam Aadmi Party had, of course, admitted that his contest was looking quite tough in Jangpura. Tarvinder Singh Marwa of the BJP, in fact, in pole position over there. Atishi, of course, has closed the gap between herself and Ramesh Biduri in the Kalkaji seat. But again, it is very close over there. She's trailing behind Ramesh Biduri by 238 seats. This means a tectonic shift within the Aam Aadmi Party. Kailash Adhikari, I'll bring you in. Ashutosh Mishra is also wanting to make a point quickly to both of you. Kailash, first to you. Just what the news seems to be at the moment in terms of how the leadership of the Aam Aadmi Party has performed and what this means for the party. And of course, I want to pick up on the point that Mr. Yashwant Deshmukh also made about the middle class having dealt the blow to the Aam Aadmi Party.
Been seeing, and this has been reported by the government itself, that they are in active discussion and they are in active talks about to boost consumption. At the end of the day, when an economy grows, it largely dependent upon the fact that how your middle class is growing. And Mr. Deshmukh clearly mentioned about the fact that how the middle class of this country has grown and their consumption needed to be boosted. And with the kind of I would say very strategic and once in a lifetime the income tax slab rejig that the honorable finance minister provided, that really boosted the middle class because it gave a lot of dispensable income in the hands of them, which will boost spending and consumption and which boosts their morale also. So naturally, Delhi being the national capital, a lot relying on the middle class, irrespective of caste, creed, religion, etc. They came out to vote because now they see a future ahead. And with the Aam Aadmi Party or the India Alliance, as Mr. Valmiki Nayak said, see, I've been always advocating the fact, Palmi, that, the INDIA alliance has always been nothing but a congregation of certain power-hungry, political parties who have just come together for their own respective individual political benefit rather than thinking of the national good. In the Lok Sabha election, they might have got a little, they might have caused a slight dent to the Bharatiya Janata Party, but still the Bharatiya Janata Party was the single largest party with 240 seats in its consecutive third term. So I don't see that as a major dent. And after that, if you see elections of various states, Maharashtra being one of them, Haryana being one of them, where the entire exit polls were against the Bharatiya Janata Party, but it swung in way of the Bharatiya Janata Party, the final result. At the end of the day, people look at governance, Palmi. At the end of the day, whatever you are telling in front of the public, if you're talking about their issues, that is most important. The Aam Aadmi Party and the top leadership, where you just rightly mentioned that the top leadership is losing their seats or they're about to lose their seats, is because they never spoke about the work that they did. If you were in power in Delhi for the 12 years, you only pointed out to the people what you couldn't do because of the Bharatiya Janata Party. The people want to know that they have voted you in power. They have given you the responsibility. What have you done in 12 years? If you had done something, then you should present your own report card rather than the fact that the LG is not allowing, the BJP is not allowing, we are put in jail, etc., etc., etc. And if you are put in jail, then there is an entire investigation to back it. The central agencies of this nation are competent agencies. There were proofs enough to get you inside jail. Then what were you doing in power for the past 12 years? Present your report card to the public rather than just speaking about the opposition and what the opposition is not letting you do.
Right. Kailash, thank you for making that point. Ashutosh Mishra, you heard what Kailash said over there. Yashwant Deshmukh's point again as well. Do you think that it was the middle class that dealt the blow to the Aam Aadmi Party? And looking at the results, especially with specific individual candidates, the key faces of the Aam Aadmi Party, it appears that there's going to be a lot of churning within the Aam Aadmi Party if your top leadership is out.
I totally disagree with what Mr. Deshmukh was saying, because there has been enough analysis, the performance of the stock markets, and even the former CA Kaushik Basu have pointed out how this 12 lakh thing is just another jumla, and how people who are investing in stock markets have capital gains will not benefit from this deduction, and this is more for salaried who don't do anything else. No, the reason why Kejriwal is not doing well this time is like in 2020. There was this RSS man Deepak Madan. He had put up a poster at DND flyover, and which said that let's support Kejriwal. So Kejriwal had been getting, by playing his soft Hindutva, he had been getting RSS support. So people were like, okay, Modi for Lok Sabha and Kejriwal for assembly elections. These were basically BJP supporters who used to vote like this. Now, this time what has happened is they are not voting for Kejriwal. They are voting for BJP instead, and that's why you see what's happening to Aam Aadmi Party. They are doing badly because their card of soft Hindutva has failed, and this they had become a part of this Congress Mukt Bharat indirectly. And now that they had joined India Alliance, these people who used to vote for them are no longer voting for them. And besides, as other people might say, I mean, that the Muslims were angry with what he's not speaking up in what happened at Shaheen Bagh, etc. So that is one of the major reasons, his loss of voters from the Sangh Parivar. They have gone back to BJP at assembly level, and that's why BJP is doing well. Middle class, if you see, middle class has not gained much. It has already shown its that it's not happy by Sensex falling and everything. So this story doesn't Nirmala Sitharaman getting any credit for BJP getting voted in is a false story, and nobody falls for it. It is this. It's the loss of soft Hindutva votes, the RSS people who used to vote for Kejriwal, that is causing his downfall. And it's a wake-up call actually for people who thought that they can write off Congress. Because as Sharad Pawar once said that in any strong opposition, you need to have Congress. So you cannot have a case where you suddenly say, oh, I don't need Congress now, Kejriwal, and you start trying to push them into a corner. Because Congress, as the Congress spokesperson was saying earlier, it is not here to give up its position to Aam Aadmi Party. That will always be there. And in fact, when the India Alliance was formed, at that time itself, Venugopal had said that initially this is just for the Lok Sabha election. And I think the thinking at that time was that an enemy of an enemy is a friend. But now maybe it's Congress has realized that Kejriwal is more of a Matlabi yaar. He didn't stand with Congress in Haryana. He has been trying to damage them in other states also. So they have parted ways, and now you have to accept that there is a life beyond India Alliance. There will be parties. They are still together in Maharashtra. They may be criticizing. Even Akhilesh Yadav has said that I am supporting Arvind Kejriwal in Delhi. That doesn't mean that I am against Congress in Uttar Pradesh.
Okay. So, I mean, the dynamics could, of course, change in different ways, especially state-wise as well. We're getting, of course, some of those celebration pictures from outside BJP offices and, in the city itself, from the headquarters, the state office of the Bharatiya Janata Party, and also, of course, from outside candidates' residences as well, especially Parvesh Sahib Singh Verma, who has defeated Arvind Kejriwal from the New Delhi constituency, a very, very close contest. It appears some reports suggesting that Parvesh Sahib Singh Verma may be on his way to Amit Shah's residence as well as we speak. There'll be a lot of speculation as to what does this mean. Does this mean that Parvesh Verma is definitely one of the frontmen as far as the BJP's choices for CM candidate for Delhi are concerned? But remember, it boils down to two gentlemen in the city. Narendra Modi and Amit Shah will finally decide kaun banega Mukhyamantri in Delhi. There will be, of course, all the process that the BJP will tell you about the parliamentary board sitting down to deliberate on names, etc. But there will be various key factors that will come into place as well. It's interesting, I'll quickly take this across to one of our panelists, Zainab, before, of course, I bring in Mr. Valmiki as well. What do you think will be the factors, Zainab, that will play on the BJP's mind as it chooses its next chief minister? Of course, the media will talk about the high-profile names always. The surveys will talk about how are Parvesh Verma's chances looking, how are Manoj Tiwari's chances looking like at the moment. But, who had heard of Mohan Yadav or Bhajan Lal Sharma or Vishnu Desai or Mohan Maji before, of course, the BJP said these are your chief ministerial faces. What are the factors? One of our, our national affairs editor, Chetan Chauhan, said, I think I'm putting my money on a Purvanchali getting the ticket to become the next chief minister of Delhi, because Bihar elections are around the corner and they constitute a huge vote bank.
That makes a lot of sense. I till now thought Pravesh Verma is a front runner, to be very honest.
Okay.
And the win right now, which he is going to register, obviously, is going to, I think, seal the deal for him. But you cannot say, because BJP does tend to pick candidates which are sometimes a surprise. So, but again, I would like to point out that it's amazing that BJP, who was criticized for not putting out a CM face, have pulled such a victory without, a face. So I'm also sensing a new way of BJP fighting an election. I'm finding it quite refreshing, because BJP is always known to pitch a face, or BJP is always known to fight on certain names. But this time they didn't do that. They really went on an open field, and they really went on their campaign and manifesto points, and it has worked fabulously for them. Everybody will be watching them. It's a fact that even voters will be seeing how much will they better themselves compared to Aam Aadmi Party, because their way of wooing the voters is almost similar. So they'll have to do something better. There are 2 points which I will take away, which I learned from this debate. One which Ashutosh sir said, which nobody picked up, is that whatever said and done, Arvind Kejriwal had eaten into the RSS votes, the people who were aligned with the RSS, his soft Hindutva. If you remember, last term he had given, free Tirth Yatra to the elderly.
Yeah.
So he did play on the soft Hindutva, and he had cut a lot of the RSS votes towards himself, away from the Congress, because for the longest time BJP was not in the fray. It was always considered Congress versus AAP. One of the huge factors is that, yes, the soft Hindutva used to work for Arvind Kejriwal, and somehow that has been obliterated, and BJP is like, no, we are the true upholders of Hindutva. Secondly, what Mr. Deshmukh said, that the MCD election was really the death knell of Arvind Kejriwal, because he used to keep talking about waste management, and what happens? They take over the MCD and they become worse. So actually what happened this time is Arvind Kejriwal really couldn't keep his house in order. He was just too invested in himself. I think the self-indulgence really made Kejriwal ji fail this time.
Okay. Zainab, thank you so much for joining us. Quick points from all of our guests before we wrap up, because we have very little time, 30 seconds each. Probably I'll try and keep the question very short. Dr. Pooja, coming across to you. What do you think, the one thing, if I had to ask you, cost the Aam Aadmi Party this election?
I think I was not expecting Arvind Kejriwal ji to lose this seat. So big congratulations to Bharatiya Janata Party on moving towards a comfortable victory, and Parvesh Singh Verma for being a giant slayer in politics. As I said, it's a loss of credibility of Arvind Kejriwal more than this this thing about Bharatiya Janata Party coming back to resurgence. Their resurgence has been promising enough. Is the loss of credibility. You cannot just promise the electorate sun, moon, and stars and go on to make sheesh mahals and dirty Yamuna and things like that. Arvind Kejriwal he has not been in opposition, follow me. Let's accept this fact also. He's not used to being in opposition. Let's see how he will take up he's not in opposition now also. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
I'll just correct
So
myself.
leader of opposition is also up for grabs right now within the Aam Aadmi Party. Dr. Pooja, thank you so much for joining us. Ashutosh Mishra, to you. Who would be your pick for BJP's chief minister in Delhi? Who do you think Amit Shah and Modi will pick?
No, it should be Parvesh Singh Verma. I mean, his father was there, and you're saying that a Purvanchali, but there is no Purvanchali face. But then, as you said, they might surprise you. I don't think that a chief minister in Delhi would affect the polls in Bihar. The politics there will be very different. There they are in power, and they will be under attack. So the way Parvesh Singh Verma has defeated, I think he's the front runner.
Okay, Parvesh Singh Verma seems to be a front runner, clearly a giant slayer. As far as the New Delhi Assembly constituency is concerned, he was not given a ticket during the Lok Sabha elections of 2024, despite having won from his constituency 2 times round. But at the time, the BJP felt that no, he was not in a position to win his constituency for a 3rd consecutive term, given a ticket in these MLA elections, and now he's done the job for the Bharatiya Janata Party. Mr. Naik, I'll come across to you finally. Mr. Mishra, thank you so much for joining us. Final thoughts as far as this election is concerned. What is going to be the AAP's biggest takeaway from this election results, sir?
I think, as I said before, let us wait until the final results are tallied. We are still hopeful. As far as the BJP CM is concerned, I think they did not have a face before election. They don't have a face after election. It is just going to be another puppet of the central government, of the Modi-Shah combination. And I fear for the people of Delhi if indeed a BJP government comes into the state, especially the Jhuggi Jhopdi section, because the BJP, as you know, has their eyes on that land. And it was Arvind Kejriwal who was standing in between, the center's devious plans and for the Jhuggi Jhopdi electorate. I don't know what's going to happen to the electricity infrastructure that has been painstakingly, upgraded and repaired. I don't know what's going to happen to the schools and hospitals that were built. Is it going to be Mafia Raj all over again? So, if this result is true, I think not just people of Delhi, but people of India should be a little worried, because it means that we can no longer fight elections on issues like education and healthcare. Is that what this means? Because that is what, the common man of this country wants and needs. So, schools, hospitals, electricity, water, roads, these are the issues we should be fighting on, because these are the issues that developed countries fight on. So if this result is true, and it's a big if, it is a big setback for the politics of the country in general.
Okay. Mr. Naik, thank you so much for joining us here on Hindustan Times and giving us your sense of how the party, of course, looks at these results. There's a lot of introspection, viewers, that the Aam Aadmi Party will have to do tonight after looking at these results. Let's just update you before we leave you with the numbers as far as the Election Commission is concerned. The Election Commission is saying that the BJP is leading on, has already won, because rounds of counting have happened in several of these constituencies. So lead /147 assembly constituencies out of 70, Aam Aadmi Party 23 out of 70. And as far as Arvind Kejriwal is concerned, it's a huge setback for the AAP national convener, party chief, former chief minister of Delhi, who was chief minister for 3 terms in Delhi. Clearly a massive setback. The BJP, of course, will be celebrating tonight. Parvesh Sahib Singh Verma, the giant slayer, who in fact stopped Arvind Kejriwal in the New Delhi Assembly constituency, has already met with Home Minister Mr. Amit Shah. There's a lot of speculation already doing the rounds in Lutyens, Delhi, as to who will be Narendra Modi and Amit Shah's pick for the chief minister. Obviously, there's a process within the Bharatiya Janata Party. That process will be followed. The process of course, is that central observers will be appointed, and they will, of course, convene a meeting of the elected legislators of the Bharatiya Janata Party from Delhi, and they will ask them to nominate an individual who should be their leader in the Legislative Assembly and de facto the next chief minister of Delhi. But of course, many say that the name always comes from Narendra Modi and Amit Shah. So that is going to be the next interesting topic of conversation. But for the moment, a huge setback for the Aam Aadmi Party. The Congress, of course, making some gains in Delhi from their dismal performance in 2015 and 2020, but a long way yet to go, yet to open their account in Delhi after the reign of Sheila Dikshit. That's all from us here at Hindustan Times and Live Min. Thank you so much for joining us all of this morning and getting a sense from our experts, our colleagues, our journalists on the ground, as well as to how Delhi voted on February 5th. The results, of course, are still trickling in, but clearly the BJP is going home with the crown tonight. Thank you.
Yes, हमारी आशा के अनुरूप हैं, लेकिन परिणाम आने की हम प्रतीक्षा करेंगे। मुझे बार बार इस बात को कहने में कोई संकोच नहीं है कि दिल्ली में हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं ने बहुत जुनून और शिद्दत के साथ काम किया है और जनता ने भी भरपूर आशीर्वाद दिया है। जनता को भ्रष्टाचार और विकास का मॉडल चुनना था, तो उन्होंने प्रधानमंत्री श्रीमान नरेंद्र मोदी के नेतृत्व को सलाम किया है और ये जीत हमारे राष्ट्रीय नेतृत्व की, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री के काम की जीत है होगी, जो मुझे ऐसा लगता है। निस्संदेह हम दिल्ली में डबल इंजन की सरकार बनाएंगे।
सर, जितने बड़े नेता आम आदमी पार्टी के वो चुनाव हारते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। केजरीवाल भी पीछे हैं, मनीष सिसोदिया भी पीछे हैं, मुख्यमंत्री भी पीछे हैं।
हम सुबह से एक बात कह रहे हैं कि हमने दिल्ली का चुनाव दिल्ली के मुद्दों पर लड़ा है। हम अरविंद केजरीवाल से बार बार भ्रष्टाचार की बात पूछते थे, शीश महल की बात पूछते थे, शराब घोटाले की बात पूछते थे, टूटी हुई सड़कों की बात करते थे, सीवेज के ओवरफ्लो की बात करते थे, गंदगी की बात करते थे, गंदे पानी की बात करते थे, लेकिन अरविंद केजरीवाल इन मुद्दों से भागते थे। वो इस चुनाव को लुभाने की और वादों पे, झूठे वादों पे लाने की कोशिश कर रहे थे। दिल्ली की जनता ने दिल्ली के दर्द को समझा है और उस दर्द का जो निवारण है वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी कर सकती है। इस उम्मीद के साथ उन्होंने माननीय प्रधानमंत्री को वोट दिया।
सीएम फेस कौन होगा?
देखिए, हमारे लिए ये विषय गौण है। हम पहले भी कह चुके हैं, भारतीय जनता पार्टी का कार्यकर्ता मुख्यमंत्री बनेगा, केंद्रीय नेतृत्व तय करेगा इसको।
इस बार आपको उम्मीद है कि इस बार आपकी सरकार बन जाएगी?
बिल्कुल बनेगी।
सर, आपने कहा इस पर कितनी भारी मतों से आप जीत हासिल करेंगी?
देखिए, कांग्रेस ने और कालका जी से मैंने ये लड़ाई पूरी मजबूती के साथ लोगों के बीच में रहकर लड़ी है और मुझे है कि इस घड़ी का बेसब्री से पूरी दिल्ली के लोगों को इंतजार है, जो अब खत्म होने वाला है। एग्जिट में क्या आया, एग्जैक्ट आने वाला है।
मैम, आपका मुकाबला सीएम के सामने लड़ाई, सबसे खतरनाक लड़ाई, तीनों सबसे चर्चित, सबसे बड़े चेहरे यहाँ पर। कहीं मन में जरा सा भी है कि आतिशी सामने हैं, रमेश विधुड़ी सामने हैं।
आप तो पुराने साथी हैं। 2003 में मदन लाल खुराना जी के सामने, मुख्यमंत्री कद्दावर नेता के सामने चुनाव लड़ चुकी हूँ। ये 20 साल के बाद दूसरा आया है मेरे पास मौका कि मैं
भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ वोट दिया है। दिल्ली की जनता ने माननीय प्रधानमंत्री के विकास के मॉडल को अपनाने के लिए वोट दिया है। निस्संदेह शाम तक हम भारतीय जनता पार्टी की डबल इंजन की सरकार बनाने में सफल होंगे।
आम आदमी पार्टी सीएम चेहरा कौन हो सकता है?
ये गलती दिल्ली वाली नहीं करेंगे और उन्होंने नहीं करी है। हमारी जो बहुमत से सरकार बनी है वो बहुत एक्सपेक्टेड थी। जब आप लोगों की शिकायतें सुनते हैं, उन लोगों की जो दिक्कतें सुनते हैं, उसके बाद एक्सपेक्टेड था। मीडिया वाले कह रहे थे कि शायद पलट जाएगा इलेक्शन, लेकिन जैसे हम देख सकते हैं बहुत क्लियर कट विक्ट्री है। पापा की भी बहुत क्लियर कट विक्ट्री है, सुबह से लीड में चल रहे हैं। रखना। ये गलती दिल्ली वाली नहीं करेंगे और उन्होंने नहीं करी है। हमारी जो बहुमत से सरकार बनी है वो बहुत एक्सपेक्टेड थी। जब आप लोगों की शिकायतें सुनते हैं, उन लोगों की जो दिक्कतें सुनते हैं, उसके बाद एक्सपेक्टेड था। मीडिया वाले कह रहे थे कि शायद पलट जाएगा इलेक्शन, लेकिन जैसे हम देख सकते हैं बहुत क्लियर कट विक्ट्री है। पापा की भी बहुत क्लियर कट विक्ट्री है, सुबह से लीड में चल रहे हैं और आप सबके समर्थन के लिए वापस धन्यवाद। थैंक यू।
जिस तरह से अकाउंट खुला था शुरुआत में, जब ट्रेंड की तरफ लगातार बढ़ रहे हैं, तो उस वक्त की स्थिति क्या थी?
सब बहुत टेंस थे, लेकिन जैसा हम तीनों ने 4 दिन पहले भी बोला था, बहुत क्लियर कट विक्ट्री आएगी, बस सही वक्त का इंतजार था। दिल्ली वाले समझ गए कौन उनका मजाक उड़ा रहा है, कौन उनकी भावनाओं के साथ खेल रहा है। इस बार दिल्ली ने झूठ को विक्ट्री नहीं दी।
लगातार हनुमान चालीसा चल रहा है घर में।
पापा बहुत बड़े भक्त हैं हनुमान जी के और हनुमान जी का साथ है, इसलिए हमें ये विक्ट्री मिली है। बस
अब जीत के बाद क्या करेंगे आप?
सबको धन्यवाद देना चाहते हैं। पापा सबको जाके धन्यवाद देंगे, पूरा परिवार जाएगा और बस सबको अपनी सबको बधाइयाँ देंगे और सबको अपने विशेस के लिए थैंकफुल हों।
सेलिब्रेशंस करेंगे?
जी ज़रूर।
हेलो भाइयों, कुर्ता यार, इसको देखिए, ये अलग ही नाच रहा है यार, ये बताइए।
लंदन पेरिस बनाने वाला था, किसी ने भरोसा नहीं किया। मेरे साथ अन्याय हुआ है।
अरे आपके साथ तो महिलाएं भी, इन्होंने इसके लिए आप काफी कुछ करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं।
ये इन्होंने मेरे फ्री बस में हर रोज चढ़ा, वोट नहीं दिया। दिल्ली लंदन पेरिस के मजे सबने लिए, वोट नहीं दिया।
लेकिन आप भारतीय जनता पार्टी के मुख्यालय के सामने क्यों आए?
मेरे विधायक खरीद रहे हैं ये लोग। 15 बहुमत की सरकार है वहाँ पर। मेरे 15 विधायक खरीद दिए। बहुमत की सरकार नहीं 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 मैं भी हार गया क्या?
क्या कहेंगे सर?
देखिए
पिछले 10 साल के अंदर जिस प्रकार से दिल्ली के अंदर भ्रष्टाचार हुआ है, जिस तरीके से दिल्ली के अंदर शराब की नीतियां बनाई गई, भ्रष्टाचार हुआ, जिस तरीके से अपना चेहरा चमकाने के लिए 500 करोड़ रुपए ऐड के ऊपर खर्च किए गए। जब कोविड में लोग ऑक्सीजन की कमी के कारण मर रहे थे, उस समय अरविंद केजरीवाल शराब के ऊपर नीतियां बना रहे थे, अपना शीश महल बना रहे थे। आज सरकार ने ऐसी भ्रष्टाचारी सरकार को हराया है और मेरा ये कहना है कि दिल्ली तो अभी झांकी है, पंजाब अभी बाकी है। भारत माता की जय।
हेलो भाइयों कुत्ता यार इसको देखिए ये अलग ही नाच रहा है यार ये बताइए
बहुत कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशन। कैसा लग रहा है, इतने दिन की मेहनत हुई, सर अपनी सीट से जीत गए, क्या कहना चाहते हैं आप इस पर?
थैंक यू सो मच। मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि एक तो पहली बात कि अपनी पार्टी के शीर्ष नेतृत्व ने सतीश जी को ये एक बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी दी थी और मालवीय नगर जो इतना बेहाल था वहाँ आज हम तो आश्वस्त थे कि मालवीय नगर की जनता ने यहाँ पर इस बार कमल खिलाना है और आपदा को भगाना है। मुझे बहुत ज्यादा खुशी है कि अपनी पूरी कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी के लोगों ने, कार्यकर्ताओं ने बहुत मेहनत की है। 1 महीना से वो मेहनत उनकी आज सफल हुई है। मुझे बहुत खुशी है जनता ने आज कमल खिलाया है, न केवल मालवीय नगर में बल्कि पूरी दिल्ली में, और आप देखेंगे कि अब दिल्ली विकास की राह पर कैसे दौड़ती है।
मैम, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भी
जीता और 25 में हमारे बिहार का चुमत से एनडीए की सरकार बनाएंगे बिहार में। भारतीय जनता पार्टी जिंदाबाद।
Just that we're very proud of our father and of all the कार्यकर्ता जिन्होंने इतनी मेहनत करी है, लिटरली जो ग्राउंड वर्क हुआ है, यही आज उस चीज का रिजल्ट है। थैंक यू, थैंक यू। भारत माता की जय, माता की जय।
थैंक यू सो मच। मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि एक तो पहली बात कि अपनी पार्टी के शीर्ष नेतृत्व ने सतीश जी को ये एक बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी दी थी और मालवीय नगर जो इतना बेहाल था वहां आज हम तो आश्वस्त थे कि मालवीय नगर की जनता ने यहां पर इस बार कमल खिलाना है और आपदा को भगाना है। मुझे बहुत ज्यादा खुशी है कि अपनी पूरी कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी के लोगों ने, कार्यकर्ताओं ने बहुत मेहनत की है। 1 महीना से वो मेहनत उनकी आज सफल हुई है। मुझे बहुत खुशी है। जनता ने आज कमल खिलाया है, न केवल मालवीय नगर में बल्कि पूरी दिल्ली में, और आप देखेंगे कि अब दिल्ली विकास की राह पर कैसे दौड़ती है।
मैम, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भी दिल्ली को जीता और 25 में हमारे बिहार का चुनाव है तो वो फाइनल है, उसको कोई रोक नहीं सकता है। हम प्रचंड बहुमत से एनडीए की सरकार बनाएंगे बिहार में। भारतीय जनता पार्टी जिंदाबाद।
Just that we're very proud of our father and of all the कार्यकर्ता जिन्होंने इतनी मेहनत करी है, लिटरली जो ग्राउंड वर्क हुआ है, यही आज उस चीज का रिजल्ट है। थैंक यू, थैंक यू।
भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय।
थैंक यू सो मच। मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि एक तो पहली बात कि अपनी पार्टी के शीर्ष नेतृत्व ने सतीश जी को ये एक बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी दी थी और मालवीय नगर जो इतना बेहाल था वहाँ आज हम तो आश्वस्त थे कि मालवीय नगर की जनता ने यहाँ पर इस बार कमल खिलाना है और आपदा को भगाना है। मुझे बहुत ज्यादा खुशी है कि अपनी पूरी कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी के लोगों ने, कार्यकर्ताओं ने बहुत मेहनत की है। 1 महीना से वो मेहनत उनकी आज सफल हुई है। मुझे बहुत खुशी है। जनता ने आज कमल खिलाया है, न केवल मालवीय नगर में बल्कि पूरी दिल्ली में, और आप देखेंगे कि अब दिल्ली विकास की राह पर कैसे दौड़ती है।
मैम, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भी
दिल्ली को जीता और 25 में हमारे बिहार का चुनाव है तो वो फाइनल है, उसको कोई रोक नहीं सकता है। हम प्रचंड बहुमत से एनडीए की सरकार बनाएंगे बिहार में। भारतीय जनता पार्टी जिंदाबाद।
Just that we're very proud of our father and of all the कार्यकर्तास जिन्होंने इतनी मेहनत करी है, लिटरली जो ग्राउंड वर्क हुआ है, यही आज उस चीज का रिजल्ट है। थैंक यू, थैंक यू।
भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय।
थैंक यू सो मच। मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि एक तो पहली बात कि अपनी पार्टी के शीर्ष नेतृत्व ने सतीश जी को ये एक बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी दी थी, और मालवीय नगर जो इतना बेहाल था वहाँ आज हम तो आश्वस्त थे कि मालवीय नगर की जनता ने यहाँ पर इस बार कमल खिलाना है और आपदा को भगाना है। मुझे बहुत ज़्यादा खुशी है कि अपनी पूरी कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी के लोगों ने, कार्यकर्ताओं ने बहुत मेहनत की है। 1 महीना से वो मेहनत उनकी आज सफल हुई है। मुझे बहुत खुशी है। जनता ने आज कमल खिलाया है, न केवल मालवीय नगर में बल्कि पूरी दिल्ली में, और आप देखेंगे कि अब दिल्ली विकास की राह पर कैसे दौड़ती है।
मैम, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भी
25 में हमारे बिहार का चुनाव है तो वो फाइनल है, उसको कोई रोक नहीं सकता है। हम प्रचंड बहुमत से एनडीए की सरकार बनाएंगे बिहार में। भारतीय जनता पार्टी जिंदाबाद।
Just that we're very proud of our father and of all the कार्यकर्ता जिन्होंने इतनी मेहनत करी है, लिटरली जो ग्राउंड वर्क हुआ है, यही आज उस चीज का रिजल्ट है। थैंक यू, थैंक यू।
भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय।
थैंक यू सो मच। मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि एक तो पहली बात कि अपनी पार्टी के शीर्ष नेतृत्व ने सतीश जी को ये एक बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी दी थी और मालवीय नगर जो इतना बेहाल था वहाँ आज हम तो आश्वस्त थे कि मालवीय नगर की जनता ने यहाँ पर इस बार कमल खिलाना है और आपदा को भगाना है। मुझे बहुत ज्यादा खुशी है कि अपनी पूरी कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी के लोगों ने, कार्यकर्ताओं ने बहुत मेहनत की है। 1 महीना से वो मेहनत उनकी आज सफल हुई है। मुझे बहुत खुशी है जनता ने आज कमल खिलाया है, न केवल मालवीय नगर में बल्कि पूरी दिल्ली में, और आप देखेंगे कि अब दिल्ली विकास की राह पर कैसे दौड़ती है।
मैम, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भी
दिल्ली को जीता और 25 में हमारे बिहार का चुनाव है तो वो फाइनल है, उसको कोई रोक नहीं सकता है। हम प्रचंड बहुमत से एनडीए की सरकार बनाएंगे बिहार में। भारतीय जनता पार्टी जिंदाबाद।
Just that we're very proud of our father and of all the कार्यकर्ता जिन्होंने इतनी मेहनत करी है, लिटरली जो ग्राउंड वर्क हुआ है, यही आज उस चीज का रिजल्ट है। थैंक यू, थैंक यू।
भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय।
थैंक यू सो मच। मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि एक तो पहली बात कि अपनी पार्टी के शीर्ष नेतृत्व ने सतीश जी को ये एक बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी दी थी और मालवीय नगर जो इतना बेहाल था वहाँ आज हम तो आश्वस्त थे कि मालवीय नगर की जनता ने यहाँ पर इस बार कमल खिलाना है और आपदा को भगाना है। मुझे बहुत ज़्यादा खुशी है कि अपनी पूरी कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी के लोगों ने, कार्यकर्ताओं ने बहुत मेहनत की है। 1 महीना से वो मेहनत उनकी आज सफल हुई है। मुझे बहुत खुशी है जनता ने आज कमल खिलाया है, न केवल मालवीय नगर में बल्कि पूरी दिल्ली में, और आप देखेंगे कि अब दिल्ली विकास की राह पर कैसे दौड़ती है।
मैम, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भी
को जीता और 25 में हमारे बिहार का चुनाव है तो वो फाइनल है, उसको कोई रोक नहीं सकता है। हम प्रचंड बहुमत से एनडीए की सरकार बनाएंगे बिहार में। भारतीय जनता पार्टी जिंदाबाद।
Just that we're very proud of our father and of all the कार्यकर्तास जिन्होंने इतनी मेहनत करी है, लिटरली जो ग्राउंड वर्क हुआ है, यही आज उस चीज का रिजल्ट है। थैंक यू, थैंक यू।
भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय।
थैंक यू सो मच। मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि एक तो पहली बात कि अपनी पार्टी के शीर्ष नेतृत्व ने सतीश जी को ये एक बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी दी थी और मालवीय नगर जो इतना बेहाल था वहाँ आज हम तो आश्वस्त थे कि मालवीय नगर की जनता ने यहाँ पर इस बार कमल खिलाना है और आपदा को भगाना है। मुझे बहुत ज़्यादा खुशी है कि अपनी पूरी कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी के लोगों ने, कार्यकर्ताओं ने बहुत मेहनत की है। 1 महीना से वो मेहनत उनकी आज सफल हुई है। मुझे बहुत खुशी है जनता ने आज कमल खिलाया है, न केवल मालवीय नगर में बल्कि पूरी दिल्ली में, और आप देखेंगे कि अब दिल्ली विकास की राह पर कैसे दौड़ती है।
मैम, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भी
दिल्ली को जीता और 25 में हमारे बिहार का चुनाव है तो वो फाइनल है, उसको कोई रोक नहीं सकता है। हम प्रचंड बहुमत से एनडीए की सरकार बनाएंगे बिहार में। भारतीय जनता पार्टी जिंदाबाद।
Just that we're very proud of our father and of all the कार्यकर्ता जिन्होंने इतनी मेहनत करी है, लिटरली जो ग्राउंड वर्क हुआ है, यही आज उस चीज का रिजल्ट है। थैंक यू, थैंक यू।
भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय।
थैंक यू सो मच। मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि एक तो पहली बात कि अपनी पार्टी के शीर्ष नेतृत्व ने सतीश जी को ये एक बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी दी थी और मालवीय नगर जो इतना बेहाल था वहाँ आज हम तो आश्वस्त थे कि मालवीय नगर की जनता ने यहाँ पर इस बार कमल खिलाना है और आपदा को भगाना है। मुझे बहुत ज्यादा खुशी है कि अपनी पूरी कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी के लोगों ने, कार्यकर्ताओं ने बहुत मेहनत की है। 1 महीना से वो मेहनत उनकी आज सफल हुई है। मुझे बहुत खुशी है। जनता ने आज कमल खिलाया है, न केवल मालवीय नगर में बल्कि पूरी दिल्ली में, और आप देखेंगे कि अब दिल्ली विकास की राह पर कैसे दौड़ती है।
मैम, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भी
दिल्ली को जीता और 25 में हमारे बिहार का चुनाव है तो वो फाइनल है, उसको कोई रोक नहीं सकता है। हम प्रचंड बहुमत से एनडीए की सरकार बनाएंगे बिहार में। भारतीय जनता पार्टी जिंदाबाद।
Just that we're very proud of our father and of all the कार्यकर्तास जिन्होंने इतनी मेहनत करी है, लिटरली जो ग्राउंड वर्क हुआ है, यही आज उस चीज का रिजल्ट है। थैंक यू, थैंक यू।
भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय।
थैंक यू सो मच। मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि एक तो पहली बात कि अपनी पार्टी के शीर्ष नेतृत्व ने सतीश जी को ये एक बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी दी थी, और मालवीय नगर जो इतना बेहाल था वहाँ आज हम तो आश्वस्त थे कि मालवीय नगर की जनता ने यहाँ पर इस बार कमल खिलाना है और आपदा को भगाना है। मुझे बहुत ज्यादा खुशी है कि अपनी पूरी कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी के लोगों ने, कार्यकर्ताओं ने बहुत मेहनत की है। 1 महीना से वो मेहनत उनकी आज सफल हुई है। मुझे बहुत खुशी है। जनता ने आज कमल खिलाया है, न केवल मालवीय नगर में बल्कि पूरी दिल्ली में, और आप देखेंगे कि अब दिल्ली विकास की राह पर कैसे दौड़ती है।
मैम, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भी
दिल्ली को जीता और 25 में हमारे बिहार का चुनाव है तो वो फाइनल है, उसको कोई रोक नहीं सकता है। हम प्रचंड बहुमत से एनडीए की सरकार बनाएंगे बिहार में। भारतीय जनता पार्टी जिंदाबाद।
Just that we're very proud of our father and of all the कार्यकर्ता जिन्होंने इतनी मेहनत करी है। लिटरली जो ग्राउंड वर्क हुआ है यही आज उस चीज का रिजल्ट है। थैंक यू, थैंक यू।
भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय।
थैंक यू सो मच। मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि एक तो पहली बात कि अपनी पार्टी के शीर्ष नेतृत्व ने सतीश जी को ये एक बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी दी थी, और मालवीय नगर जो इतना बेहाल था वहाँ आज हम तो आश्वस्त थे कि मालवीय नगर की जनता ने यहाँ पर इस बार कमल खिलाना है और आपदा को भगाना है। मुझे बहुत ज्यादा खुशी है कि अपनी पूरी कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी के लोगों ने, कार्यकर्ताओं ने बहुत मेहनत की है। 1 महीना से वो मेहनत उनकी आज सफल हुई है। मुझे बहुत खुशी है। जनता ने आज कमल खिलाया है, न केवल मालवीय नगर में बल्कि पूरी दिल्ली में, और आप देखेंगे कि अब दिल्ली विकास की राह पर कैसे दौड़ती है।
मैम, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भी
जीता और 25 में हमारे बिहार का चुनाव है तो वो फाइनल है, उसको कोई रोक नहीं सकता है। हम प्रचंड बहुमत से एनडीए की सरकार बनाएंगे बिहार में। भारतीय जनता पार्टी जिंदाबाद।
Just that we're very proud of our father and of all the कार्यकर्ता जिन्होंने इतनी मेहनत करी है, लिटरली जो ग्राउंड वर्क हुआ है, यही आज उस चीज का रिजल्ट है। थैंक यू, थैंक यू।
भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय।
थैंक यू सो मच। मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि एक तो पहली बात कि अपनी पार्टी के शीर्ष नेतृत्व ने सतीश जी को ये एक बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी दी थी और मालवीय नगर जो इतना बेहाल था वहाँ आज हम तो आश्वस्त थे कि मालवीय नगर की जनता ने यहाँ पर इस बार कमल खिलाना है और आपदा को भगाना है। मुझे बहुत ज़्यादा खुशी है कि अपनी पूरी कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी के लोगों ने, कार्यकर्ताओं ने बहुत मेहनत की है। 1 महीना से वो मेहनत उनकी आज सफल हुई है। मुझे बहुत खुशी है। जनता ने आज कमल खिलाया है, न केवल मालवीय नगर में बल्कि पूरी दिल्ली में, और आप देखेंगे कि अब दिल्ली विकास की राह पर कैसे दौड़ती है।
मैम, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भी
को जीता और 25 में हमारे बिहार का चुनाव है तो वो फाइनल है, उसको कोई रोक नहीं सकता है। हम प्रचंड बहुमत से एनडीए की सरकार बनाएंगे बिहार में। भारतीय जनता पार्टी जिंदाबाद।
Just that we're very proud of our father and of all the कार्यकर्ता जिन्होंने इतनी मेहनत करी है, लिटरली जो ग्राउंड वर्क हुआ है, यही आज उस चीज का रिजल्ट है। थैंक यू, थैंक यू।
भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय।
थैंक यू सो मच। मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि एक तो पहली बात कि अपनी पार्टी के शीर्ष नेतृत्व ने सतीश जी को ये एक बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी दी थी और मालवीय नगर जो इतना बेहाल था वहाँ आज हम तो आश्वस्त थे कि मालवीय नगर की जनता ने यहाँ पर इस बार कमल खिलाना है और आपदा को भगाना है। मुझे बहुत ज्यादा खुशी है कि अपनी पूरी कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी के लोगों ने, कार्यकर्ताओं ने बहुत मेहनत की है। 1 महीना से वो मेहनत उनकी आज सफल हुई है। मुझे बहुत खुशी है जनता ने आज कमल खिलाया है, न केवल मालवीय नगर में बल्कि पूरी दिल्ली में, और आप देखेंगे कि अब दिल्ली विकास की राह पर कैसे दौड़ती है।
मैम, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भी
को जीता और 25 में हमारे बिहार का चुनाव है तो वो फाइनल है, उसको कोई रोक नहीं सकता है। हम प्रचंड बहुमत से एनडीए की सरकार बनाएंगे बिहार में। भारतीय जनता पार्टी जिंदाबाद।
Just that we're very proud of our father and of all the कार्यकर्ता जिन्होंने इतनी मेहनत करी है, लिटरली जो ग्राउंड वर्क हुआ है, यही आज उस चीज का रिजल्ट है। थैंक यू, थैंक यू।
भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय।
थैंक यू सो मच। मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि एक तो पहली बात कि अपनी पार्टी के शीर्ष नेतृत्व ने सतीश जी को ये एक बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी दी थी और मालवीय नगर जो इतना बेहाल था वहाँ आज हम तो आश्वस्त थे कि मालवीय नगर की जनता ने यहाँ पर इस बार कमल खिलाना है और आपदा को भगाना है। मुझे बहुत ज़्यादा खुशी है कि अपनी पूरी कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी के लोगों ने, कार्यकर्ताओं ने बहुत मेहनत की है। 1 महीना से वो मेहनत उनकी आज सफल हुई है। मुझे बहुत खुशी है जनता ने आज कमल खिलाया है, न केवल मालवीय नगर में बल्कि पूरी दिल्ली में, और आप देखेंगे कि अब दिल्ली विकास की राह पर कैसे दौड़ती है।
मैम, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भी
दिल्ली को जीता और 25 में हमारे बिहार का चुनाव है तो वो फाइनल है, उसको कोई रोक नहीं सकता है। हम प्रचंड बहुमत से एनडीए की सरकार बनाएंगे बिहार में। भारतीय जनता पार्टी जिंदाबाद।
Just that we're very proud of our father and of all the कार्यकर्तास जिन्होंने इतनी मेहनत करी है, लिटरली जो ग्राउंड वर्क हुआ है, यही आज उस चीज का रिजल्ट है। थैंक यू, थैंक यू।
भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय।
थैंक यू सो मच। मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि एक तो पहली बात कि अपनी पार्टी के शीर्ष नेतृत्व ने सतीश जी को ये एक बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी दी थी और मालवीय नगर जो इतना बेहाल था वहाँ आज हम तो आश्वस्त थे कि मालवीय नगर की जनता ने यहाँ पर इस बार कमल खिलाना है और आपदा को भगाना है। मुझे बहुत ज़्यादा खुशी है कि अपनी पूरी कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी के लोगों ने, कार्यकर्ताओं ने बहुत मेहनत की है। 1 महीना से वो मेहनत उनकी आज सफल हुई है। मुझे बहुत खुशी है। जनता ने आज कमल खिलाया है, न केवल मालवीय नगर में बल्कि पूरी दिल्ली में, और आप देखेंगे कि अब दिल्ली विकास की राह पर कैसे दौड़ती है।
मैम, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भी
को जीता और 25 में हमारे बिहार का चुनाव है तो वो फाइनल है, उसको कोई रोक नहीं सकता है। हम प्रचंड बहुमत से एनडीए की सरकार बनाएंगे बिहार में। भारतीय जनता पार्टी जिंदाबाद।
Just that we're very proud of our father and of all the कार्यकर्ता जिन्होंने इतनी मेहनत करी है, लिटरली जो ग्राउंड वर्क हुआ है, यही आज उस चीज का रिजल्ट है। थैंक यू, थैंक यू।
भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय।
थैंक यू सो मच। मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि एक तो पहली बात कि अपनी पार्टी के शीर्ष नेतृत्व ने सतीश जी को ये एक बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी दी थी, और मालवीय नगर जो इतना बेहाल था वहाँ आज हम तो आश्वस्त थे कि मालवीय नगर की जनता ने यहाँ पर इस बार कमल खिलाना है और आपदा को भगाना है। मुझे बहुत ज्यादा खुशी है कि अपनी पूरी कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी के लोगों ने, कार्यकर्ताओं ने बहुत मेहनत की है। 1 महीना से वो मेहनत उनकी आज सफल हुई है। मुझे बहुत खुशी है। जनता ने आज कमल खिलाया है, न केवल मालवीय नगर में बल्कि पूरी दिल्ली में, और आप देखेंगे कि अब दिल्ली विकास की राह पर कैसे दौड़ती है।
मैम, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भी
को जीता और 25 में हमारे बिहार का चुनाव है तो वो फाइनल है, उसको कोई रोक नहीं सकता है। हम प्रचंड बहुमत से एनडीए की सरकार बनाएंगे बिहार में। भारतीय जनता पार्टी जिंदाबाद।
Just that we're very proud of our father and of all the कार्यकर्ता जिन्होंने इतनी मेहनत करी है, लिटरली जो ग्राउंड वर्क हुआ है, यही आज उस चीज का रिजल्ट है। थैंक यू, थैंक यू।
भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय।
थैंक यू सो मच। मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि एक तो पहली बात कि अपनी पार्टी के शीर्ष नेतृत्व ने सतीश जी को ये एक बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी दी थी और मालवीय नगर जो इतना बेहाल था वहाँ आज हम तो आश्वस्त थे कि मालवीय नगर की जनता ने यहाँ पर इस बार कमल खिलाना है और आपदा को भगाना है। मुझे बहुत ज्यादा खुशी है कि अपनी पूरी कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी के लोगों ने, कार्यकर्ताओं ने बहुत मेहनत की है। 1 महीना से वो मेहनत उनकी आज सफल हुई है। मुझे बहुत खुशी है जनता ने आज कमल खिलाया है, न केवल मालवीय नगर में बल्कि पूरी दिल्ली में, और आप देखेंगे कि अब दिल्ली विकास की राह पर कैसे दौड़ती है।
मैम, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भी
को जीता और 25 में हमारे बिहार का चुनाव है तो वो फाइनल है, उसको कोई रोक नहीं सकता है। हम प्रचंड बहुमत से एनडीए की सरकार बनाएंगे बिहार में। भारतीय जनता पार्टी जिंदाबाद।
Just that we're very proud of our father and of all the कार्यकर्ता जिन्होंने इतनी मेहनत करी है, लिटरली जो ग्राउंड वर्क हुआ है, यही आज उस चीज का रिजल्ट है। थैंक यू, थैंक यू।
भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय।
थैंक यू सो मच। मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि एक तो पहली बात कि अपनी पार्टी के शीर्ष नेतृत्व ने सतीश जी को ये एक बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी दी थी और मालवीय नगर जो इतना बेहाल था वहाँ आज हम तो आश्वस्त थे कि मालवीय नगर की जनता ने यहाँ पर इस बार कमल खिलाना है और आपदा को भगाना है। मुझे बहुत ज्यादा खुशी है कि अपनी पूरी कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी के लोगों ने, कार्यकर्ताओं ने बहुत मेहनत की है। 1 महीना से वो मेहनत उनकी आज सफल हुई है। मुझे बहुत खुशी है जनता ने आज कमल खिलाया है, न केवल मालवीय नगर में बल्कि पूरी दिल्ली में, और आप देखेंगे कि अब दिल्ली विकास की राह पर कैसे दौड़ती है।
मैम, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भी
को जीता और 25 में हमारे बिहार का चुनाव है तो वो फाइनल है, उसको कोई रोक नहीं सकता है। हम प्रचंड बहुमत से एनडीए की सरकार बनाएंगे बिहार में। भारतीय जनता पार्टी जिंदाबाद।
Just that we're very proud of our father and of all the कार्यकर्ता जिन्होंने इतनी मेहनत करी है, लिटरली जो ग्राउंड वर्क हुआ है, यही आज उस चीज का रिजल्ट है। थैंक यू, थैंक यू।
भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय।
थैंक यू सो मच। मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि एक तो पहली बात कि अपनी पार्टी के शीर्ष नेतृत्व ने सतीश जी को ये एक बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी दी थी और मालवीय नगर जो इतना बेहाल था वहाँ आज हम तो आश्वस्त थे कि मालवीय नगर की जनता ने यहाँ पर इस बार कमल खिलाना है और आपदा को भगाना है। मुझे बहुत ज़्यादा खुशी है कि अपनी पूरी कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी के लोगों ने, कार्यकर्ताओं ने बहुत मेहनत की है। 1 महीना से वो मेहनत उनकी आज सफल हुई है। मुझे बहुत खुशी है जनता ने आज कमल खिलाया है, न केवल मालवीय नगर में बल्कि पूरी दिल्ली में, और आप देखेंगे कि अब दिल्ली विकास की राह पर कैसे दौड़ती है।
मैम, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भी दिल्ली को जीता और 25 में हमारे बिहार का चुनाव है तो वो फाइनल है, उसको कोई रोक नहीं सकता है। हम प्रचंड बहुमत से एनडीए की सरकार बनाएंगे बिहार में। भारतीय जनता पार्टी जिंदाबाद।
Just that we're very proud of our father and of all the कार्यकर्तास जिन्होंने इतनी मेहनत करी है, लिटरली जो ग्राउंड वर्क हुआ है, यही आज उस चीज का रिजल्ट है। थैंक यू, थैंक यू।
भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय।
थैंक यू सो मच। मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि एक तो पहली बात कि अपनी पार्टी के शीर्ष नेतृत्व ने सतीश जी को ये एक बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी दी थी और मालवीय नगर जो इतना बेहाल था वहाँ आज हम तो आश्वस्त थे कि मालवीय नगर की जनता ने यहाँ पर इस बार कमल खिलाना है और आपदा को भगाना है। मुझे बहुत ज़्यादा खुशी है कि अपनी पूरी कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी के लोगों ने, कार्यकर्ताओं ने बहुत मेहनत की है। 1 महीना से वो मेहनत उनकी आज सफल हुई है। मुझे बहुत खुशी है। जनता ने आज कमल खिलाया है, न केवल मालवीय नगर में बल्कि पूरी दिल्ली में, और आप देखेंगे कि अब दिल्ली विकास की राह पर कैसे दौड़ती है।
मैम, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भी
को जीता और 25 में हमारे बिहार का चुनाव है तो वो फाइनल है, उसको कोई रोक नहीं सकता है। हम प्रचंड बहुमत से एनडीए की सरकार बनाएंगे बिहार में। भारतीय जनता पार्टी जिंदाबाद।
Just that we're very proud of our father and of all the कार्यकर्ता जिन्होंने इतनी मेहनत करी है, लिटरली जो ग्राउंड वर्क हुआ है, यही आज उस चीज का रिजल्ट है। थैंक यू, थैंक यू।
भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय।
थैंक यू सो मच। मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि एक तो पहली बात कि अपनी पार्टी के शीर्ष नेतृत्व ने सतीश जी को ये एक बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी दी थी, और मालवीय नगर जो इतना बेहाल था वहाँ आज हम तो आश्वस्त थे कि मालवीय नगर की जनता ने यहाँ पर इस बार कमल खिलाना है और आपदा को भगाना है। मुझे बहुत ज्यादा खुशी है कि अपनी पूरी कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी के लोगों ने, कार्यकर्ताओं ने बहुत मेहनत की है। 1 महीना से वो मेहनत उनकी आज सफल हुई है। मुझे बहुत खुशी है। जनता ने आज कमल खिलाया है, न केवल मालवीय नगर में बल्कि पूरी दिल्ली में, और आप देखेंगे कि अब दिल्ली विकास की राह पर कैसे दौड़ती है।
मैम, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भी
को जीता और 25 में हमारे बिहार का चुनाव है तो वो फाइनल है, उसको कोई रोक नहीं सकता है। हम प्रचंड बहुमत से एनडीए की सरकार बनाएंगे बिहार में। भारतीय जनता पार्टी जिंदाबाद।
Just that we're very proud of our father and of all the कार्यकर्ता जिन्होंने इतनी मेहनत करी है, लिटरली जो ग्राउंड वर्क हुआ है, यही आज उस चीज का रिजल्ट है। थैंक यू, थैंक यू।
भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय।
थैंक यू सो मच। मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि एक तो पहली बात कि अपनी पार्टी के शीर्ष नेतृत्व ने सतीश जी को ये एक बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी दी थी और मालवीय नगर जो इतना बेहाल था वहाँ आज हम तो आश्वस्त थे कि मालवीय नगर की जनता ने यहाँ पर इस बार कमल खिलाना है और आपदा को भगाना है। मुझे बहुत ज्यादा खुशी है कि अपनी पूरी कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी के लोगों ने, कार्यकर्ताओं ने बहुत मेहनत की है। 1 महीना से वो मेहनत उनकी आज सफल हुई है। मुझे बहुत खुशी है जनता ने आज कमल खिलाया है, न केवल मालवीय नगर में बल्कि पूरी दिल्ली में, और आप देखेंगे कि अब दिल्ली विकास की राह पर कैसे दौड़ती है।
मैम, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भी
को जीता और 25 में हमारे बिहार का चुनाव है तो वो फाइनल है, उसको कोई रोक नहीं सकता है। हम प्रचंड बहुमत से एनडीए की सरकार बनाएंगे बिहार में। भारतीय जनता पार्टी जिंदाबाद।
Just that we're very proud of our father and of all the कार्यकर्ता जिन्होंने इतनी मेहनत करी है, लिटरली जो ग्राउंड वर्क हुआ है, यही आज उस चीज का रिजल्ट है। थैंक यू, थैंक यू।
भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय।
थैंक यू सो मच। मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि एक तो पहली बात कि अपनी पार्टी के शीर्ष नेतृत्व ने सतीश जी को ये एक बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी दी थी और मालवीय नगर जो इतना बेहाल था वहाँ आज हम तो आश्वस्त थे कि मालवीय नगर की जनता ने यहाँ पर इस बार कमल खिलाना है और आपदा को भगाना है। मुझे बहुत ज्यादा खुशी है कि अपनी पूरी कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी के लोगों ने, कार्यकर्ताओं ने बहुत मेहनत की है। 1 महीना से वो मेहनत उनकी आज सफल हुई है। मुझे बहुत खुशी है जनता ने आज कमल खिलाया है, न केवल मालवीय नगर में बल्कि पूरी दिल्ली में, और आप देखेंगे कि अब दिल्ली विकास की राह पर कैसे दौड़ती है।
मैम, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भी
को जीता और 25 में हमारे बिहार का चुनाव है तो वो फाइनल है, उसको कोई रोक नहीं सकता है। हम प्रचंड बहुमत से एनडीए की सरकार बनाएंगे बिहार में। भारतीय जनता पार्टी जिंदाबाद।
Just that we're very proud of our father and of all the कार्यकर्ता जिन्होंने इतनी मेहनत करी है, लिटरली जो ग्राउंड वर्क हुआ है, यही आज उस चीज का रिजल्ट है। थैंक यू, थैंक यू।
भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय।
थैंक यू सो मच। मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि एक तो पहली बात कि अपनी पार्टी के शीर्ष नेतृत्व ने सतीश जी को ये एक बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी दी थी और मालवीय नगर जो इतना बेहाल था वहाँ आज हम तो आश्वस्त थे कि मालवीय नगर की जनता ने यहाँ पर इस बार कमल खिलाना है और आपदा को भगाना है। मुझे बहुत ज्यादा खुशी है कि अपनी पूरी कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी के लोगों ने, कार्यकर्ताओं ने बहुत मेहनत की है। 1 महीना से वो मेहनत उनकी आज सफल हुई है। मुझे बहुत खुशी है जनता ने आज कमल खिलाया है, न केवल मालवीय नगर में बल्कि पूरी दिल्ली में, और आप देखेंगे कि अब दिल्ली विकास की राह पर कैसे दौड़ती है।
मैम, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भी
को जीता और 25 में हमारे बिहार का चुनाव है तो वो फाइनल है, उसको कोई रोक नहीं सकता है। हम प्रचंड बहुमत से एनडीए की सरकार बनाएंगे बिहार में। भारतीय जनता पार्टी जिंदाबाद।
Just that we're very proud of our father and of all the कार्यकर्ता जिन्होंने इतनी मेहनत करी है, लिटरली जो ग्राउंड वर्क हुआ है, यही आज उस चीज का रिजल्ट है। थैंक यू, थैंक यू।
भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय।
थैंक यू सो मच। मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि एक तो पहली बात कि अपनी पार्टी के शीर्ष नेतृत्व ने सतीश जी को ये एक बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी दी थी और मालवीय नगर जो इतना बेहाल था वहाँ आज हम तो आश्वस्त थे कि मालवीय नगर की जनता ने यहाँ पर इस बार कमल खिलाना है और आपदा को भगाना है। मुझे बहुत ज़्यादा खुशी है कि अपनी पूरी कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी के लोगों ने, कार्यकर्ताओं ने बहुत मेहनत की है। 1 महीना से वो मेहनत उनकी आज सफल हुई है। मुझे बहुत खुशी है। जनता ने आज कमल खिलाया है, न केवल मालवीय नगर में बल्कि पूरी दिल्ली में, और आप देखेंगे कि अब दिल्ली विकास की राह पर कैसे दौड़ती है।
मैम, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भी दिल्ली को जीता और 25 में हमारे बिहार का चुनाव है तो वो फाइनल है, उसको कोई रोक नहीं सकता है। हम प्रचंड बहुमत से एनडीए की सरकार बनाएंगे बिहार में। भारतीय जनता पार्टी जिंदाबाद।
Just that we're very proud of our father and of all the कार्यकर्तास जिन्होंने इतनी मेहनत करी है, लिटरली जो ग्राउंड वर्क हुआ है, यही आज उस चीज का रिजल्ट है। थैंक यू, थैंक यू।
भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय।
थैंक यू सो मच। मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि एक तो पहली बात कि अपनी पार्टी के शीर्ष नेतृत्व ने सतीश जी को ये एक बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी दी थी और मालवीय नगर जो इतना बेहाल था वहाँ आज हम तो आश्वस्त थे कि मालवीय नगर की जनता ने यहाँ पर इस बार कमल खिलाना है और आपदा को भगाना है। मुझे बहुत ज़्यादा खुशी है कि अपनी पूरी कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी के लोगों ने, कार्यकर्ताओं ने बहुत मेहनत की है। 1 महीना से वो मेहनत उनकी आज सफल हुई है। मुझे बहुत खुशी है। जनता ने आज कमल खिलाया है, न केवल मालवीय नगर में बल्कि पूरी दिल्ली में, और आप देखेंगे कि अब दिल्ली विकास की राह पर कैसे दौड़ती है।
मैम, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भी
को जीता और 25 में हमारे बिहार का चुनाव है तो वो फाइनल है, उसको कोई रोक नहीं सकता है। हम प्रचंड बहुमत से एनडीए की सरकार बनाएंगे बिहार में। भारतीय जनता पार्टी जिंदाबाद।
Just that we're very proud of our father and of all the कार्यकर्ता जिन्होंने इतनी मेहनत करी है, लिटरली जो ग्राउंड वर्क हुआ है, यही आज उस चीज का रिजल्ट है। थैंक यू, थैंक यू।
भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय।
थैंक यू सो मच। मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि एक तो पहली बात कि अपनी पार्टी के शीर्ष नेतृत्व ने सतीश जी को ये एक बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी दी थी, और मालवीय नगर जो इतना बेहाल था वहाँ आज हम तो आश्वस्त थे कि मालवीय नगर की जनता ने यहाँ पर इस बार कमल खिलाना है और आपदा को भगाना है। मुझे बहुत ज्यादा खुशी है कि अपनी पूरी कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी के लोगों ने, कार्यकर्ताओं ने बहुत मेहनत की है। 1 महीना से वो मेहनत उनकी आज सफल हुई है। मुझे बहुत खुशी है। जनता ने आज कमल खिलाया है, न केवल मालवीय नगर में बल्कि पूरी दिल्ली में, और आप देखेंगे कि अब दिल्ली विकास की राह पर कैसे दौड़ती है।
मैम, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भी
जीता और 25 में हमारे बिहार का चुनाव है तो वो फाइनल है, उसको कोई रोक नहीं सकता है। हम प्रचंड बहुमत से एनडीए की सरकार बनाएंगे बिहार में। भारतीय जनता पार्टी जिंदाबाद।
Just that we're very proud of our father and of all the कार्यकर्तास जिन्होंने इतनी मेहनत करी है, लिटरली जो ग्राउंड वर्क हुआ है, यही आज उस चीज का रिजल्ट है। थैंक यू, थैंक यू।
भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय।
ठीक है, ठीक है।
तमाम बड़े लीडरान अरविंद जी, मनीष जी और सत्येंद्र जैन जी, तमाम जितने बड़े लीडरान हैं वो सब हार गए और सरकार भी नहीं रही। तो मेरे लिए बहुत खुशी का दिन आज नहीं है। दिल्ली की जनता की जिस तरह से हमने खिदमत की थी वो उसमें हम कहीं ना कहीं अब नहीं कर पाएंगे, यही है।
तो आपको लगता है कि कहाँ चूक रहेगी कुछ?
देखिए, पूरा ताकत लगी हुई थी, तंत्र लगे हुए थे। इलेक्शन कमीशन जिस तरह से काम कर रहा था वो सब चीज़ें सामने हैं सबके। तो इस तरह से इनसे कौन जीत सकता है? ये तो बहुत ताकतवर लोग हैं। तमाम जब ताकतें काम करेंगी तो ये सब तो होना ही है।
ओखला वाले लोगों के लिए क्या मैसेज?
मैं तमाम लोगों का शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहूँगा जिन लोगों ने मेरा साथ दिया, दुआएं की। उन तमाम ओखला की आवाम का मैं शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहता हूँ और जो भी मसाइल हैं उनको हम पूरा करेंगे।
पार्टी का अगला बड़ा कदम कुछ?
नहीं, देखिए, मैं तो बहुत छोटा सा नेता हूँ, पार्टी के बड़े लीडरानी फैसला।
बाकी लीडर्स हम देख रहे हैं कि अभी बात नहीं कर रहे और भगवंत मान भी आ गए हैं पंजाब से।
अब देखिए, वो तो पार्टी का जो फैसला होगा हम तो उसी के साथ हैं।
ठीक है, ठीक है।
अभी खोलेगी
ये गलती दिल्ली वाली नहीं करेंगे और उन्होंने नहीं करी है। हमारी जो बहुमत से सरकार बनी है वो बहुत एक्सपेक्टेड थी। जब आप लोगों की शिकायतें सुनते हैं, उन लोगों की जो दिक्कतें सुनते हैं, उसके बाद एक्सपेक्टेड था। मीडिया वाले कह रहे थे कि शायद पलट जाएगा इलेक्शन, लेकिन जैसे हम देख सकते हैं बहुत क्लियर कट विक्ट्री है। पापा की भी बहुत क्लियर कट विक्ट्री है, सुबह से लीड में चल रहे हैं। ये गलती दिल्ली वाली नहीं करेंगे और उन्होंने नहीं करी है। हमारी जो बहुमत से सरकार बनी है वो बहुत एक्सपेक्टेड थी। जब आप लोगों की शिकायतें सुनते हैं, उन लोगों की जो दिक्कतें सुनते हैं, उसके बाद एक्सपेक्टेड था। मीडिया वाले कह रहे थे कि शायद पलट जाएगा इलेक्शन, लेकिन जैसे हम देख सकते हैं बहुत क्लियर कट विक्ट्री है। पापा की भी बहुत क्लियर कट विक्ट्री है, सुबह से लीड में चल रहे हैं। और आप सबके समर्थन के लिए वापस धन्यवाद। थैंक यू।
जिस तरह से अकाउंट
फॉर्म खुला था शुरुआत में जब ट्रेंड की तरफ लगातार बढ़ रहे हैं, तो उस वक्त की स्थिति क्या थी?
सब बहुत टेंस थे, लेकिन जैसा हम तीनों ने 4 दिन पहले भी बोला था, बहुत क्लियर कट विक्ट्री आएगी, बस सही वक्त का इंतजार था। दिल्ली वाले समझ गए कौन उनका मजाक उड़ा रहा है, कौन उनकी भावनाओं के साथ खेल रहा है। इस बार दिल्ली ने झूठ को विक्ट्री नहीं दी।
लगातार हनुमान चालीसा चल रहा है घर में।
पापा बहुत बड़े भक्त हैं हनुमान जी के, और हनुमान जी का साथ है, इसलिए हमें ये विक्ट्री मिली है। बस
अब जीत के बाद क्या करेंगे आप?
सबको धन्यवाद देना चाहते हैं। पापा सबको जाके धन्यवाद देंगे, पूरा परिवार जाएगा, और बस सबको अपनी सबको बधाइयाँ देंगे और सबको अपने विशेस के लिए थैंकफुल हों।
सेलिब्रेशंस करेंगे?
जी ज़रूर।
थैंक यू सो मच। मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि एक तो पहली बात कि अपनी पार्टी के शीर्ष नेतृत्व ने सतीश जी को ये एक बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी दी थी, और मालवीय नगर जो इतना बेहाल था, वहाँ आज हम तो आश्वस्त थे कि मालवीय नगर की जनता ने यहाँ पर इस बार कमल खिलाना है और आपदा को भगाना है। मुझे बहुत ज़्यादा खुशी है कि अपनी पूरी कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी के लोगों ने, कार्यकर्ताओं ने बहुत मेहनत की है। 1 महीना से वो मेहनत उनकी आज सफल हुई है। मुझे बहुत खुशी है, जनता ने आज कमल खिलाया है, न केवल मालवीय नगर में बल्कि पूरी दिल्ली में, और आप देखेंगे कि अब दिल्ली विकास की राह पर कैसे दौड़ती है।
मैम, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भी
को जीता और 25 में हमारे बिहार का चुनाव है तो वो फाइनल है, उसको कोई रोक नहीं सकता है। हम प्रचंड बहुमत से एनडीए की सरकार बनाएंगे बिहार में। भारतीय जनता पार्टी जिंदाबाद।
Just that we're very proud of our father and of all the कार्यकर्ता जिन्होंने इतनी मेहनत करी है, लिटरली जो ग्राउंड वर्क हुआ है, यही आज उस चीज का रिजल्ट है। थैंक यू, थैंक यू।
भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय।
प्रधानमंत्री जिंदाबाद।
थैंक यू सो मच। मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि एक तो पहली बात कि अपनी पार्टी के शीर्ष नेतृत्व ने सतीश जी को ये एक बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी दी थी और मालवीय नगर जो इतना बेहाल था वहाँ आज हम तो आश्वस्त थे कि मालवीय नगर की जनता ने यहाँ पर इस बार कमल खिलाना है और आपदा को भगाना है। मुझे बहुत ज्यादा खुशी है कि अपनी पूरी कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी के लोगों ने, कार्यकर्ताओं ने बहुत मेहनत की है। 1 महीना से वो मेहनत उनकी आज सफल हुई है। मुझे बहुत खुशी है जनता ने आज कमल खिलाया है, न केवल मालवीय नगर में बल्कि पूरी दिल्ली में, और आप देखेंगे कि अब दिल्ली विकास की राह पर कैसे दौड़ती है।
मैम, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भी
दिल्ली को जीता और 25 में हमारे बिहार का चुनाव है तो वो फाइनल है, उसको कोई रोक नहीं सकता है। हम प्रचंड बहुमत से एनडीए की सरकार बनाएंगे बिहार में। भारतीय जनता पार्टी जिंदाबाद।
Just that we're very proud of our father and of all the कार्यकर्तास जिन्होंने इतनी मेहनत करी है, लिटरली जो ग्राउंड वर्क हुआ है, यही आज उस चीज का रिजल्ट है। थैंक यू, थैंक यू।
भारत माता की जय, भारत माता की जय।
थैंक यू सो मच। मुझे बहुत खुशी है कि एक तो पहली बात कि अपनी पार्टी के शीर्ष नेतृत्व ने सतीश जी को ये एक बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी दी थी और मालवीय नगर जो इतना बेहाल था, वहां आज हम तो आश्वस्त थे कि मालवीय नगर की जनता ने यहां पर इस बार कमल खिलाना है और आपदा को भगाना है। मुझे बहुत ज्यादा खुशी है कि अपनी पूरी कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी के लोगों ने, कार्यकर्ताओं ने बहुत मेहनत की है। 1 महीना से वो मेहनत उनकी आज सफल हुई है। मुझे बहुत खुशी है। जनता ने आज कमल खिलाया है, न केवल मालवीय नगर में बल्कि पूरी दिल्ली में, और आप देखेंगे कि अब दिल्ली विकास की राह पर कैसे दौड़ती है।
मैम, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भी
ये गलती दिल्ली वाली नहीं करेंगे और उन्होंने नहीं करी है। हमारी जो बहुमत से सरकार बनी है वो बहुत एक्सपेक्टेड थी। जब आप लोगों की शिकायतें सुनते हैं, उन लोगों की जो दिक्कतें सुनते हैं, उसके बाद एक्सपेक्टेड था। मीडिया वाले कह रहे थे कि शायद पलट जाएगा इलेक्शन, लेकिन जैसे हम देख सकते हैं बहुत क्लियर कट विक्ट्री है। पापा की भी बहुत क्लियर कट विक्ट्री है, सुबह से लीड में चल रहे हैं। ये गलती दिल्ली वाली नहीं करेंगे और उन्होंने नहीं करी है। हमारी जो बहुमत से सरकार बनी है वो बहुत एक्सपेक्टेड थी। जब आप लोगों की शिकायतें सुनते हैं, उन लोगों की जो दिक्कतें सुनते हैं, उसके बाद एक्सपेक्टेड था। मीडिया वाले कह रहे थे कि शायद पलट जाएगा इलेक्शन, लेकिन जैसे हम देख सकते हैं बहुत क्लियर कट विक्ट्री है। पापा की भी बहुत क्लियर कट विक्ट्री है, सुबह से लीड में चल रहे हैं और आप सबके समर्थन के लिए वापस धन्यवाद। थैंक यू।
जिस तरह से अकाउंट खुला था शुरुआत में, जब ट्रेंड की तरफ लगातार बढ़ रहे हैं, तो उस वक्त की स्थिति क्या थी?
सब बहुत टेंस थे, लेकिन जैसा हम तीनों ने 4 दिन पहले भी बोला था, बहुत क्लियर कट विक्ट्री आएगी। बस सही वक्त का इंतजार था। दिल्ली वाले समझ गए कौन उनका मजाक उड़ा रहा है, कौन उनकी भावनाओं के साथ खेल रहा है। इस बार दिल्ली ने झूठ को विक्ट्री नहीं दी।
लगातार हनुमान चालीसा चल रहा है घर में।
पापा बहुत बड़े भक्त हैं हनुमान जी के, और हनुमान जी का साथ है, इसलिए हमें ये विक्ट्री मिली है। बस
अब जीत के बाद क्या करेंगे आप?
सबको धन्यवाद देना चाहते हैं। पापा सबको जाके धन्यवाद देंगे, पूरा परिवार जाएगा, और बस सबको अपनी सबको बधाइयाँ देंगे और सबको अपने विशेस के लिए थैंकफुल हैं।
सेलिब्रेशंस करेंगे?
जी जरूर।
ये गलती दिल्ली वाली नहीं करेंगे और उन्होंने नहीं करी है। हमारी जो बहुमत से सरकार बनी है वो बहुत एक्सपेक्टेड थी। जब आप लोगों की शिकायतें सुनते हैं, उन लोगों की जो दिक्कतें सुनते हैं, उसके बाद एक्सपेक्टेड था। मीडिया वाले कह रहे थे कि शायद पलट जाएगा इलेक्शन, लेकिन जैसे हम देख सकते हैं बहुत क्लियर कट विक्ट्री है। पापा की भी बहुत क्लियर कट विक्ट्री है, सुबह से लीड में चल रहे हैं।